patiently waiting for. Today's Opie and Anthony Show starts now.
I doing here? Wait a minute, you want me to intro the Opie and Anthony Show? You gotta be kidding. Hey, it's Larry King welcoming you to the Opie and Anthony Show right here on Sirius XM Satellite Radio.
Oh, fuck yeah! The place is insane!
You guys like to cuss on there, right?
Yeah, a lot. Yeah.
It's a weird show.
Yes, interesting interviews and, of course, your phone calls as well. It's not the most talked about, not the most written about, and certainly not the most listened to show in the history of radio, but I'm still proud to intro it.
The show is so disorganized.
Holy shit. It's so fucking bizarre.
Everybody's not politically correct. Opie and Anthony were saying that. Well, then turn off goddamn Opie and Anthony, you dumbass.
We're experts and we already know this is going to be great radio, so shut the fuck up. Where else are you going to be able to say that and get paid for it?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pride that I presented this, by the way, one of the highlights of my career, the Opie and Anthony Show. By the way, who's Jim Norton?
Huh? We could do that. Good morning. Welcome to the Opie and Anthony Show.
Hi.
Jimmy's back. Jimmy's back. Jimmy's back.
I didn't care for being gone that long.
You were gone a long time, sir.
Well, the last day was unplanned. That was a decision they asked me for a week.
Oh. I tried on Friday to get fired. You missed a doozy.
What happened?
Oh, boy. We don't want to rehash this, do we, Ann?
I didn't hear anything.
Honestly, it was
certain things.
It was Anthony's fault. It had nothing. I was in a good mood, and then Anthony brought up like, hey man, my cousin's doing a little he did his first sports show from Live from the Compound. I'm like, really?
Yeah, my little cousin.
So
it was cool.
So he pops it up, and I just finally had it because his cousin has never done radio before, and his first broadcast looked great. It looked better than anything we've ever had in our careers. And I just said, fuck this place.
It just looked good here.
It looks like a TV show, and this kid has no radio training. He pulled it off. He did all right.
Yeah, he was like ballsy and fucking cocky.
So Ant's Live from the Compound sounds way better than these mics do. And visually was amazing. It looked like it was a network TV show. So I just fucking lost it. And I told Ant just before the mics went on and just before you came in, we could say and do whatever we want because no one cares. It was so bad on Friday, Jimmy. Really, it was so bad. I said, Bob's going to call me today.
Literally expected
the bosses are going to have
a
problem with what I said or we said because Ant was in on it a bit too.
Sure.
No problem.
Nah.
They weren't concerned either way, like, we have an asshole employee or, we kind of like the Opie and Anthony show, and it looks like, one of the guys is really unhappy. We should kind of see what that's all about. Nothing.
Maybe they're getting used to it.
Yeah,
Maybe they're like, you know what, these guys do this on the air. There's nothing we can do about it.
Well, Greenstein begged us a while ago to stop with the complaining, but I begged him, how about you change a few things, and then we'll complain less. Simple as that, because I want to be here. I want to do this shit.
Doing the show.
But look at this. Look how nice that looks. We don't have to rehash this, but I'm just filling Jimmy in. The mics are way better.
That's not the cousin that spilled the beer, is it?
No, that's his brother. That was his brother.
Really?
Yeah, but it all comes out in the wash. Like, it may look good, but there are problems with the new guys.
But then, all of a sudden, a beer is being passed over the mixing board, and then, whoopsie.
I like the background. Looks great. That looks
like
nothing.
A little sports background.
Yeah.
That looks nothing like Anthony's basement.
No.
That looks nothing like your basement.
I know. It's just amazing.
So, there you go.
Technology. I love it.
So Ant just popped that up to kind of brag a little bit, and it just set me off on Friday.
Looks great.
And I just assumed someone would call, but no one called. So I guess we could say and do whatever the fuck we want around here, which is a nice feeling.
Why not?
We should try murder.
It's murder.
This is watching like how good graphics get and like how amazing virtual shit is.
Yeah.
In a couple of years, can you imagine what they're gonna like do with interaction? Like, you're gonna be able to put yourself in movies. You're gonna be able to just take a visual image of somebody and create a film and have them do every bit of dialogue and every bit of movement. And
right.
It's all gonna. You're not gonna need people to do a fucking thing anymore.
But at that point, will people care about movies if everyone could do it and it's so easy to do? You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Right now, it's a special experience still.
Yeah.
You'll go to the movie theater, most of us, or you got a nice system at home, and you're like, wow, look at this. But if you fast forward a bunch of years and people are doing it on their own, how important is movies going to be?
It really is amazing, though, when you think back just a few years and the technology that's available to people now. You wouldn't dream that you'd be able to do some of the shit that like whenever they talked about things like green screening and in the earlier days blue screening and Star Wars, you'd see the special of, and here's the ship and we film it in front of a blue screen and now you take this out and move that
with their dumb little models.
Yeah, and you'd be like it's a fucking miracle. And now if you got a fucking Mac at home, you can just do it yourself. Yeah, look at me.
Yeah.
I'm fucking taking out shit. I'm compositing stuff.
Yeah, so you could be way better than George Lucas was in the 70s.
What, George Lucas? You mean the guy that's again selling Star Wars?
No, he's not.
Oh, yes,
What's
he
he doing?
Oh, yes, he is. Look,
We got it in front of ours.
How many times, in how many different ways, has George Lucas sold Star Wars?
What is this now?
Star Wars, the
Blu-ray.
complete saga.
What's the matter with you?
Blu-ray.
It's Blu-ray. Again.
Packaging.
From the first time you were able to buy A New Hope on VHS to this time where you're able to buy all 6 movies and a shitload of extras on Blu-ray. I mean, there's been each individual movie on VHS, then a package.
You forgot
VHS,
the Laserdisc.
Laserdisc, of course.
Laserdisc.
I think it started with Laserdisc.
Then the fucking the revamped version where he changed a few things around and added some CGI and then when it came out on DVD,
high def,
and then he has sold the same movie
over and over again.
movies so many fucking times.
But this Star Wars, the complete saga, he's still holding back. So he has one more trick in his pocket.
Does he?
The original movie, as it was seen in movie theaters, he refuses to release.
Right. This is the one that they
Why?
they added
Remastered.
in,
Cleaned it up, scrubbed it clean.
Greedo shoots first?
Yes.
Yeah, fuck.
But I mean, people that give
Give me a break.
people that give a shit about collections and whatnot, they're patiently waiting for him to release what it looked like in movie
Never gonna
theaters
happen.
a long time ago.
No?
No,
Why?
because he's too busy adding shit to the old ones to re-release the original ones.
The Greedo shoot first thing, that was when Solo shot him, but they had to make Greedo shoot first so it didn't make Han look like a bad guy.
Yeah, because Han Solo, of course, was a space fucking pirate smuggling shit. Why would he shoot someone? Especially a guy that's trying to drag him back to Jabba. Of course he would shoot first.
So he shot him.
Ridiculous.
And then what did they do? They changed it?
Yeah, they made it look like Greedo shot first. It looks all awkward because Han Solo like moves his head really, and it doesn't look natural.
When did they do that?
In the bar scene.
Fucking clay elephant playing the tuba. No, but when did they actually add the
There you go.
the shooting?
Nice.
Let me see, Trash.
This is the original.
Yeah, the original. Oh, there is an original.
Yeah.
Hand shot first.
This one you would like, yeah.
Oh.
That says George Lucas would like you to forget. They have their little chat, and he says, over my dead body, and
Wow.
and he knows he's going to fuck with him.
Oh,
So
of course he shoots first. Yes, I remember this.
Han's got the gun under the table, and
Oh, wow.
this version will be on the official Blu-ray. No,
Yeah,
it will
he-
not be on the official
He's
Blu-ray.
sneaking his gun out.
Yeah, he's talking to Greedo. He's like, he sneaks his fucking blaster out and holds it under the table because he knows Greedo's going to fuck with him. Why wouldn't he shoot him? Greedo's not a good guy.
Wow. She's from under the table, yeah.
Let's talk Jets. Let's talk Jets.
Oh, that's your.
Oh, sorry. Hang on.
See, just blast him right
Right.
There you go. So
And what's the new? I don't know what the.
there. The new version looks so dumb. Like a blast just comes out of fucking Greedo's gun like sideways.
Why the fuck do they have to
and then he moves
do
his head
that?
all dumb and.
Why would
Yeah.
Lucas be such a whore that he would allow his vision to be tainted like that?
Same reason Spielberg put walkie-talkies in the hands of
But
the
he
fucking...
regrets that now.
Why does he regret that?
He said he regretted messing with the movie, and in the Blu-ray release of E.T., it's going back to the
It's
original.
back to the
version.
original.
Didn't he do that because? Oh, that's funny.
well, Drew Barrymore.
That's not right.
Drew Barrymore wouldn't promote it without the guns or something. What a
Yeah,
brat.
Drew Barrymore's not into guns, so
Who gives a fuck?
Even,
What a brat.
even in movies, that scene where they're running around with their walkie-talkies is so embarrassing.
Can we see that? Because I vaguely remember that, but I don't remember what it looked like.
But he regrets it. But at the time he had to know it was ridiculous to do.
He's
Right?
talking. Yeah, he's talking about other stuff and how Parenthood affected some of his thoughts on previous movies that he's done.
Yeah,
in Close Encounters of the Third Kind, he says he would never have Richard Dreyfuss get on the ship and leave because as a parent, he knows now that would be nearly impossible to do as a father because he has 3 kids. and stuff,
stop
to then get
overthinking
into the
it.
ship and leave your your wife that maybe you had trouble with there. But then the 3 kids, he just fucking didn't even think twice. He got on the ship and fucking took off.
but Dreyfuss was kind of in a trance, so that would be possible.
Yeah, but he says no, like knowing what he knows now as
that's
a
so
dad, he would
stupid.
never do that.
It's a movie.
Yeah, I know.
Stop overthinking real life into movies.
That's what I think.
So dumb.
I've never seen the new. Although I'll say this, I honestly go back sometimes. I look at certain things I've written,
Yeah.
never things I've said, a couple things I've said, and I look back at them and I'm like, I don't want to take them back. I don't feel like I'm terrible, but it's like anything else in life. You can look back and go,
Obese primate.
that's what I wish I had developed into a 13-episode series. Obese primate.
No, I think you're about to say everyone thinks
You have
but,
stuff
but
that
then
you-
to go back and try to
Right.
clean it up is ridiculous.
You can't.
That's just silly.
You got to
let it
leave it.
be,
Yep,
man.
you
Let
got to
it
leave
be.
it. I've never seen the new ones. I've literally
You've never seen the new Star Wars
Never seen
movies?
the new 3.
No.
No.
Well, the first one's a kid movie.
Of course it is. So was the fucking third Return of the Jedi.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all right.
I
wasn't blown away by it.
I don't know. I'll tell you one thing. The lightsaber fight with the Sith Lord there was pretty fucking cool. That was a good one.
I'll watch them. I have it now on
lightsaber
Blu-ray
fight.
here. I'm going to bring this home.
Liam Neeson gets his comeuppance.
Oh, don't tell me.
Well,
it happens.
It's comeuppance.
Oh.
Could be anything. Could be they give him new soy sauce for his hair.
He's going to wash his uppance off of something.
I cannot
Boy,
watch
I didn't miss
him
Chip, that's
in a
for sure.
fucking movie.
Miss Jimmy, though. Fuck.
I cannot watch Liam Neeson in anything now without thinking of his soy sauce dyed hair.
It's terrible.
And his just the fact that now he's like this. Every story seems to be the mild-mannered guy, and he's put in a situation where he's got to kick some ass. There's that new one that's out where he got like in an accident and he's got kind of amnesia.
Of course he does.
And then he comes out of amnesia and thoughts start coming back to him and he's got to kick people's asses because they're trying to kill him.
Yeah.
Liam Neeson, let me tell you something. I like him as an actor. Schindler's List is a fucking work of art.
Of course it is. Yeah.
But Taken, I will convince everybody eventually that movie is a piece of shit.
Just a bomb-a-rooney.
What a terrible film.
Yeah,
Well,
Unknown. That was the one he's in now.
I didn't buy the kids in Taken, but I love the action. I love the action.
Did you like the fact that when him and his dumb CIA buddies are sitting talking?
Well, that was kinda
about the
stupid,
old
too.
days.
The barbecue at the barbecue.
Yeah.
God, who gave a shit?
Remember Da Nang when we really?
I think the problem people have with that movie is the action scenes were so good that you just still want to buy into it. There was some horrible dialogue
Terrible.
in the movie. Horrible. and casting the daughter's friend, like no one was believing that she was an innocent, girl.
Oh God, no!
And the daughter wasn't innocent.
Yeah, the daughter's all like Daddy! The dumb run.
But you could tell she's in her 20s.
And she's fucking going
playing young.
She's going to Europe with what amounts to probably one of the sluttiest fucking girls in screen history.
When she runs that fucking lunkhead run, we should play lunkhead music. Do you know how many people I've ruined the movie for who say they can't watch it without seeing her run? Dad,
that lunkhead with her balled up fists and she's running.
That stupid fucking pony. What did he get her? Like a little sing microphone?
God, he got it like a
Some
Mr.
dumb
Microphone fucking. Yeah, but look at this. It's great, isn't it? Don't you like this? Duh, pony. And he's just like, fuck.
But the action scenes were amazing.
I don't even remember them.
That's the problem.
I like that.
Yeah.
Like
Hey,
where he blasted that guy's wife. That was kind of cool.
Oh yeah, he shot her a couple
Usually
times.
they don't do that in movies.
Shot her. That was good.
We should, I don't know. We should talk about the Emmys for like 2 minutes, maybe.
I didn't watch.
You didn't miss anything. I was trying to watch and tweak the thing, and there was nothing there, man. It was just a bore fest. Everything fell flat. There wasn't a laugh to be had, except for Ricky Gervais, and then Jane Lynch, that cunt, had to take a shot at Ricky Gervais. Jane Lynch, I know a lot of people adore that woman. She's cunty, man.
I didn't know who she was.
She is cunty. And not likable, in my opinion. She's in Glee.
I don't know.
A show I don't watch, but it seems to do pretty well.
Yeah, I never watched 2.5 Men, which I heard she was on.
No, I know she was in Best in Show and all that, so she's, there's a lot of people that like her for that reason, but
Yeah.
But as a person, she comes across a bit.
Do we have the moment with Ricky Gervais?
Oh yeah, we got that. So Louis C.K. did not win.
So I got nominated for 4 things, though, right?
Yeah, they gave it to Modern Family. He didn't win anything, right? Because then I finally bailed with 4 hours left in the show.
Oh God, right?
I bailed.
Okay, nice.
A lot of wins for Modern Family, a show I don't really watch. We had
No.
the one guy in here though. He was pretty cool.
We've had a couple, right? No, or just one?
I don't know. Have we?
Yeah.
Well, we forget we have people in. We realize we're ragging them, and then people are like, "Hey, don't you
Eric-
remember you had them on the show and you liked them?" I was like, "Oh, that's right."
We had the chubby gay who's not gay in real life.
Right.
Eric
Yeah.
something.
No, I mean, like when we were
Stone
talking
Street.
about the singer that we had from like fucking
Foreigner?
Foreigner, and we were like, we were playing some Foreigner with the new singer, and we're like, yeah, he sounds good, but it's not the real band, it's not this, and then people realized and started writing in, going, hey, idiots, you had him on your show,
You know how
talked to him, you liked him,
You know how many times that happens?
a lot.
We end up doing the same bit almost word for word.
Yeah.
And at the time, we don't realize that. And people are yelling and screaming, "You did this already!" And then we're making fun of the new singer of Foreigner. I had no idea that we had him on the phone.
We had him on the
Kelly's
phone.
something, right?
Yeah, a few years ago, you Ramoned him.
Oh, he got Ramon badly.
We played the Ramoning.
The Ramoning.
It was very funny.
We actually, I was listening. We were talking about also the other day Journey and the new singer for Journey, who now isn't really a new singer. He's been with them for quite a while.
Yes.
The Polynesian looking guy. But do you realize that there's a drummer in Journey?
Casanova.
Dean. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess he played with Ozzy also, and I think he was on. Was it Blizzard of Oz or something?
He's been around, man.
He's been around for a while,
trying to do his own thing for a long time.
There is a version of Mother Father Journey song that he sings that blows the fucking new singer away.
I know.
Like, it's ridiculously sounds exactly, if not better than Steve Perry.
I saw that you tweeted that. The problem is that's not and people are going to yell at me for this, but Mother Father's not a huge Journey song for the masses.
Right.
That's the problem. If he did that with like Open Arms or something, people would be like, "Holy shit!"
It's crazy how fucking
or Don't
much
Stop
that
Believing
sounds
or whatever.
like.
Yeah.
Like Steve Perry though, and yeah, he's been around for a long time.
Yeah, he's been with the band. I don't know how long.
Quite a few.
He might be an
bands.
original.
I guess he also played with Geezer on one of his fucking
Dude,
projects.
When I was at BAB, he was trying to get a band off the ground.
Yeah,
I forgot the name, to be honest with you. That obviously it didn't happen.
Yeah,
but
didn't work out.
But a really cool guy, and it seems like he's just been in music his whole life.
Yeah, and to fucking drum and fucking sing like that, to me, was just like, holy fuck.
We got that. Let's.
I think so. Yeah.
We should play a little of that.
All you really got to do is if you Google or YouTube, yeah.
And then if you want to talk about the Emmys, give us a call, I guess.
YouTube Dean, fucking Mother Father, just Deen actually.
Deen?
Yeah,
that's how he spells it.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Castronova.
Yeah, and it's is this the one for?
Yeah.
That sounds
I think he's lip syncing.
fucking amazing. What?
Sounds like he's lip singing.
It sounds like it, doesn't it?
Here's the question: did Steve Perry sing that originally? Because sometimes sometimes bands will do that.
Yeah.
They'll give one of the songs to one of the other guys because he just does a better job with it.
No, Steve Perry definitely did
that originally.
Originally.
So that was a fuck you to Steve Perry.
To a fucking T.
Yeah.
They have sent so many fuck yous to
Steve Perry.
To Steve Perry. it's like I'm sure they would not even accept his phone call at this point.
No, man,
It's yeah, you know what? When the singer's taking a break, we'll toss it to the drummer, and he'll still sound better than you.
And then we'll get some Filipino kid. We'll pay him, minimum wage.
Yeah.
Fuck your millions, Steve Perry. You stay home. We're good here, right?
Yeah.
Why'd he leave?
Because his fucking ego got too big.
Because he's an asshole.
Pretty much. I mean, he was trying to do his solo thing with that Oh Cherie and all that crap.
Oh Sherry.
I call it Oh Cherie.
Oh Cherie.
Yeah, it's Oh Cherie. You're right.
Oh God.
I don't know. I haven't thought about Steve Perry in so long, but I think that's pretty much what happened.
Yeah.
Got a little too big for his britches.
Consensus was that he sucked as a person.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. Very hard to get along with. Back to the Emmys, I gather. Ricky Gervais owned at the Emmys. Well,
The Emmys.
Who is saying
owned at? I thought it was owned at. I thought he was pwned.
So the YouTube clip says Ricky Gervais owned the Emmys this year.
I thought it was owned.
Okay, you scared me because he was the only funny thing in the entire fucking show. I think. Jimmy Fallon and Jimmy Kimmel wrestling a little bit. That was.
You didn't like the Emmy tones?
It was homoerotic.
I feel so bad for Joel McHale. I know he's a friend of the show, but why would he agree to that? Did you see the Emmy tones?
No, I didn't.
Do you have a clip of the Emmy tones?
I can try and find.
Can you explain the Emmy tones to these guys?
I can't.
I can't either. It was
like 6 B-list actors.
The only one I
C or
recognized was
D-list,
Joel
yeah.
McHale.
Oh, Wilder Valderrama was there.
Okay.
Who's that?
He played Fez on that 70s show.
Okay.
Hey.
He was famous when the 70s show was on,
Sure.
and he's been trying to be famous ever since. And it's not
Zachary
really working.
Levi was there.
I know Zach. Yeah,
in.
he's great.
Meredith from The Office was the redhead. Just say it, Eric.
One of the girls from How I Met Your Mother. She was in that.
Okay, I don't know that show.
And I forgot who the other chick was.
All right.
And all of a sudden they would sing kind of jingles that kind of made.
Here's the Emmy tones. You want it?
Yeah.
Oh, the Emmy tone.
Joel is fucking pretty famous now, man.
I know. I don't know why he would say yes to this.
Oh, no.
We used to do them separately, but we lumped them together tonight, so we would as one long.
Oh. Wow, what a smattering of applause that got.
They introduced each category. So that was their introduction for variety and yeah.
Oh.
He must have pissed off Chevy Chase or something, man. Why is he doing that?
These award
Is that
shows,
his punishment?
they're just awful. Like they never allow like Jack Black. Did he not do a sketch on this one?
Oh no, they're never good, but usually they're fun to watch because you can make fun of it. This one was really tough to even make fun of.
Just awful, huh?
Yeah, I watched to make fun, and man, this was just a dud.
You
Just
know what
sat
it-
there.
You know what it is, too? I don't know what the alternative would be, but the whole big, gaudy set and the overhead fucking cam view flying in over the crowd, and we'll be back with... It's like the same shit that was going on in the 50s.
And
you could punch up, and it's exactly the same.
But then they win awards for their version being better than ones that came before them. And just like you said, yeah, they all look the same.
And now, let's welcome, and they come, da-da-da, the music, they walk down the stairs, they come to the fucking podium, read some stupid shit. It's, the fucking award show format has remained unchanged.
Yes.
It is in a suspended animation.
I think they should throw the cue cards away, make these people they're supposed to be talented go up there and do something.
Go up, wing it, motherfucker.
And wing it for 30 seconds. Why not? I mean, if you want to use your own writers on the side to maybe try to figure some shit out, that's cool. But don't read the shit off the teleprompter
But
anymore.
they look like me auditioning when they do that stuff. These are great actors, and they can't fucking do a scene at a podium.
No,
They
look,
stink.
It's terrible.
They all look like amateurs up there when they're trying to work off the other person.
Yeah.
It's fucking...
It's horrible.
Well, Bob, that's what you say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I only say that because as a bull, I raged. You know, on 9/11 here in New York. All right, Bob.
Why don't we get to the nominees for...
you know what it is? This is why these award shows are horrible and they used to be great.
I don't think they ever were great, Jimmy.
No, but you would at least look forward to seeing them. You didn't see a lot of these actors ever outside of their roles or the Johnny Carson show. Now you could see them melting down and throwing a fucking ashtray through a window on TMZ. This is boring. This looks as phony as it is. Whereas this used to be them letting it all hang out and talk and be themselves.
Oh, man, when you would see, like, fucking, you know, and here he comes, Clark Gable, making his way down the carpet. It'd be like a big deal.
I think also there's too many.
Yeah.
Because half these people, they went up to get their awards, and I'm like, I don't know this person. When we were growing up, you know, there was only 3-4 networks. Yep. It's embarrassing to say, but every person walking up on that stage, like, holy shit.
It's a major star.
Yeah, there's Archie Bunker when he's not being Archie Bunker. That's pretty fucking cool.
Right. But now you'd see Carol O'Connor in a car yelling at somebody, a crossing guard, fucking throwing his Wendy's order out the window, going, you fucking dropping the N-bomb for real, even though he was a liberal in real life.
Yeah, he was.
And that's why these are just not as, like, you don't care anymore about these.
How does a liberal in real life play that role? I don't get it.
Tremendous parody. Tremendous.
Yeah, it really
mockery.
was. That's
But
what
he-
it was. He was mocking.
But he was so believable. People hated him as a conservative, and he had to tell people in his real life, no, I'm actually the opposite of
Yeah.
this shit.
Yeah, he was amazing.
He was real proud of the role too. I mean,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
because he did such a great job showing how dumb a guy like that could come off.
I guess that's what made it easy for him. He's like, all right, I'm going to make these people look stupid.
Yeah.
But he has to use himself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, hey, a couple clips from the Emmys. Why not? Jane Lynch. Oh, talks to your favorite person, Ant.
Who's that?
Leonard Nimoy. To start off the Emmys last night.
Do you know the story behind this?
This is wonderful. Let's listen to this wonderful exchange.
What's the story?
I have been and always shall be your friend. Hey, Efferdence, your friend.
You ruined. I didn't know what was wrong with the way he spoke. And I know we talked about it. I'm like, it doesn't sound right.
No.
His dentures are too big.
His fucking space dentures. Live long and prosper.
Yeah, how old is he in that in the
22,000. He's 22,000 with bad dentures.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
They couldn't fix that.
If a
and,
guy
you
can
know,
live that long, but they can't figure out the teeth. That's
yeah,
stupid.
I think McCoy would have had something for him.
Hell
but-
yeah, man.
Yeah.
What's the story behind this?
He was a
Travis?
last-minute replacement for Alec Baldwin, who filmed
right.
this entire thing, the whole opening skit, and then asked for it not to air because they were going to cut his Rupert Murdoch joke about the whole scandal over in the UK.
Why they cut the joke?
The email
Because it's on-
scandal, whatever.
It's aired on Fox, and to Fox's defense, they didn't want to seem like they were making light of something so serious that they're involved in.
Yeah, but he does own Fox, so good for Alec Baldwin on this one.
Yeah, Alec Baldwin.
So he said, if you cut that joke, it's going to throw off the whole timing of the entire skit that we did. So I just don't want you to air it at all.
Nice.
So they went and got Leonard Nimoy.
All right, I agree with Alec Baldwin.
So they found Leonard.
Yeah, I'm a whore. I would have
They
done it
sure
anyway.
did. He wasn't doing anything.
They grabbed him off his rocking
Yeah.
chair.
Leonard Nimoy is the replacement for fucking.
Yep, that's right. It goes Alec Baldwin,
Leonard Nimoy.
All right, this is how it went
Interesting.
down. Listen how funny Jane Lynch is. She was just amazing, man.
Oh,
just
boy.
an amazing fucking performer.
Reporting for duty, Mr. President of Television.
Oh, Jane, have a seat. I'm so glad you're here. I'm firmly convinced that you...
Have a seat. Have a seat. I'm so glad you're here. He is having such a problem holding those giant choppers in his face.
I was watching this last night, and I'm like, fucking Anthony. God damn it.
God. Is there video of that? Because I have
You
got
want
to
to see the video?
yeah, there it is.
All right, let's just go
Look
video.
look how hard it is for him to hold those choppers.
In 5 more years, we might have a video element to the Opie and Anthony show. So hang tight, kids. We're working on it.
Yeah.
Another 5.
Oh, Jane,
Well,
have
then
a
we'll have
seat.
to ask the
I'm so
lawyers if
glad
we can
you're
play
here.
every clip.
Yeah.
Like we play this, and we get in trouble.
Yeah. Have a seat.
This is not good. His teeth, just in this picture. God bless his giant teeth.
Oh, Jane, have a seat. I'm so glad you're here. I'm firmly convinced that you are the most logical person to host the Emmys this year. To men, you're womanish. To women, you're mannish.
Well, thank you
Manish.
so much.
Look, keep one thing in mind. Don't ever let them know that we all live together in this one building.
So beautiful.
Oh, hi, Jane.
Hey there.
Oh,
Who's all
brother.
this?
That's pretty much it for his
That's it
part.
for Leonard Nimoy. Yeah, he's done.
I wasn't sure if you had another line.
Then it's 7 minutes of.
Then it's a 7-minute
Montage
musical
of-
montage opening.
What was the? I wonder what the Fox? That was actually a pretty line too. What did he say to men? You're to
Women, I don't know.
to women. You're
To women, you're mannish.
That was pretty funny. Or to men, you're mannish or whatever. That was pretty funny. What was the Rupert Murdoch joke? Probably something about spying or something.
Yeah, it was an email joke or something. Yeah.
James T. Kirk.
What's the first part of Jane Lynch's intro song? Why is that on the disc? Is it worth playing? I didn't think she was worth watching at fucking all.
Nothing I remember, so.
All right, let me just see this.
TV is a vast wonderland.
The ironic musical fucking beginnings to these things. The whole, like, let's fucking do this. Billy Crystal would always do the big production on the Oscars where he would come out and sing songs based on the movies and everything. And it's like, it was kind of a parody of what they
But
used
he
to
set
do.
that in motion because I think he pulled it off for the time, and then every year since they've
Scooby Dabba Duddy Booba Dooba Da.
I hate to say it, but I think the first time he did it, he actually pulled it off. But the problem was then every year they had to do the same thing, and now it's just kind of hack again.
He's one of the better Oscar hosts. I mean, it's not an easy gig, but Billy Crystal does a good job when he hosts.
Yeah.
Who's doing it this year?
Eddie Murphy.
Murphy.
Yeah.
I think Murphy will be good. I mean,
if they let him be Eddie Murphy, that's the problem with these things.
What an
we
odd
all know
choice,
that, right?
though, right? Like, because he's been doing kids movies and making a lot of money, but he hasn't been doing movies that you would think the Oscars would.
would nod to.
Which I think is a shame. I think he should be doing stuff like that. Like, Murphy's such a talented guy. I never liked the fact that he didn't do more. I thought he should have done stuff that people wouldn't have expected. Like Pryor did Grease Lightning and Blue Collar. I thought Murphy should have done a few of those.
Yeah.
He's a good actor, yeah.
Travis, what we got to play for these guys is the house announcer. People are reminding me. They tried this bit. So, like, I don't know, blah, blah wins the Emmy, right?
Oh, no.
So as that blah, blah is walking up onto the stage to get the Emmy, the house announcer's like, he went to high school at blah, blah high school, and the mascot was blah, 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 blah. Just horrible.
Yeah, they did that last year, too.
And was it trying to be funny? Or
Oh,
was
yeah,
it just
yeah. But fell horribly flat. Just coming up with these weird little quirky things that the person's all about with some comedy being attempted there. If you got that.
I mean, all I have to do is find a winner. Because he did one for everyone.
Right.
Oh, he did, huh?
What do you got?
Kate Winslet?
I don't know.
Sure, why not?
I haven't...
Oh, no, horrible verb. Look at that. Oh, look. You don't want to click on a video that has that much red.
Yeah,
the house announcer was horrible.
Was it Don Pardo?
I don't know, just
Last year it was the guy who played PC in those Mac and PC ads.
Oh, the fat guy, right?
Yeah,
not the kid.
Let's see if
And the Emmy goes to Jim Parsons. Oh, this is so odd for so many reasons.
They cut out the part where he walks up. The only part we wanted to say.
Yeah, well, that's a lot of red. That one ain't gonna work. All right, if you find one.
Yeah.
In the meantime, man, Ricky Gervais
Yes.
did a tape piece for the Emmys, and I thought it did really well. It was pretty funny. And then stupid Jane Lynch had Lynch had a comment about it. But this is the Ricky Gervais thing quickly.
Do you want to play the video from here?
Oh, you want to do it that way?
I would love to see it because I've not seen it. I was busy.
Oh, you're going to hate Jane Lynch in about 2 minutes.
I don't have the Jane Lynch part. You're going to have to play that.
Okay.
Okay, Ricky Gervais.
Thank you. Hello. Firstly, sorry I can't be there live in person. Not allowed. Not after the Golden Globes.
Not allowed.
In fact, now, during any award ceremony, I'm not even allowed on American soil. That's why. This is pre-recorded. And the Emmy bosses have warned me if I say anything rude or controversial, they will edit it out. And you won't know the difference. What a bunch of cowardly countrymen like Simon Cowell and Piers Morgan. We're proud of you. I've won a few Emmys myself. I've lost a few too. I was up for 5 last year and I lost them all to other shows that, in my opinion, were absolute Schindler's List. But then went on to do TV with Band of Brothers and The Pacific for HBO, which in my opinion is the greatest channel in the world. Apart from Fox, that is, obviously. Anyway, I've been rattling on for about 10 minutes.
Cutting them apart.
I hope I didn't say anything that you found offensive. Although if I did, I don't care. You can suck my Twinkie. Thanks for listening. And finally, thanks to God for making me an absolute idiot. There, I've said it. Again, let's have a look at the nominations.
It was well done.
That's very funny.
That's well done.
Funny?
They got a cunt joke in right at the
my
beginning.
God, yeah.
That's a cunt joke for the love of God.
Yeah. And the best part, you were laughing over it. He goes, I've been rambling on here for 10 minutes.
Yeah, for 10 minutes.
It's only a minute 30, the whole piece.
Oh, that's funny.
Then Jane Lynch had to say this. She just had to.
Oh, poor little Ricky Gervais. Someone didn't get enough hugs from mommy, and somehow it's Hollywood's fault. And the Emmy goes to...
I don't think she was going for a joke there, man. I really don't.
Yeah, because I wouldn't get the joke anyway.
Yeah.
Like, what does that mean?
But it's like he was
hugs. It was funny.
Yeah, I don't understand what she was going for there because he was really funny and mocking what happened to him.
Yeah.
And maybe he's bashed her at shows before, but I don't know. But the bottom line is it was fucking, they're so insulated. They have a very, their sense of humor about themselves is one that they can all agree on and wink on. Like, you can't make fun of them from the outside or they get bothered by it. Or if you're seen as to be making fun of them in a way they don't deem appropriate, they get upset by it. They're all awful. The actors, that's why I have a real dislike, as much as I'm a celebrity begging photo whore. I hate most actors. Hate them. Hate.
Well, Charlie Sheen, he went up there, and people were like, "Oh God, what is Charlie going to say on live TV?" This Charlie
he's
Sheen.
crazy.
Oh my God, you got 2.5 Men starting up with Ashton Kutcher, and here's Charlie Sheen, and they bumped into each other backstage. Oh my God, was there going to be a fist fight? Blah blah blah. And then this is what Charlie did on stage.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. Before I present Outstanding Lead Actor in a Comedy Series, my old category, I want to take a moment to get something off my chest and say a few words to everybody here from 2.5 Men. From the bottom of my heart, I wish you nothing but the best for this upcoming season.
Being magnanimous. I think that's called, right?
We spent 8 wonderful years together, and I know you will continue to make great television. Now on to the Emmy. The nominees for Outstanding Lead Actor in a Comedy Series.
Outstanding Lead Actor in a...
Jonathan said after his roast, which I didn't see, of course, but it's on to know what I mean, but I didn't...
You didn't see it from the stage, that's
why
for sure.
would I? No. Jim, they're big fans. Shut up! They're not! But no, I heard Jonathan said that he looks very employable. That was what Jonathan said at the end of the thing. He watched it, he goes, he's employable. Even at the roast, he seemed employable. He didn't do anything crazy.
Right.
That's what he's doing right now.
He cleaned himself up.
He needs a fucking gig.
He realized how much he hurt himself, right?
God, because that wasn't even funny. Like the Emmy apology, that was an apology in front of the entire world.
Right.
And there was nothing funny about it. He was just like, that was his momentary mea culpa.
Are you buying into it, or is that something he figures I better say this?
It's a PR move. It
was the way he said it. I feel like he's like,
where's the crazy internet Charlie Sheen
exactly.
with the wacky hair and fucking, the camera up his nostrils, talking about tiger blood and all that shit. He's like, no, I need a job, motherfucker.
Yeah, this is the real Charlie right there. Like
Yeah.
the other thing was just kind of like this
work.
This dopey wizard character.
Yeah, wizard.
Well, why are we showing this? Because
I have a really funny line from the house announcer.
Oh, good. Well, thank you for stopping on this because I want to ask Ant's opinion about a Black Charlie's Angel. They're rebooting.
Yeah.
Charlie's Angels. Charlie's Angels is going to be on TV now, right?
Yeah. I think
So it's going to be back on
CW or
TV, but they had to go with a black angel.
Does she say lines like, you want to arrest Sugar?
Oh.
Yeah?
We could find a trailer, maybe.
I hope so.
I don't think she's playing it that black. No.
Who is
she's
the,
playing it like she's white, but she looks black.
Black?
That type of black.
Who's the short one that doesn't fit?
That's Drew Barrymore.
Yeah, she's basically passing the torch.
Yeah.
Oh, is she?
Maybe she should pass on dessert. She looks frumpy next to those
She does look
new Charlie's
frumpy.
Angels. And the one on the left is what Derek Jeter's banging.
Is that
Not
Minka
anymore.
Kelly?
Not anymore, was, yeah.
Oh,
They
right,
broke
it
up?
was. Sorry,
Yeah.
you're right.
Him and Minka Kelly?
About 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Why do I listen? Listen. I fucking just caught
really
myself. What a
concerned.
gossipy fool
Oh,
I
you
am.
felt bad for Derek Jeter.
No, I didn't care. It's just, it's like I thought they're getting married.
You want more tea?
Oh God Almighty! Oh, they broke up.
Let's drink tea and gossip.
I'm surprised I didn't close my robe and say that. Oh, did you hear what happened? God, that was a momentary look into what a pussy I really am.
And why are they going with the Black Charlie's Angel? Because that's not what the original show is all about.
It opens up the demo for
Opens up the demo,
for black
nice.
people
Yeah.
that are usually watching everything on the WB.
Well, my concern is the black is taking over for the ginger. Because usually when you got three girls, you get the brunette and the blonde, and then you throw a little ginger in there, a little redhead. Yeah. But now they're blowing off the redhead and moving the black in.
How do they start it? Once upon a time, there were three little girls that ended up going to the police academy. Well, two of them did. The other one was arrested by the two.
Jesus.
Yeah. Yes. Two of them got the proper scores, and then one had to be.
Yes.
One the other one they had to lower the scores for.
Thank God for affirmative action.
Yeah.
Charlie has to. Is this a trailer for it? You all remember this music?
Yeah.
Remember jacking off to this music? I mean, watching the show to this music.
All right.
John Forsythe is Charlie.
Yes.
I liked him so much better in fucking
Angels.
And Justice for All. Hang a man for armed robbery, Arthur.
Oh.
All right, let's go back to the house.
I bet not a lot of gunplay in this, right?
Of course not.
I bet there's a lot of trickery and whatnot.
Well, they do the kung fu thing instead of guns. That's acceptable. I guess.
William Friedkin ripped Hollywood recently on a fuck because of what they're doing with stuff like this and the comic book movies, and it's all everything is a fucking remake,
reboot.
This new Spider-Man, it's like they just did Spider-Man a decade ago.
Yeah.
And these uncreative fucking creeps are doing it again.
Yeah, they just keep rebooting shit.
But Straw Dogs? Get the fuck out of here.
Point Break. They want to redo Point Break.
Yeah, that just came out.
Yeah, a lot of people.
They're terrible.
Are they making a black character in there too? I don't know. Yeah.
But can I ask you something now? Batman, it was obvious they needed a reboot. It was pretty obvious. It looked really dated when you started watching those old Batman movies, right?
Uh-huh.
Spider-Man, I don't really see where the problem was. That seemed like it was still kind of dark, cartoony, and it fit the times.
I guess Peter Parker was getting a little old, huh?
Yeah.
Maybe that's
I think Spider-Man 3 failed so terribly that they had to reboot it.
Which one was that?
Reboot is not a real movie term.
Well,
it's just rehash. They don't want to say rehash. It's rehash.
Rehash, yes.
What was Spider-Man 3 about again?
I didn't see it.
That was the
Sandman,
one with,
I think.
Is that the one with all the art?
We had Thomas Hayden Church on promoting that movie.
Yes, of course we did.
Yeah,
Yes,
but he's
of course
cool.
we did.
He's good in everything he does. I like him a lot.
him as an actor.
Who was the villain though? The guy with all the arms? Was that the one?
No, Dr.
That was
Octopus
the
was
first one.
That was the. Oh, okay.
Was that one or two?
One or two, I don't know.
I think that was two.
Oh, Hayden Church
Two.
was the villain.
The first,
and,
I gotcha. Yeah,
the
yeah.
first
I
one
remember
was
now.
Willem
too.
Dafoe
Oh, yeah.
as the Green Goblin.
Oh, right.
They're redoing that. Ugh, they're the fucking worst. Oh, this ties in with what Friedkin said. It's a little long, Jesus. It's harder and harder to do. And by the way, for anyone who doesn't know, William Friedkin directed The Exorcist and he directed The French Connection. He's amazing. It's harder and harder to do original adult material in this climate of American film, which is mostly concerned with movies that are comic books and remakes. The audiences have changed. They're conditioned by television, and television is aimed at the lowest common denominator. Their expectations are lower. And he said also the studios, when I started directing, were run by people who had made films. Today, they're former agents or lawyers, and the studios are owned by gigantic corporations that have to appeal to the lowest common denominator. But to me, the most important thing he said there was they're former agents and lawyers.
Right.
And people, I tweeted how great it was, and these fucking assholes on Twitter read this and go, he's just a bitter old man!
Yeah.
He directed The Exorcist, you dumb motherfucker! What he said was right about the lawyers. What are you talking about?
He kind of knows.
He's 100% right.
Right, he's been around. He kind of knows what film could be.
Right. Yeah.
From firsthand experience.
Yeah, he fucking changed movies. All you horror film dorks that were thank him.
He's the guy.
He's the guy.
Oh man, that is really telling right there.
That 1/3 paragraph is fucking. I don't care about the comic book stuff. That's the
Agents
important
and
paragraph.
lawyers.
I think you should have to take an IQ test before you join Twitter. Just to keep some of the dummies.
My contract's up here at Maya.
Yeah. People say some dumb shit on Twitter, man.
But when I tweeted how great it was what he said,
Yeah.
and they're like, but he's just a bitter old man. He's not a bitter old man, you dummy. He's right with what he's saying. What do you think? He doesn't get comic books? He made the girl vomit pea soup. He gets it. Shitheads.
All right. Well, here's the house announcer.
Oh yeah.
So every time someone won an award the house announcer just babbled about.
Oh, great.
This is for Kyle Chandler,
Nonsense.
who won Best Actor in a Drama.
All right, let's hear this.
And the Emmy goes to...
And it's Coach Taylor for the win. This is Kyle's third nomination and first Emmy. If I were Kyle Chandler, every morning I'd give myself a pep talk in the mirror. One game at a time, one day at a time. Then I'd make coffee.
What the fuck was that even supposed to be?
I'll tell you what that is. That's the same dummies running television who think that you need constant noise. They're the same people that think you need constant noise in the fucking Yankee games.
Yeah.
Or the football game. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Base hit. Hot dog.
Noise.
Constant noise.
Why are people so uptight that you can't just relax for a minute and just kind of enjoy the moment? It always has to be noise.
Because they're constantly trying to compete with computers and they're doing it wrong again, where they're thinking that this instant gratification, people won't sit through the applause.
Yeah.
Hey, we got all that time now. We could say something funny.
What can we do with this 3 seconds right here?
It's constant fucking... The guy steps out of the fucking batter's box for a second and knocks dirt out of his cleats. Let's go! Home team! Holy shit, shut up.
Just relax a moment.
How much entertainment value do you need for your dollar?
Entertainment value.
It's non-stop. And he calls for time. Boom, 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 boom. Let's go. Boom, 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 boom. Let's go. We're right.
You're forgetting a lot of stuff, though, Jimmy. This is a terrific bit, but you're forgetting the lasers and the graphics coming in and the noise.
I don't watch it.
Yeah.
Oh, bugs me.
How are Yankees doing?
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Are your Yankees falling apart at the end here? Or are they hanging in there? Where are we at?
Yeah, they hang in.
Yeah.
They've got
They got it?
they're
fine.
4.5 up.
Yeah,
They've-
all right. Yeah.
4.5
Red Sox
up,
are the ones that are falling.
Yeah, what's the deal with the Sox? How far ahead are they?
2 games now.
2 games up for the wild card spot.
They lost 3 out of 4 to Tampa this week.
Yeah. See, I knew the
They're
Rays were
falling
going
apart.
The lasers and stuff is more football. That's what they do when they're like when there's a fucking when they have a moment like a guy calls for a 30-second timeout.
Yeah.
That's when the Fox monster truck comes out. You know, like the Fox robots. Nobody has ever laughed at that.
You
Well, now we have.
monster truck?
Now we have.
That fucking dancing robot. I literally will look up and to the right away from it. It's not funny.
Look, there he
Yeah,
is.
there he goes. Hey, Best Buy, HD. More guy noises.
Graphics.
Guy noises. Crash, loud.
It runs, it jumps, it runs in place. It shakes its legs off.
What is it supposed to be?
It's a futuristic.
It makes no sense.
It's a guy
robot football
toy.
player.
Is it their mascot for Fox?
Yeah, for years.
It's a guy thing. Guy noises.
Yeah, robot.
Wow, I didn't even realize it was
I'm
their
gonna buy you
mascot.
an NFL robot for
I
Christmas.
fucking
Well, you could
hate
get an action figure.
because it's here and fuck it when they're doing like what's that? No, that music? That music they do it for
Yeah, that
Fox.
football
and then the
type
robot
music.
comes in. He does like a little funny dance in the corner. Who
Yeah.
the fuck wants a metal football robot guy dancing?
You don't like that,
Put
Jim?
anything there.
But-
anything but
You
that.
don't find it funny?
No.
But besides that, they pop the graphics up. The camera's got to be moving. Everything is just fucking moving.
It's just always
always.
perpetual motion because we think we're sharks now, and if we sit still for a half a second, the TV is just going to die and turn off.
Yeah.
Fuck, you're right.
And you don't like the little metal thing that opens up with stats in there?
Guy noises because guys like laser and guys like metal noises.
Yes.
Clang! Oh, guys will like that. No, we won't.
Yeah, you watch an old football clip, and it's almost uncomfortable how there's nothing going on.
Nothing's going on.
They
There's
just
no
kind of
ads,
sit there
there's
and
nothing.
watch a guy stretch out his hammy on the sidelines for 30 seconds with nothing going on.
I was watching an old baseball game on ESPN Classic, and not one ad was on the side of the friggin', now there's an ad everywhere, superimposed.
Everything is an ad.
Yeah, everything is fucking sponsored. But, the old days, it was just guys playing baseball, and the announcer, they pretty much wouldn't say shit unless the play was on.
Mm-hmm.
sometimes they'd banter back and forth. It's like, yeah, I took the wife out to the steakhouse last night. It was a good time. That one high and wide for ball 2. And that was it.
You mean the fucking on deck circle wasn't sponsored by Jeep Cherokee? Or this knocking the dirt out of the cleats is sponsored by who sponsors that?
They got a list of sponsors now that they have to run through the announcers.
It's unlistenable.
It really gets ridiculous.
It's unlistenable. The Nikon post-game report sponsored by
If
Nikon.
I was an advertiser, I would never advertise in that shit.
What happens
You blend
on
in with
this?
everybody else.
This is the Fox NFL intro.
Okay, this is the intro.
This is a good one.
So far, why? The robot falls out of the field.
Bunch of robots playing as electricity. They're hitting each other.
As an intro, it's like, all right, it's an intro.
Robots are playing each other. I would watch robot football like that.
I don't know.
Looks like they're kicking
an intro
ass.
is an intro.
I don't mind that.
Right.
I mean, it looked cool as all hell.
But
to
when
be honest with you.
when he's dancing, that's silly.
Yeah, when he's dancing on the side of the screen because there's a dumb 30-second timeout, like Jimmy was saying. Then it's obnoxious.
The intro is like kind of get you pumped to. They have to do something during the intro.
Yeah.
But it's like it's the graphics in the corner, and it's when it's the constant need for stimulation.
Yes.
It is the absolute constant need for guy noises.
Guy noises.
It's guy things. The robots are running, carrying the football.
Spikes the metal ball.
All right,
The robot turned into the Fox logo.
You know, the contrast would be
Now it's time for football.
trying to find one from
Yeah.
like 10, 15 years ago to see
Yeah,
how they. I don't know if you
there's
can.
I mean,
even go
it's
back
so
to the 80s
normal,
or
like,
the
yeah.
90s if you can.
The music probably just starts on ba da da da. Here's football.
Pretty much. I was just watching one from 1997, and it's just like, hey, we're
97.
gonna play
Is this
some
it?
football. Yeah.
So this is what?
This is
15 years ago?
yeah.
Almost 15?
Now it's real clips of football players.
Yes, sir. Today you'll get all the gridiron and diamond wars all day.
Horrible graphics.
Right here on Fox. First, football and the biggest skirmish of the year.
Skirmish.
It's real people. No robots.
And by the way, the game meant nothing. Now that we're in the future.
Yeah.
Football on Pluto. Okay, maybe so.
This guy stinks too. I like the robots. Skirmish. Who the fuck says skirmish in an intro? That's going to annoy me all day.
But at least it's NFL highlights in the intro
Right.
instead of robots.
Just the announcer should be fucking beheaded.
That doesn't really look that dated.
No.
That's from 97.
The real hullabaloo to be settled today.
Yeah.
Thanks, awful.
Look
Nana.
at the bad fucking.
Oh, it's terrible.
Their bad attempts at CGI are really fun.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, 97. Fuck.
Hey, let's say hi to Matt in DC.
Matt.
Going with the sponsorship thing. Matt.
Morning, guys.
Hey,
Welcome
man.
aboard, Matt.
Hello.
I went to the Redskins game yesterday, and first off, the first advertisement you see is that you're actually walking into an advertisement, the stadium itself.
Yep.
And then they're proud to sponsor. This cracks me up. The Redskins are proud to sponsor, who I can't remember the name of the company that provides them their porta potties in the parking lots. Proud to show that big banner. And I love when a team will show who their official moving company is. I don't want to see my team have a fucking moving company because I want them to stay.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Moving means,
They're leaving.
they're leaving
Yes.
town.
I don't care who the official whatever for the team is. I don't give a fuck.
You forget that stadiums used to have cool names, too. Now they
Oh.
just, sound like
Corporate.
shit.
Yeah, but you know what? You complain about that, but then what's the alternative? Taxpayers have to pay for all of this
Right.
crap, and they've got to raise
City
ticket prices
Field.
because they can't make enough money. So
The City Field is a good field for the bed.
But these corporations are so pompous, they think the name of their company sounds cool, and it just doesn't.
I don't think any stadium sounds
Yeah, but
terrible.
they don't
Enron
realize
Field.
how awful it
I'll
sounds.
tell you, how about Yankee fucking Stadium?
Well,
There
there's
you go,
a few
brother.
that can still
There you
afford
go.
to do that.
How about Yankee Stadium?
They would change that, but they know they can't. That's one that they
No,
would know.
it's so
Nobody
classic,
would. It would
yeah.
it would be embarrassing.
They'll change it
Yes.
eventually.
It's the
Maybe.
house next to the house that
They
Ruth
will
built.
change it eventually. If the Yankees have a bunch of years that are bad, you watch them change the name of that fucking
Yeah.
stadium.
You guys have Yankee Stadium, which sounds pretty cool. We have FedEx Field, which is, it's fucking retarded anyways. But if you just, I don't know how it is in other cities, but I don't know if it's just Dan Snyder, who's an absolute Jew whore and sells everything. But the Redskins even have like their official pizza. It's Papa John's. The official chicken of the Redskins, which I find hilarious as hell since 99% of the team is black anyways, is Popeyes. So they just sell absolutely everything.
Yeah, they all do. And you know what's funny? I was just thinking as you're talking, it used to be the Meadowlands were Brendan Byrne Arena at one point. So I guess they got to name it after something. They're going to name it after a governor or whoever Brendan Byrne was. They probably figure they'll make money and name it after.
Well, now the Jets and Giants play at MetLife Stadium.
That's cool.
Yes.
Why are they going to give the Jets their own stadium? That
Never.
annoys me
There's no reason
so
to.
much.
That is their own
2
stadium.
years old, yeah.
That's their stadium half the time.
Yeah.
But it's called Giant Stadium.
No, it's called MetLife Stadium.
Not anymore.
It's still Giant Stadium.
Well, there's a brand new
Oh,
stadium
well.
though, so it makes it easier for the Jets
Are the
to
Jets
feel
get
like
equal
it's their
billing
home
there?
too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Meaning, does everything split Jets and Giants?
Oh yeah.
In the old Giant Stadium, it was the Jets were playing at Giant Stadium, but now it's kind of like
it was obvious. Yeah.
So the only cool area I've ever seen was when Jack Kent Cooke first, when he had the Redskins before he died, and Dan Snyder bought it. Was he moved the Redskins out of D.C. and into Landover, Maryland? But he bought a massive plot of land, and he said, "Screw you guys! I'm naming the." He made up a town and called it Rowjohn, Maryland. Until the state said you can't just make up your own city, and he said, "Fuck you! I'm calling this place Rowjohn." So that was the only cool part about the Redskins. was their owner
Candlestick, Lambeau.
created their own.
Yeah, they sound
created their
cool,
own
you know.
city.
They're still there,
Yeah,
right?
right on, brother.
Yeah, Candlestick is still
they're
Candlestick
still a
Park.
handful.
Lambeau Field is still Lambeau Field. I don't think they've...
Superdome in New Orleans.
Yeah.
It's just
Cowboy Stadium.
It's just fucked up that New York has 2 football teams
Well,
playing in the same fucking place.
3. Opie, you keep forgetting about the Bills.
Well, the
They
Bills-
are indeed a New York team.
And the Bills looked great yesterday. They had an amazing second half. I was talking to Weeze yesterday. He thinks the Bills are for real this year. I don't know enough about the Bills and what
Really?
they did with the team to know, but they're off to
That is a bold statement.
They're
considering their
no.
past.
They've had a rough fucking run there, but they're 2-0, man. Jets 2-0, Bills 2-0, Patriots 2-0, Colts 0-2.
Don't come down to a field goal.
Where are the Cowboys these days?
1-1.
1-1?
I don't care though. I don't care if they go 15-1. Romo still sucks.
Fucking Brady threw for another 400 and what was it yesterday? 24
23.
yards? 23 yards?
Yeah.
He's a madman.
He has over 900 passing yards in the first 2 fucking
940.
games.
Crazy.
940.
Most ever
Wow.
in the first 2 games.
Really?
That's unfucking believable.
Yep. Doesn't say much about the running game. Negative sports guy. That doesn't say a whole lot about that running game. Well, you can give that one to the offensive lineman. That doesn't say much about their running game at all. Tom Brady's got to throw that much. He'll blow his arm out by the 5th game.
You can talk about the passing all you want, but
Negative football guy.
Yeah, you know, well, whatever.
showing holes in the
I
offense.
love it.
Yeah, exactly. Dan Marino had a lot of passing yards too. I didn't see him win Super Bowls. You win Super Bowls, you got to do it with defense and a good running game. You can't control the clock running passes like that. How you gonna control the clock running passes like that? They throw the ball, you drop it, and the clock stops.
You don't like sports talk?
I don't
It's
mind
taken
it.
over the world, Jimmy.
I really don't mind it, but the fact that it's on FM, everybody should just take your fucking boot heel and kick your car radio in. The fact that your FM stations are sports talk, you should just kick your fucking radio in.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't mind. You know, it's like sports talk is harmless. People like to hear. I used to like to listen to Beningo when we were off the air, so I can enjoy sports
To
talk.
a point.
Yeah. Here's what I care about it.
Sports talk should be a part-time format.
Or when the guy
because
show-
if they have too much time to fill up. I'm not even joking.
Yeah.
Too much time to fill up, so they have to get into all this nonsense. Each show should be 40 minutes long.
They should all be fans too, because that to me is what I'm interested in hearing is guys talk passionately about their teams. I don't want to hear just a fucking bland know-it-all who has to give the same emphasis to the Jets that he does to the Niners. And it's like, I'd rather...
Yeah, you can't show any, extra passion for a team.
Beningo would...
Let's give the Mad Dog. Then he can talk about the Giants, my team, the Giants, California.
But doesn't it show you how unimportant fucking they are? Because he was the best part of that dumb show, and the ratings are just as good now without him.
Yeah.
There's nothing to do with him, and he was great.
I think the ratings are, right where they were.
Right where they were. It's literally like leaving fucking noise on. It doesn't matter who it is. The callers, I think that they should, they're pitching. If they don't get pitching, what's going to happen?
Why don't you tell me?
Asshole. Fucking terrible.
Shit.
Fucking.
That's really funny.
It drives me nuts.
Let me go to Philly and say hi to Joe. Joe, what do you say, Joe?
Hello, Joe.
I was just mentioning to the guy that answered the phone, there was actually an experiment that I think NBC tried, And I think they only did it once. They were going to do this thing where they showed football games without any commentating. Nothing. Like, it was like watching high school football on cable access.
Well, that's just stupid. We're not saying to do that, but you could calm it down a little bit.
Yeah.
Get rid of half those sponsorships that no one listens to anymore because there's too many.
I love Madden and, oh my God, Pat Summerall. Like, I love those guys. They're a big part of the game.
Fuck yeah. A lot of the guys, they really, really call a good game.
Deerdorf was okay, right?
Yeah, it's all the shit they have to do in between the plays that we could do without.
Well, it only lasted 1 week. And, speaking of, like, how you guys are saying New York has all these football teams, how about how Los Angeles, the city, can't sustain one football team?
Yeah, what is that about, you think? I don't understand that.
A lot of LA people are transplants, like Florida. They're from, I think a lot of people go to LA to make it. And for some reason, the loyalty is just not there for a football team. I don't know why. Like, the Dodgers are loved, but I don't know why they've never been able to have a football team just stick.
Yeah, but you can see the Clippers. I mean, the Clippers.
Yeah, it's true. That's a good point. I don't know. That's my only theory. I'm just guessing.
It's just tough to go though, where people were into like the Rams.
Yeah,
remember.
Sort of.
Years. I mean, fucking 70s.
I think it's just tough to sit in a stadium when it's 100 degrees. When you
that
could be
it?
at the beach or something.
Oh, maybe.
Unless your team's doing really well. I think baseball has that curse at times, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, like Florida has a hard time with baseball, don't they?
Yeah, because people want to be doing other shit when it's so nice out.
Well, the Marlins also had a Super Bowl winning. I'm in a World Series in what? I'm going to guess it was '97 or something. And the fucking asshole, like Charles Johnson was the catcher. He gutted the team.
Then they just dismantled the team, and that was that.
That was a dumb business move because at the very least, let the team, have the year after the World Series for people to just enjoy it.
97.
That was the dumbest thing ever. Because then people went to the game and go, holy shit, where are the guys we love?
Who's that guy?
Yeah.
Really, really dumb move.
It was stupid.
Look, we're doing sports radio.
Yeah, we are. But at least we're doing it like cool guys going, that was fucking stupid. He should be killed. Hope he shatters his shin.
Jimmy, this question comes up every year. Chris, this time around.
I'll have an answer for
Why
it.
does Jimmy like the Cowboys? Real answer, sir.
Real answer, I don't know. Why you start rooting for a team you don't know? Like, what makes you...
I thought you knew.
No, my earliest memories of Cowboys, and this is my theory as to why I think I like the Cowboys. My earliest Dallas Cowboy memories are the Pittsburgh Steelers Super Bowl loss in Super Bowl 13. They lost 35-31. And I think it was... I literally think that... I know that I was very new to football then because I didn't understand why Bradshaw was taking a knee at the end. I didn't understand.
Oh, yeah, you didn't get that.
So I had been watching that year. I loved the Cowboys by then. And I think it was because my family were all Giant fans. And I remember everybody was rooting for Pittsburgh in my grandmother's house. My Uncle Mike, my Uncle Mark, Gary, all of them were rooting for the Steelers. And I wanted...
And you wanted to be a little different, didn't you?
I wanted fucking Cowboys.
I bet I know what it
And
really
I love
is.
Staubach.
I bet I know what it really is.
What?
Because Paul Stanley had the star on his eye, and they had the star on the helmet, and you equated the two, and your love for Kiss all of a sudden turned into your love for the Cowboys and anything with stars on it.
You know what? That might be good. That's a pretty good idea. You might be. There is something. I guess they were also shown more than other home teams were.
Yeah, they
other
were.
teams was the Cowboys.
They were considered like America's football team.
Yeah.
They tried to present themselves like that, like the Braves when they were on TBS. That was really the first team that you could watch nationally because
Super
of
team.
yeah. So it became America's team. Yes, the Braves.
There was a funny line after Hollywood. I would love to get Hollywood Henderson in here. Thomas Henderson was a defensive player for the Cowboys back in those days, and he was a real big cokehead. And he was telling, I read his book, it was amazing. But he was telling stories about he had a Vicks vapor inhaler, and he was doing coke on the sidelines at the Super Bowl.
Wow.
All these millions of people watched.
Jesus.
So I would love to talk to him, but I remember they said they were South America's team instead of America's team because they're all doing blow. But to my best of my ability, I don't remember why I became... Like, people think I just like the good teams, but I remember why I like the Lakers. I'm not a basketball fan. I never was. But I liked Abdul-Jabbar because he was in the Airplane movies. I had no allegiance to basketball. And I'm in a Caldor one time, and I'm watching them play, and they were losing. I usually like a team when they lose for some reason the first time. I think they were losing a championship to the Celtics. And I just remember, that's that guy I liked, Kareem. So I watched, and I began to just enjoy them. And the next year I started watching.
Yeah,
You root for the underdog.
not even the underdog, but it just seems like it's worked out that way. Like they were both good teams, but I don't remember. I wish I could remember exactly what brought me to them. Jabbar brought me to the Lakers. I like the players. I loved James Worthy. I think, you remember liking the guys on the team.
I became a Celtics fan for a while there when it was the Lakers
really?
Celtics.
Oof.
Fuck yeah. Even though I'm a Knicks fan, I know that's a little fucked up, but they had some great teams in the 80s.
Yeah, you did. Absolutely.
Back in the 80s?
Well, they would go back and forth, the Celtics and the Lakers. I had to go Boston every fucking time there. Had to.
I just loved fucking Michael Cooper and his big high socks. Fucking dopey Kurt Rambis. Who was the other guy they had? If anyone remembers the Lakers center, he's black. Michael something. I used to hate him.
I just don't understand how they kept their big black dicks in those little shorts.
Well, Dice is a funny bit about how the longer shorts, like when it was the white guys years ago, they had short shorts.
Yeah.
And then as all the blacks came into the game, they had the knee-length shorts. Dice has a very funny bit of
That's
that.
funny.
The shorts were ridiculous.
What's his name? Michael something or the big what?
Huh?
No, not Michael Cooper.
They wore boy shorts on the court, basically.
In the fucking 70s and
Yeah,
stuff.
I remember. Yeah,
Boy
I remember
shorts,
seeing
man.
those.
How did-
Hilarious.
How do they keep their cockheads from not popping out when they jumped up for a rebound?
They all tucked into their assholes like trannies. Who was the fucking... Because my Jamaican friends used to laugh at me when I would bring this center. It wasn't Kurt Rambis, who's a white guy.
Oh, Mitch Kupchak.
Was it Mitch Kupchak?
For the Lakers?
No, it was a black guy, light-skinned black guy. I think he was from one of the islands.
Oh, for what team? I'm sorry.
Lakers backup center in, I want to say 88, 89, 86, and in that...
Wow.
I know it's a really obscure name, but I can picture his...
I bet you we're going to know the name when we find it.
But he used to annoy me.
Not, fuck, who played for the Lakers back then?
I don't know. Somebody
Coming
will
off the
know.
bench.
But he would always annoy me.
Really light-skinned black?
Yes. I believe he was light-skinned guy.
And he came in to play center?
Yeah, he was, I think he was Abdul
does anyone
Jabbar's
have it?
backup.
Is that Michael Thompson?
You know what? There you go.
Yeah, I bet it was Michael Thompson.
You
Yeah,
son of a bitch, eh?
yeah. I was
Your
thinking. I was
accent's
trying to
getting better.
remember.
Thank you, Anthony. You're good.
I'm like,
That's amazing. You just... Anthony has this way of thinking where he'll just look down straight ahead in front of him for a couple seconds, and he has the answer.
as long as I can just look and concentrate.
Yeah. So you're looking at Pal Talk, that's why. He didn't get it. All right, Chip. Michael Thompson. Fuck yeah, man.
A lot of people yelling because I'm saying how amazing Brady is. He's got 940 passing yards.
Yeah, we'll see how long his
First two
arm
games.
holds up.
Phil Simms has the record. I did not know that. And what would that record be? Most yards ever for 2 games.
Well, yeah, for 2 games. He's got the record for the first 2 games.
First 2 games.
Oh, so Phil Simms has the record for any 2 games in a season. Oh, that's a little different.
This guy has them. This guy has them. They break records down now.
Yeah.
Well, the most passing
Yeah.
yards before
Yeah.
the Ides of March are right. You got it.
Because that means Brady has a really good shot of grabbing that record. If he's got 1 game already over 500 passing yards, he's got a real good shot at it. And we got to acknowledge Cam Newton. He broke the rookie quarterback record.
Cam Newton held the record for 3 hours, and then Tom Brady broke it.
Yeah.
He held the record for...
Cam Newton, he's a rookie again. He plays for Carolina.
Yeah.
He was born in 1989 because I had to look it up. 1989.
Yeah.
Jesus. He's got 853 passing yards in the first 2 games.
Wow.
As a rookie.
Brother Fig is good.
That's...
Huh? Yeah.
That's wow. That's pretty good. Dude, I haven't watched. Wow. I haven't watched any of the Pats games. But is it the like pretty much business as usual where Brady just has forever to throw the ball?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got a great line.
It's astounding how he can just be like, yeah, all right, let's look around, see who's open there. It's
that helps, but he fucking hits
know.
the receiver every goddamn time.
And to
man.
watch those
It's
passes,
unbelievable.
it's like the thing doesn't even have an arc. It's going straight ahead without dropping. It's insanity.
He's way better than my boy Sanchez, but Sanchez will work some things out.
Well,
He's one of the best ever, man. Brady is. I mean, I'm saying that no shit, Jim, but the guy is fucking
ridiculous.
Yeah, we always look back on great quarterbacks like, well, they were great back, but you're watching one of the greatest ever.
Yeah.
And I hate him. I really, I wish his shins would be cut off. I hate him.
You don't
That
like
son
him.
of a bitch is good though, man.
He needs one more Super Bowl to get that taste out of his mouth from that fucking.
Yeah. What's he got? 4 wins or 3 wins?
How many Super Bowls? I would go 3.
I think Staubach had. Did
Right?
Staubach have 2 or 3? I want to see.
This is where we suck.
Beat
at
the
sports
Colts.
talk. I don't know.
Beat.
But then again, we don't have the master computer set and ready to go.
Yeah. No, pass for. I like Mad Dog. I don't like doing his voice. Aches, I can't because Anthony does it well.
I just
and
like that the stats can just pour out.
Tom Brady has 3.
And
3, okay.
Staubach had 2.
I thought so.
Oh, Staubach was a better scrambler.
No, he wasn't.
He was. Staubach was a scrambler.
Nah, Staubach.
He was a great scrambler.
In the old days, the quarterbacks used to fucking scramble
Yeah.
and hustle.
No more scrambling.
That's why they can't walk
Unless you're
these
Michael
days.
Vick. Yeah. See what happened to him yesterday.
Well, Fran Tarkenton was a great scrambler.
Yeah.
Here's Staubach, by the way. I was reading Emmett's book, and I'm gonna finish the book. Staubach's fucking sold his real estate company recently for $600 million.
Wow.
That son of a bitch got into it. Like I love when I hear these guys
Man.
like John Elway up in Denver. Aikman's got a successful deal. Emmett makes a lot of money. I love when these guys make a lot of money outside of football. Like they don't just become fucking Nate Newton disasters.
And how much do you think he made his best year in football?
You know what? Back in the 70s, I don't know. Early 80s? Fuck, what do you think?
I bet you it wasn't even making $1
Oh,
million.
they probably made shit.
When
Yeah.
Danny White was the kicker, punter, fucking hat maker, seamstress. Danny White did everything. He's kicking and receiving, and he's punting, and he's bringing the water, and he's massaging the calves of the sore player. All right, we get it.
He's the only guy on the team right
Yeah,
now.
it's just Danny White,
Just
Superman.
Danny White. He's taking out the whole team.
Does all things, none of them well.
I forgot about Danny White. Oh my! I think he held his own ball when he kicked it too.
drove me nuts.
It was
How do you
really
do that?
confusing.
Give me Raphael Septien and his stinky 12-year-old girl fingers. That's where he went and got in big trouble.
Oh, that's right.
Number
Yeah,
one.
I know a
Number
little
one.
bit
I
about
love little Raphael.
Oh, boy.
They were bad boys.
You're very fresh.
Did we cover football, Travis?
Yeah,
I
you
think
sure
we did a
did.
great job. That was our sports
yeah,
break.
As much as you can.
I was being called a faggot because I was watching the Emmys instead of football last night, and I'm like,
Who
I
played
watched
last night?
football all fucking
Eagles,
day.
Falcons.
I didn't care enough to watch Eagles Falcons. I don't
a
have
good game.
I don't really have an interest
What
in
are
the
you
Eagles.
betting on it?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Who won?
What do you got, a bet?
Falcons.
Good. Fuck the Eagles.
Gwyneth Paltrow. One more clip from the Emmys.
Sure.
Oh.
Shows how good she is when the teleprompter stops working.
Oh, boy.
Okay, the prompter's down, so I'm going to wing it. Here are the nominees for Best Comedy Series.
Great job.
Outstanding.
Yeah, there you go. Look at her.
They're just dopes
got a
when
little
they don't have
chuckle.
stuff written for
Dude,
them.
they are just dopes. They're
Or,
just
I don't
dopes.
know.
You couldn't make fun of the prompter being down or...
I don't know.
Like, holy like, I know my acting at times has been the brunt of several jokes, as well as several disgusted faces and turned off televisions. But at least I know it to make fun of it. These assholes.
They do stink.
They're fucking dunderheads.
Yeah.
Excuse my language.
Dunder.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
What did our friend Chris say?
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. It was just a dumb memory.
No, go.
I know he got mad at, I forget what he goes. He got mad in the pool. Our buddy Chris and me and my friend Frank were in the pool, and Chris got mad. He went, dumb lunkhead. dumb lunkhead. Got very angry.
Shit. Ooh, they got a high school band and pep squad there on TV.
Fox and
there.
Friends.
I'm watching that. Yeah.
They looking good.
Yeah, they're dressed all fucking a little too much on the clothing.
I'm just mad at girls lately.
Why?
Yeah.
Because they're fucking keeping their boobies like pushed down and stuff.
Yeah.
When we were growing up, man, those things would flop around.
Big fucking juicy nipples.
Remember a girl would just walk around, she couldn't help it. Everything was just flopping around.
Yeah, they're all
You don't
tightened
see-
up now.
you don't see-
Sports bras and fucking.
You don't see women being women when you just
Lot
walk
of
around the
support.
city anymore.
They got a lot of support.
When a lady decides she needed to get in shape, they had no workout fucking gear for them, so everything was just flopping around.
They'd just be on the treadmill with their tits banging around.
Now I see them in the park and stuff running, and nothing moves.
Yeah.
It's just bothersome.
Yeah, like they wrap that shit up
They
now.
wrap it up, Ant. They wrap it up.
Yeah.
No cleavage anymore.
No.
Cleavage is not happening as much.
Thing of the past.
We're going to talk about Floyd Mayweather when we get back. A lot of people
Oh.
pissed off, and Larry Merchant and that whole fucking deal.
I want to hear that because I didn't hear.
Yeah, we got it, Jimmy.
And I will say, I'm watching the Mayweather press conference where he's getting, and I see this little hype man yelling and screaming like in Mayweather's camp on the stage at the weigh-in. And it's fucking Kevin Hart.
No, was it?
Really?
That son of a bitch is everywhere.
They hired him as a...
Well, they're friends probably for free.
Yeah, okay.
I'm guessing it's their friends.
Do you have the unedited version of the exchange?
I'm not sure.
I hope so, because I heard it on 1010 Wins, and it was like beep, beep.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure we got the good version.
I would like, because it was on HBO, so.
By the way, even though Cam Newton had that great game, they did lose. Packers beat him.
Cam is good.
Packers look good this year, too, huh, Travis?
Well, yeah. They're the Super Bowl champions.
I know. I understand.
Is he? Are they 2-0?
Packers, yeah.
Lions? Are the Lions 2-0?
Lions are 2-0.
What?
Lions are really
When
good
did
this
that
year.
happen?
They're good.
2 forfeits.
I actually saw in the paper, and I hate when they fucking write this. Uh-oh, someone better break up the Lions. That shit. When a team's doing so well, you better break them up. Ugh.
You know, I was watching Bad News Bears again, the original. How goddamn funny that movie is.
And they had to reboot that shit. Take out everything that made the movie funny. Everything.
I understand Planet of the Apes because, like I said, CGI. I mean, all right, but the Tanner Boyle line. What was the line it was some racist line when Tatum O'Neal was on the team.
Oh, yeah.
Not this one.
No, that's not it. That's where he gets
that's a good scene,
dumped
though.
in the garbage pail.
Oh yeah, when he fights because Loomis or whatever, not Loomis. That's fucking
It was
Halloween.
a disgrace what they did to this movie.
It's disgusting.
With Billy Bob Thornton, kids aren't drinking. Walter Matthau was driving a car, no seatbelt, drinking a beer, and the kids were drinking beers.
Racist rant.
It was such a funny line. I forgot it was in the movie, but it didn't hurt the movie. They would never allow that.
No, not these days. No fucking way.
Because kid movies like this were tolerable because the interaction. There was one where fucking Matthau threw beer on her at one point.
Yeah.
He got mad at her. He just wanted her to leave, to stop bothering him.
Like, wow, he just flings a beer on her.
I know a lot of people are really starting to think about throwing their DVDs away. I would say save that shit because I think the next stage in Hollywood, they're going to clean up all this shit.
Yeah, you might be right.
They're going to edit the shit out of it, all the racist stuff that made comedies funny. I'm telling you, like we said to start this hour with the walkie-talkies, you watch. Another 10 years go by, and you're not going to find this shit online, in the original form.
It used to be when they would deal with kids, they would deal with them. Like, it was funny to hear Matthau dealing with these kids like adults.
Yep.
It was just real dialogue written between children and adults, and it was funny. And it was believable. Like, fucking... I watched again.
Was the line nigger, Jew, spick, and now a girl?
And now a girl or a chick, he said something. He couldn't believe she was on the team. And nigger, a Jew, a spick, and now a girl. It was just very funny the way he said it. And I was watching the Vic Morrow character, the antagonist, the jerk-off fucking other coach. And but even him, he wasn't such a jerk-off that he wasn't a believable person. It was like he was actually...
He was concerned about the safety
He was worried
of it,
about the kids getting hurt. Like, and he was at one point, he made sure the kid got on the stretcher. And then he was really worried that he threw at the kid's head. He didn't want that.
Isn't that ironic? Worried about someone else's head.
Absolutely.
Keeping his peepers on his own.
Yeah, he should have been watching his own fucking head.
Nice.
But they didn't make him such an over-the-top bad guy that you couldn't believe him. Like, he was like a legitimate dude. That was who he was. I loved him in that movie. What time is Stephen Wright here? I don't want to babble through Stephen Wright. He's not here yet, right?
Yeah, no, we're going to take a break.
So, yeah.
Oh, okay, we got time.
I got to eat.
You got that clip online? Yeah, it's probably hard to find already. That's what I'm telling you. A lot of people think about throwing those DVDs away. Don't fucking do it. Because they're going to start fucking with that shit. Stephen Wright's coming in, Jimmy, at 8:15, and the great. How the fuck did we get this one? Tony Bennett at 8:30. Holy crap!
He has a
Tony Bennett.
He has a CD. Yeah. I was looking up his bio. 1951 was his first #1 hit, I think.
Jesus,
was it 51? He's been a big star since 12 years before Kennedy was killed.
A big star.
That's how long he's been famous.
That's 60 years ago, right?
Fuck, man.
49
His first number
plus
one was
11.
Because of You in 1950.
His first number one was then.
What did it sound like? Do we
I don't
know
know
the song? You
I'm
got
sure
that?
the Sex Bagel can pull it up.
Oh, yeah.
Yay.
Sex Bagel's not in there.
Oh, boy.
Eric had to make a big duty, and you guys didn't take a break.
Yeah.
Eric always has to make a big duty during the show.
Yeah.
You notice that?
He's trudging.
Hilarious.
He's such a heavy walker. He's a trudger.
And I'm sure it's a lot of weekend food that he had.
Oh, God.
Monday shits are terrible for
A lot
poor
of meat.
We
poor
got it.
fat face.
You want to hear it?
Yeah.
Because of you?
Tony Bennett at 8:30. A little taste of this from 1951. All right, that's good enough.
You can go to break now.
Forget it. You blew the bit.
It's okay.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that would have been funny if we could have put
The
out
bit was 5 seconds of Tony Bennett.
And not him
Oh, wow.
singing.
That was a complete epic
Yeah,
fail on
well,
everyone's part. But
there you go.
all right, we'll continue with this.
Sirius XM. The virus.
Gather round, kids, for a tale of childhood trauma. It's a molestation memory with our friend Jim Florentine.
My dad used to take us to wrestling matches at Madison Square Garden. And we met this guy out front who would sell wrestling pictures. Fat guy, 300 pounds, a bad mustache, and we became friends with him somehow. He's like, oh, give me your address. He started sending us pictures of all the kids in the neighborhood. Then he would call me on the phone and tell me about the match the night before. And my voice was about this, it was this deep at 14. He's on the other end, and I'm asking all these questions, and he's fucking breathing heavy. I had no idea. But then he wound up staying over my house. He knew all the kids in the neighborhood because we all go to matches. So he convinced my dad. He's like, I want to hang with the kids on a Saturday afternoon. He took the bus from New York to the middle of Jersey. And my parents were a little weird about it. Like, I don't know, but like, all right, They talked to the other parents in the neighborhood. You think this is all right? He's a 40-year-old guy hanging around 14-year-olds. They put him in the guest room the night before. I wake up in the morning. I'm sleeping. He has his hand down my pants. He snuck down there. And I fucking jump. I go, what are you doing? He grabbed my cock. He goes, I'm showing you a magic trick. I'm like, a magic trick? I just said, I ran to the door to go tell my older brothers, and he blocked the door. He went right to the photo album. He goes, look, I got 50 pictures and I'll give you 35 of them if you don't say anything. But my brothers afterwards go, you got to tell mom and dad about this. I go, no, because they're going to make me give the pictures back. I'm like, fuck that. I earned them. Fucking kissed him on the cheek. I sat on his lap. He grabbed my cock. I should have got that in this camera.
This has been a molestation moment with our friend Jim Florentine. Now you know why he is the way he is.
Thanks for calling the Opie and Anthony FU line. Here's the latest batch of FUs.
Fuck you! Yeah, I'd like to give a big fuck you to National Grid, who decided to turn on the power at Foxborough Stadium rather than the town Foxborough itself. You should be hung up like pigs and slaughtered. Fuck you. Fuck you!
I'd like to say fuck you to the guys who keep playing the same fuck you line. Stop doing it. Change it. Play something different.
Fuck you! Yeah, this fuck you goes out to primetime Sam Roberts. I'm so sick of hearing you during Opie and Anthony and then your stupid shit show after. I have to turn the fucking radio off at your nails on a chalkboard voice, your smarmy, sarcastic, really obvious sense of humor. You have no fucking talent. You're annoying. You're a piece of shit. I hate hearing you on the radio. Shut the fuck up, man. Fuck you. Fuck you. This fuck you is the Chip Chipperson. I hope you fucking die. Fuck that one up. Fuck you! This goes out to my 2 ex-wives that took everything. My house, my car, my kids. Fuck you, cunt. Fuck you! I'd like to give a big FU to Danny Ross. I don't know why I'm doing it. I just don't like him and I don't like his face. Fuck you, Danny Ross. Go to hell. Fuck you! Hi, I'd like to just give a big fuck you to the executives at XM who would stifle, slow down, or criticize the art that comes out of this show as an Opie and Anthony. Fuck you, dickheads. Let them do their fucking show and mind your own fucking business. Fuck you! I have a big fuck you to my ear hair for growing every fucking day, and for my birthday last week, I got a goddamn fucking nose and ear hair trimmer for my family, so it's a fucking problem that everybody sees. I have no fucking hair on my head, so fuck you, ear hair. Fuck you! Yeah, I just wanted to give a big FU to Troy Kwan for not following his instincts and decking Francine in the face.
Call the Opie and Anthony FU line. 866-FU, line 1. That's 866-FU, line 1.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon. You're listening to Opie and Anthony. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon. You're listening to Opie and Anthony.
One other thing about football, and then we're going to move on. So the Bills are having a great second half yesterday, and we're watching the game in New York. And 4 o'clock comes, I'm like, oh boy, here they go. But they stayed with the game, which was amazing to me. It always frustrates the fuck out of me when you invest in a game, and then they got to cut it off because they got to start the 4 o'clock games. It's like, why even bother at this point?
Right.
And especially in the old days when you didn't have the internet or anything, so you just fucked. You're in your living room going, oh, okay, great. I guess I'll find out tomorrow who won. At least now you can maybe, run to the old computer or something and get to the end of the game. But
what year was the Heidi game? Was that 67?
The what?
The Heidi game.
Jesus, the Heidi game, right.
Was it a playoff game or
I think it was.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it was too, right? Jets, huh?
Yeah. And they just ended the coverage of the game and went to Heidi.
A movie.
Whose move was that?
But you hope whoever did that.
But you think, they could figure out a better system at this point. They've been doing this for, obviously, since 67 or whatever.
Leave the game in the screen or something, or go...
whatever. Yeah, just fucking give me a pip or something. Or
What's
start...
that?
No, I said pip. Or start the game at 3:40.
Yeah.
But when they, you watch the game and then it's getting really good, and they're like, well, contract states that we have to blah, 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 blah. Oof. And the lawyers can't get together and figure it all out?
Yeah.
But I was surprised they kept with the Bills game. It was an amazing finish to that game. Unless I guess you were in Boston. I guess they certainly did not keep with the game. All right. There was a big fight over the weekend. Anyone watch it?
Yeah, big fight.
I wish I did, actually. I was trying to find it for free online.
Dana White has just made it hard to watch boxing, right?
Yeah.
I'd much rather watch UFC than boxing at this point. I know this was a big one and all, but I just didn't watch.
I didn't really care as much about this one.
I think that's how a lot of people feel about boxing these days.
Yeah.
It's
fucking Mayweather's great. He's 42-0 now, but
wow, really?
Yeah. He's an interesting fighter to watch. He has a weird way of fighting. Like he.
Did you see the ending of this fight?
No, I did not.
It was.
I heard. Yeah. The headbutt and.
Headbutt and then a vicious combination.
Well, what happened was there was an apology that was going on a little too long. Ortiz just kept apologizing. And then he got fucking
punched in his face.
Right? Did he get hit during the apology?
Yeah, but he was apologizing too much. So I don't know.
They touched gloves and then they kind of hugged.
Right.
And then Mayweather just punched him in his face. And then Ortiz looked at the referee and then Mayweather punched him in his face again and knocked him out.
Hilarious.
It was really. It was funny, but I think Ortiz was apologizing too much, if you ask my opinion.
Well, he really headbutted him. I heard. Look,
he headbutted.
People that know fighting way more than us, please call and give your opinion on this.
Who knows fighting more than us? I think no one.
Well, Jimmy knows a lot about fighting. You really do, Jimmy.
Got to be a
Especially
clip.
the old school guys.
There is, but they keep getting taken down and replaced with like illegal.
Well, stop taking the clips down. The fight's over already. Everyone who was going to watch it.
Got to find one though. Someone's got to have one up there before it gets taken down.
But there was a headbutt, and then Ortiz felt bad, so he was apologizing. Then he apologized again. Then I think he apologized a third time, and then he got caught and just fucking.
Was Mayweather being dirty? Did Ortiz feel like he got sucker punched?
Yeah. I mean, that's what people. I don't know if Ortiz specifically said it, but people who were supporting Ortiz said he got sucker punched.
But how about you just apologize once and then get back into the fucking fight?
And you know what? When you're in the ring. You don't have to wait for anything. Mm-hmm. You punch the guy in the face, and then when he turns around and goes, "Hey, you punched me in the face," you punch him in the face again.
Here's Marcos.
By the way, they had the score 10-9 the first 3 rounds. Mayweather. I was just reading one guy's synopsis of it, so it looked like Mayweather was way ahead anyway.
Well, let's go with Marcos, who knows certainly more about this than I. Yeah. Marcos.
Hey, good morning, boys.
What's up, brother?
This is what happened. Ortiz had Mayweather pinned against the rope. And he was hitting him, and he intentionally, thrusted his head forward to, headbutt him in the face. It looked like some MMA shit. And so they took a point away. He apologized to Mayweather. He even gave him a kiss on the cheek. So right when he went to go touch gloves, he went to go hug him again. And as he hugged him, he was backing up. Mayweather just punched him in the fucking jaw. And then he had this turn look, hit him again, knocked him on the floor. The referee and everyone was looking like, oh, shit, is that legal? And they started counting. And the fight was over. And the really funny part about it is you have to see the Larry Merchant post.
Yeah, we got that queued up and ready to go. And the controversy a lot of people are saying is with the ref on this one, huh?
Really?
Well, I'm sorry to cut you off. No, you know what it is? Not for nothing, guys. I'm never going to watch boxing again after this because you could see this felt like some WWE type shit, to be honest with you. It felt like it was set up. It felt like Vince McMahon was on the side saying, count, count, count. You know, it was just crazy.
Huh, interesting. Okay, we actually got a replay of the clip here.
So this is them, first they're hugging, and then this picks up like right as they're breaking the hug.
As they're breaking the hug.
Larry, okay.
After
Mayweather just clocks it.
We touch gloves. We back to fight hook.
Right hand, look at
and that's all she wrote.
So it fucking
for
knocked
you,
him
it
out.
was just an automatic response.
Pause. I think Mayweather's making a good point there. They touch gloves. As soon as you touch gloves, it's
Get
it.
back into defensive stance,
You don't
motherfucker.
wait to fucking back up properly or any of that shit. As soon as you touch gloves, fight on.
And Ortiz is looking at the ref
and
like,
then-
hey, he just hit me.
Yeah.
And boy, did he get
But
fucking
that was stupid
clocked.
on his part to look at the ref.
Did the ref call for the fight to start again? I don't know. What was Ortiz's confusion?
Usually they go, touch gloves. And usually that means, I know this much, as soon as you touch gloves, game on. Mayweather was just really quick after the touching of the
Maybe
gloves.
the ref should have been between them.
Okay.
Mayweather's big shots, and his right eye is beginning to stop.
Wow.
There's the headbutt.
Oh, my God. He did it on purpose.
All right, so he backs him off. The ref calls
And
time.
then
They're
Ortiz
apologizing.
hugs him. That's the first apology.
Okay. He takes him away. He's telling the judges again
And then-
a headbutt.
And then they...
He said he's
That's the
sorry
second
again.
Now a second apology.
He got caught up in the heat of battle, I guess.
Yeah, he thrust his head. Now he's going to touch gloves. A little hug. Bam. Bam.
That was dirty.
You think that was dirty?
Yep.
It's
Absolutely.
hilarious.
Morris, get on mic.
Absolutely.
Hold on. Why do you think that was dirty, Jimmy?
I'll tell you what. I don't know. I'm not saying it's illegal.
I think Mayweather's just fucking quick.
But I also think what Ortiz did was dirty, too. Because in that moment, these guys, when they fight, like we've all watched enough fights, when they touch gloves, I guess technically you can do that, but they all know the way it's done. It's like you touch gloves. They were kind of just coming out of an
You
embrace.
back off, right.
He didn't give, and I'm not saying he has to, but I've never seen that in all the years I've been watching fighting. I've never seen a fighter hit a fighter coming out of almost a hug. Could you go back a little bit,
Yeah,
Sam?
that was.
That looked like...
It was just too quick?
And Mayweather's so fucking fast,
so
man.
what is Mayweather supposed
Right.
to do? Wait until the guy backs up properly?
The ref probably should have been between them.
Yeah,
to give him that time to back off and.
Yeah,
and
the
then,
ref was nowhere in the middle of them.
Like,
so.
watch.
You want to play it?
Mayweather's left is deadly. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, let's play that again.
When Mr. Fuji came in though and threw the
They're
sand,
hugging. They're
assault,
kind of just hugging. Yeah, both. That's
Ortiz has his
Oh,
hands
boy.
down.
He's coming out of a hug.
Yeah, no, I understand.
He just gave him a little embrace. They both knew what was going on, and Mayweather
But
just.
they tapped gloves, Jimmy.
Did they even tap gloves?
Yeah,
before?
yeah.
Watch, look.
The punch came after the tapping of the gloves. What do you think, Marcos?
To be honest with you guys, I do agree with Jimmy. It felt dirty. So to be honest with you, they said it. The referee put his hands down. Like, you know when he does a little chop to tell
Yeah,
them,
the chop is like, okay, action, go.
Yeah, but they say keep your hands up at all times. They always say that. Remember he says in the beginning of the thing, keep your hands up at all times. So it felt dirty, but what he did was technically legal, but I think it was...
Yeah,
you know what the odd thing is? Ortiz didn't even have time to bring his arm up. They had just... And I was looking. Look at Ortiz's right hand when they come apart. It looks like he actually is trying to bring it up. He didn't even give him time for that. Look at his right hand. Bam! Like...
His right arm,
His right arm
way
was
the
down
fuck
by
down,
his
man.
side.
I think the ref might have blew it a little bit. Should be in between those guys a bit until they step up properly. Step back properly.
That was dirty. And again, the technically legal thing, sure. I'm not saying he should be fucking. But again, Ortiz fucking did headbutt him purposely.
Oh man,
and that was the second time they're going to go hug.
Yeah,
they already did this. They already did this. Why are we going to hug again?
I agree, but it was one of those things we both know what's happening.
It's unsportsmanlike, yes.
And a lot of guys do that shit. Like Ortiz was giving him a lot of respect as a champion, going like, I know what just happened there, and he was.
But 3 times he apologized.
There
were 3 apologies.
You know,
that
the best
never
part
happens
is
in boxing.
when Ortiz gets hit with that first shot and kind of looks at the ref. What Mayweather must have seen is a dazed guy with his guard completely down, and the fight is on. And he fucking hit him right on the button.
But look at how fucking quick Mayweather is great, man. God damn it, he's fucking fast. Look at how fucking
boom, and then he just saw it. I go, he has a little left. Here's my right hand.
A lot of people saying Ortiz is an idiot for leaving his hands down like that.
He was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Mars, what do you think?
I think Mayweather's absolutely right. I mean, it's unsportsmanlike, but we hugged already. We're done with kissing and all that other shit. Now you're coming at me again. No, it's time to fight.
The classy move would have been to back off and restart. But you know what? There's nothing wrong with what he did.
And then a few seconds before that, he just got headbutted.
Yeah.
So this guy's pissed off.
So he's still pissed.
Yeah.
But, Ant, they hugged. They tapped 1 glove each, and this was the 3rd apology.
Enough.
Punch
him in the
already.
face.
Yeah, that's what he did. I mean, I'm not saying that he should be given a loss. I'm not saying he should be given a loss, but it was one of those things where I'm watching that. Why am I shocked seeing it like that when I've seen 1,000 fights and 1,000 MMA fights? Why does that shock me? Like when it's like obviously it looks weird.
All right, thank you, Marcos. Jay in Jersey has a little more on this. Jay.
Yeah, guys, the whole point is the ref fucking totally blew it. He never restarted the fight. He called timeout with the headbutt. He called timeout with the headbutt. When they came back to the center of the ring, and as they went to hug, he never restarted the fight. So Ortiz in the interview said it. He goes, the ref never restarted the fight. So I was standing there hugging him, apologizing. The ref never came. You know, the ref is supposed to be between them. He's supposed to be between them, and he's supposed to go fight and start.
This guy makes a great point. They stopped when he stopped the fight, when that ref stopped the fight because of the headbutt, and went around to the corners and told the judges, look, headbutt, headbutt, headbutt. He had timed out. He had stopped actually stopped the clock, if I'm not correct, right? And never restarted the fight.
All right, let's see that again. Hold on, but you know what? Unless the ref said something that we just didn't hear, he might have just said it and not done the umpire move.
All right, here it is.
All right.
Okay, here comes the headbutt. Bam.
All right, so now
why would he headbutt him? Why would he do that?
Time. There's the hug. I'm sorry.
The ref is pulling Ortiz away.
Right.
He said time. 1 point. Now he's touching head. 1 point.
Now
watch.
what?
He's holding Ortiz's left hand. Ortiz and Mayweather just touched.
So that's the second apology by Ortiz.
The referee is warning him.
That's restarting it.
Wait a minute, Paul.
I think he was in the midst of restarting.
It looked like he restarted.
That's weird, man.
He said, did the bell ring, I think.
Or
something.
He was looking at the timer like,
okay,
we're ready
if
to
the
restart
clock
this
had stopped.
Because he stepped back from the. He wasn't
Kenny,
in the
what
middle,
do you
and then he
think?
stepped back.
It looked like he made a very subtle.
He clapped his hands for the fight to resume, but then he took his eyes off and looked at the timer.
Timekeeper,
to make sure they were restarting.
Right. But is that what he was saying?
The ref fucked up a bit, huh?
Yeah, I think so. Here it is again.
Well, the ref was a bit unsure of what was going on here. Watch.
Oh, no. Here's what I go,
I want to hear the Larry Merchant interview because...
that's the best.
Well, this is the whole argument and everything, so we can watch it if you want.
Yeah, fine.
Wow. Oh, yeah. Floyd is the black gentleman. Larry Merchant's the older white gentleman. Just in case.
I want to thank my team. I got hit with a dirty shot, and it's protect yourself at all time. I hit him with a left hook right hand, and that ended the bout.
So you're saying that even though it appeared that he wasn't protecting himself and thought that was part of the ceremony that you were going through of apology, that you unfairly took advantage of it.
Oh, boy.
What do you say to those who say, what'd you do there? You were winning the fight and in charge.
I just want to tell everybody that bought pay-per-view, that came out to Las Vegas, thank you. It was a hell of a fight.
Floyd, you know you're a promoter, but now we're talking to you as a prize fighter. Let's take a look at what happened at the end of the fight, and you describe it.
All I hear is Jay Moore, by the way.
Yeah.
All right, there's
He
the
went
hug.
for the hug.
We touched gloves.
Now the time.
We back to fight hook.
Oh.
Right hand. And that's all she wrote.
So for you, it was just an automatic response. Let's get on with the fight.
It's protect yourself at all time. He done something dirty. We're not here to cry and complain about what he did dirty or what I did dirty. I was victorious. If he wanted a rematch, he can get a rematch.
You were in charge of the fight. You were aggressive.
Merchant's beside himself.
And taking advantage of what
You know what I'm
saw
gonna do? Because you don't ever give me a face shake. You know that? So I'm gonna go and let you talk to Victor Ortiz, all right? I'm through. They put somebody else up and give me an interview.
What are you talking about? What are you
You
talking
heard him.
about?
You never give me a fair shake. HBO needs to fire you. You don't know shit about boxing. You ain't shit. You not shit.
I wish I was 50 years younger and I'd kick your ass.
Fucking Merchant.
Fucking I wish I was 50 years younger. I got moxie. I kick your ass.
Drops the N-bomb on him. Like old school.
But he had to say 50 years younger. Holy shit.
Well, he was 50 years younger.
Shit.
If I was 50 years younger at the end of my boxing career.
He wants to go back to 1961 so he can fight him.
Wow.
Merchant was pissed,
But
huh?
yeah, but also Floyd knew what he did.
Yes, he
Floyd, Floyd didn't say, when he goes that, Floyd didn't go, what are you talking about?
Well, he knew
Floyd goes, protect yourself at all times. Floyd knew what he did.
He knew how it would be perceived.
The ref was not watching what he should have been watching, which is
The ref fucked up.
That was a WWE ref move right there.
Jim Cornette was distracting
Oh
him with
my
a tennis
God, the
racket.
ref wasn't watching.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Jimmy Hart threw the megaphone up.
The megaphone
Get him
up.
off the apron.
There's just always something happening.
Double team maneuver.
God, yes. The ref isn't looking.
There was a lot of shit going on there.
Yeah.
Mayweather, I guess, technically should have gave him maybe another second, but legally he did.
Put his hands up.
He was annoyed about that dirty shot.
And legally, I think he was well within his means to start the
If
fight.
the
at
ref
that point.
restarted the fight, he should have been looking at the fighters, not restarting the fight and looking at the timekeeper.
Well, he started the fight really in a strange way.
Did you also notice
he did not have control of the situation?
No.
Did you also notice Ortiz, the first shot, he looks over at the ref? Why not take the first shot, put your hands
And
up?
put your fucking
and
hands
start
back
fighting?
up.
Well, that's
He
where
looked at the
Ortiz
ref
made a
like-
mistake.
Like, hey, ref,
Yeah,
when are you
you
going to
don't
start
do
the
that.
fight?
You don't assume that the ref's going to do quote the right thing and go,
Hey,
oh
ref.
wait, that was not. Yes, Kenny.
It's a comedy of errors.
There you go.
In his Miss
Comedy
Meanie glasses.
Just ran to the microphone to
His
say
fucking Nana glasses. You know, it's an embarrassment for boxing because with UFC fucking smashing their front door in, this is the last thing they needed.
Another
was
just-
another
right.
shitty pay-per-view event.
Another, like...
Booing.
What? But Merchant's going to start fighting people.
that'd
I
be
got to
great.
watch every boxing match
Finds
now.
a DeLorean, maybe.
Yeah, Larry Merchant. Is he, a salesman or something?
Ah, Chip.
What happened?
You know.
Something like that.
I thought it was Jay Moore when there was a problem with Larry Merchant. I'm thinking of Jay Moore. I can't think of Larry Merchant without thinking of Jay
That's what I
Moore.
said. During that.
Oh.
I didn't even hear Larry Merchant. I thought it was Jay Moore's. Mayweather was just trying to fight him again. It's bullshit since it doesn't take talent to knock out a guy unguarded. Yeah, but true.
It wasn't
But
like
Ortiz was stupid to keep his arms down at that point and then to look over to the ref.
I would agree with that if it was in the fight and they had broken and then they were boxing and then Ortiz put his arms down and just turned away and looked at the crowd. I would agree with that because to me that's totally dropping your guard. But in this moment, everybody knew what was happening.
It is weird on a lot of levels.
Everybody knew what was going on.
You could tell by Ortiz, because his arms were completely down by his side, that he did not know that the fight was going to resume that second.
He felt like
he was backing off, waiting for the ref to get in the middle, do the chop, and then
He felt like the ref didn't restart the fight properly. Okay, fine. But then he made the mistake of assuming that the ref realized he didn't restart the fight properly and looked over at him. That was the dumbest thing he could have done. Mayweather, of course, again, you know.
I think it
they're
was
all
a
hyped
comedy of errors.
They're all hyped up. Of course Mayweather's going to take that right at
Yeah.
that point. Of course he is. And then maybe Mayweather should have, gave it another second and let, Ortiz back up a little more. But
he admitted he did something dirty. Kenny was right. Like, if he didn't do anything that we're all going, what the fuck was that? He would have said, the fight started. But he didn't say, he said, protect yourself at all times, because he knew the guy wasn't ready.
looks like we have another Mayweather-Ortiz fight in the future, huh?
But will anybody even give a shit?
It's just another one of those black marks on fucking boxing.
That's great.
Where people just go, oh, this fucking sport is just so corrupt and dumb
It's
and
fucking great.
Yeah.
Couldn't have happened. I'm so happy that it happened that way just for UFC.
Yeah.
So now there's a Pacquiao fight, which I'm sure people will watch. But I just love the fact that UFC is fucking being seen as more and more relevant in boxing.
Still not in New York, man. It's still not in New York.
That's all union shit. That will change.
Unbelievable.
Eventually that will change.
Should have changed by now. Instant feedback, Matt W. Check out Larry Merchant Attacks Fan on YouTube.
What? Larry Merchant Attacks Fan? What's wrong with Larry Merchant? He's fucking out of his mind. Ding ding.
Larry Vodka Breath Merchant.
But the fight, I was winning this fight. He was robbed. We were
Excuse me, folks. I'm not used to using any strong-arm tactics to get my interviews in. Would you want to fight him again?
¿Te gustaría pelear con el otro?
That was it.
Larry shoved that guy away, though.
Look at Larry's face, man.
Wow.
Larry's a fucking...
He's an animal.
He
Look at
must
his
have been
teeth clenched.
He must have been a badass motherfucker.
Vodka Breath Larry. Did he ever drink? I mean, did he ever fight? I
don't know.
Was he a fighter at one point? Or was he just a... I don't know.
Jesus Christ.
What's he, from Venice or something?
Look like Judge Smales. Get out of my ring, Danny.
Wow, that's pretty good.
It's from Venice. Merchant.
Merchant of Venice. Oh, Chip.
No, he's a sports writer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do like the fact that Mayweather said you ain't shit, and you don't give shit about boxing.
HBO should fire you. And then Larry got all like, bah, fuck you.
Yeah, let's hear that again going into break.
I wish you would have said to him, but I do give you a fair shake. I thought what you did was dirty instead.
Yeah, I'm being honest.
Let's listen to that again. That was too good, man.
Yeah, but I also like what Larry said to him, because Floyd is a promoter. When we had him on, if you remember, he's just completely promoting. But I like he goes, I'm talking to you now as a prize fighter. Prize fighter. You don't hear guys saying that anymore.
Prize fighter. Yeah, they don't call him that. He's 80 years old. Larry Merchant in the old days, yeah.
We like Mayweather, don't we?
He was he wasn't very forthcoming in the interview. He had the sunglasses on. But again, he's a fighter. He's not used to getting up at fucking 6 in the morning to talk to a room full of white guys.
He was also promoting his big fight with The Big Show when we had him on, so it wasn't exactly...
I didn't like the fact that he had his big entourage with him in the room.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
He was fine. He was okay, and then he canceled the next time. He just didn't want to get up. He canceled all his morning press.
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
Who's the other guy we have on? A lot.
What do you mean?
The other fighter.
Bernard Hopkins.
Yeah, Hopkins.
I saw Bernard at the UFC in Philly, and I have such low self-esteem. I never think they'll remember me.
Mm-hmm.
But he's like, yeah, how's the show? And like,
that's cool.
He's great, man.
Here's the Larry Merchant thing again.
For you, it was just an automatic response. Let's get on with the fight.
It's protect yourself at all time. He done something dirty. We're not here to cry and complain about what he did dirty or what I did dirty. I was victorious. If he want a rematch, he can get a rematch.
You were in charge of the fight. You were aggressive and trying and taking advantage of what you saw as a flaw.
You know what I'm gonna do? Because you don't ever give me a fair shake. You know that? So I'm gonna go and let you talk to Victor Ortiz, all right? I'm through. They put somebody else up and give me an interview.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
You never give me a fair shake. HBO needs to fire you. You don't know shit about boxing. You ain't shit. You not shit.
I wish I was 50 years younger and I'd kick your ass.
You won't do shit.
Get the fuck out of here.
Larry Merchant, ready to get in the ring, 50 years younger, kick his ass.
You should take a shot right there.
But Mayweather did say, you still ain't doing shit.
Oh, he said that?
At the end.
Oh, that's great. All right. Stephen Wright's up next. And Tony Bennett at 8:40 this morning. You know, I got the song he did with Amy Winehouse. You want to hear a little of that? Going in a break?
All that money's going to the Winehouse Foundation, isn't it?
For that one song?
Yeah.
Yeah, for the iTunes single and video.
Oh.
That's right.
Well.
Tony Bennett.
That's right.
He's been avoiding us for years, and it finally is going to happen.
I wonder why.
Literally walking on the other side of the street, crossing the street to avoid you.
Yeah, we're talking about the old walkover. And we would see him on a regular basis, and we try to get him on mic, and he would always avoid us. All of a sudden, he would just make beelines for alleyways. He would cross the street. He would do anything to not talk to us.
He's a big fan of mine, too. It's so odd that he wouldn't talk to us.
No, it's not. Tony Bennett and Amy Winehouse.
My heart is sad and lonely. For you I sigh, for you, dear, only. Why haven't you seen it? I'm all for you, body and soul.
I spend my days in a hunger and wondering why it's still wrong. I tell you, I mean it. I'm all for you, body and soul.
I can't believe it. It's hard to conceive it that you turn away romance. Oh.
Are you pretending? It looks like the ending unless I could have one more chance to throw day.
My life a wreck you're making.
You know I'm yours, but just the taking.
I'd gladly surrender myself to you, body and soul. Are you pretending? It looks like the ending, unless I can have one more chance to prove, dear,
my life a wreck you're making.
You know I'm yours for just the taking. I'd gladly surrender myself to you, body and soul.
Sirius XM, the virus.
What does this guy think he's an Indian? What is he, a goddamn asshole? What the fuck is he doing? Not ever. No way. Now he's Johnny Hammersticks. I'm running away like he's friggin' Tommy Noble. What the hell's he doing? Thinks he's got it going bossing over. No way. No way. What is this garbage? What is this? Oh, I'm king of the trees. I'm the tree meister. I count on them. When sometimes I pride, I like the steelest. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. This guy's a faggot. Guy's some sort of faggot Indian in the teepee. Ooh, this guy thinks he's Captain Knots. Thinks he's Captain Tying Knots. When everyone needs some knots tied, they go to him. Bullshit. Bullshit. This woman's such a bitch. Thinks she's Miss Sand. Drinking out of cups. Being a bitch.
I better have fist. I better have Fedelisk, Barnd, Patarsk, patted little kid in the background fucking going crazy. Who's this guy? Mr. Balloons. Mr. Balloon Hands. No way. No way. Get real. Like those things. Mr. Walkway. Mr. Walk Down Me, I'm the walkway. Lead me to the building. Fuck you. 5643. Yeah, right. You some stupid bitch. Who paid for that floor? Not me. No way. Never paid for no floor ever again. Not once, not never. Nope. Whose chair is that? Who bought that goddamn chair? That's not my chair. Not my chair, not my problem. That's what I say. No way. Stupid dresses. Stupid flowers. Lighthouses rule. You don't like the lighthouse? You suck. What is this, Seahorse Captain? What is this, Seahorse Seashell Party? Who didn't invite me? Why didn't I get invited, Seahorse Seahell? What is this? Get real. I'm in love with seahorses. I'm in love with them. They're so beautiful and cute. I'm in love with the seahorses. They're fucking unreal. I love them. They're like all the clocks. I love them. I love seahorses, and I love looking at them, and I love seashells. I love seashell things. I love things with seashells and seahorses on them, like blankets and towels and little bags. I love them. Seahorses. Forever.
The Virus. Sirius XM. Follow the Opie and Anthony Show online. Facebook.com/Opie and Anthony. Twitter.com/Opie Radio. Twitter.com/Anthony Cumia. And Twitter.com/Jim Norton. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
All right, we're going to have Tony Bennett around 9 o'clock, I guess. He's running late.
I am.
But we do have Stephen Wright outside the studio, making his grand entrance.
Get him the hell in here. Yes, Stephen.
Stephen Wright, everyone.
Hello, sir. Big
How are you,
Boston
sir?
fan.
He's got the Red Sox
Wearing
hat.
his Bees hat.
I wish I had your Yankees hat on today. We could have a little something going on.
I know. It's in the wash, as they say.
You guys could have scrapped.
Scrapped.
I'm going to apologize for being late.
Oh, please.
Never late.
Really?
That's your thing?
Try not to be. It's like.
Yeah, you need to be on time?
I don't need to. I just
want to
try to do that.
You just like to be a prompt guy.
And I didn't write down the street. Hi, Jim.
Hi,
Yeah.
how you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
See you, buddy.
Elbows, I like that. I just saw Stephen Wright on Louis' show.
That was good, man.
Oh,
God
giving him
damn.
advice.
Did you put him in a bad position in that episode? That was great.
Yeah.
Hang
that was
out
fun.
and live your life, talk to chicks, and it's the most awkward situation. Him trying to mingle.
Yeah, walking through the crowd with no one paying attention to
No
him.
one paying attention to him. He's drinking and looking around, trying to be recognized. It was awful and very very awkward to watch.
I
Very
feel
funny.
like these guys have been through that.
Well, when you're on stage, you're
God.
the god. Everyone loves you, and you could look out in the crowd and think, yeah, I can get laid, and then you're just walking through the bar area, and no one gives a fuck what you're doing.
It's like I was just on the stage 5 minutes ago.
It was brilliant.
There really is nothing worse than a comedian trying to interact with people.
And in general, about anything?
At any point in time.
Is that what you meant, though?
Well, no, like meaning like when it's not like an autograph line where you know you're going to bang somebody if you want to. It's when you're trying to interact just as a real person. It's fucking horrendous.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute, I don't even get that line. Like,
you don't get that.
The line when you automatically know.
Well, you know what it is? I stand outside and I kind of shame them into buying something by standing by the fucking front door like that. That's me naked. I couldn't be needier than standing by that door waiting for them. Yeah, if they line up, chances are one of them will bang you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh,
chances are.
Wow.
That's kind of nice to know.
You could do that if you wanted to.
No, I couldn't do that.
Oh, yeah. You'd fucking please. A lot of chicks that fuck Stephen Wright.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, I've
think you got a
had,
point.
relationships, but I've never, like, been in some line where I said I can just pick these people. That's me. Congratulations.
Well, yeah, I don't know if it's... I just say that. I don't know if it's actually accurate or if I just think I'm cool.
I know. Who are you, Warren Beatty?
Yeah. I really am a phony. I just stand in the line and I point. Ugh. You're right. I'm full of shit.
But it was a good episode of Louis, man.
Yeah, that was
really
He's
terrific.
amazing, man. He is just like...
He didn't win any Emmys last night. I don't think Hollywood's quite ready yet, even though they did nominate him.
4 nominations, man. That's fucking great. It's great for comedians doing shows, too.
Yep.
Because it's like, it makes them take, it's like Seinfeld, Roseanne, like all these things that happen are good for comics because they make them want to give comedians shows.
Yeah, yeah.
You know? They make them want to put us on TV.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said yesterday, though, Louis got something that's so different going on there with that show. It's not a sitcom. You don't sit there and watch, you know. All right, it's got the beginning, the middle problem, or the innuendo misunderstanding, and then the quick finish it up and polish it off at the end. You just don't know what the fuck is going on with Louis' show. Sometimes you watch and go, are those the credits rolling? Is he rolling in the credits? What the fuck is... But they're always, you know, compelling.
There's always a realness to it, no matter how bizarre it gets going. It's like, it's all possible, really.
Yeah.
You know,
and I'm thinking, I wonder, like you guys as comics, do you look at the show different? Do you like look at it like, oh fuck yeah, okay, that I can relate to?
I can't believe what his mind is producing. I just can't believe that he's writing the show, editing the show, directing the show, and then doing these giant stand-up shows that he's writing and producing. It's just mind-blowing to me. I mean, there's no one else other than Woody Allen that does that all, and he doesn't edit the thing. I mean, it's
or do stand up.
There's like three. Yeah, there's like three. There's such a few amount of people, and he's like, I admire him. His brain is unbelievable.
You're saying he's an overachiever.
I hate overachievers.
Yeah, we all hate the overachiever.
Louis is a guy like you look at like it took all these years to get there, and it's like this is what somebody does when they take all those years to get there. They're just a fucking animal.
Yep.
And it's like he's doing everything to make sure that nobody else fucks it up. It's like I love the fact that he can do that.
You relax.
What's that?
Little downtime, maybe.
No, but he knows this is the time. He's hit his time right now, and he's smart, man. He's fucking doing
taking
big
advantage
gigs.
of it.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely, it's what he should be doing.
Absolutely.
No.
And he can write and direct, and it's like most of us can't edit. I can't edit. I don't know how to direct an episode or the sitcom I'm writing. It's really funny. It's like the wacky neighbor comes over every time, and it turns out he's a paroled rapist, and he always has blood on the front of his pants, and it's never explained. And ABC wants me to write him out,
and you refuse to, and that's where the problem is.
Yeah. You have your values.
You have your values, and you're sticking to them.
Exactly.
But Stephen Wright's in studio, playing the Calvin Theater, Northampton, Massachusetts, this weekend, I would assume.
Oh, that's cool.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Friday you're playing there, right, Stephen? Very good. How was your weekend?
Dates are at StephenWright.com, by the way.
Yeah.
Also.
How was your weekend?
It was all right. I was in Detroit 2 nights ago.
Yeah.
And the only thing weird was I'm a Red Sox fan, of course. This is very rare for me. I don't know what happened yesterday in the game. I don't know if they won or lost because I came here and I couldn't check into the hotel because it wasn't ready, and I went around. There's no one's playing the Red Sox Tampa game on the TV, so I was in this bubble. Does anyone
you have a smartphone?
Oh, you still don't know.
I have like a wooden phone.
Well, I'm sorry.
He actually really wants us to know. It was Rays.
Inform you.
I thought by now you found out. Oh, okay. The Rays beat them 8-5.
Yeah.
You guys are in trouble there.
You got like 2 games into the wild card spot there.
You're in a little trouble.
Yeah.
A little
2
trouble.
games. I guess you're 4 behind the Yankees.
Well, the Yankees are not thinking about the Yankees, but they're going to play the Yankees this weekend, right?
Yeah, that should be a very, very fun, interesting. Because it is an opportunity for, get that full. I like getting that full game. Up, like that half a game stuff annoys me. It's like, oh, you split it. This team won, that team won. It's only a half game up and shit like that. I like full game. Bam, team wins. Full game up.
Do you go to games?
I go to a couple of games a year.
I've went once in the last 10 or 15 years. I never go.
Why?
Cause I find that most sports, the way they treat fans, like I just hate them.
Jimmy used to be a huge Yankees fan, and we watched that change drastically in front of our eyes the last 5 years. He now hates sports in general.
The majority of athletes I've met, I've despised. Not all of them. Some of them are great guys, and a lot. Again, they do charity work, and I'm just a fucking needy fanboy who wants a picture. So I'm the problem.
It was the Derek Jeter incident.
That's turned me, but since then there's been so many. All the Yankees that night were
Derek
dicks.
Jeter refused to take a picture with Jimmy, but then would take pictures with every good-looking girl.
No. I didn't want him to not take a picture. I wanted him to sign a photo of me and him. I had taken a picture with him once. I had a photo of me and him, and he just refused to sign it.
Well, you went up to him and he said no
3 times.
He
and
said the word.
He goes, I'm busy right now. He was just being a jerk off. And
but Steven, it's not that crazy. He had 3 different disguises. So Derek Jeter didn't realize it was Jimmy every time.
I even dressed up like Billy Martin. He's like, hey, get that windshield out of here. Get my head on my head because he was killed in a car accident.
I wouldn't think he would be like that. That was not how I would think he is.
I know. I didn't either.
He seemed like a very nice, charitable guy at the event. He was very talkative. And then
he just didn't like me. It's okay. It happens.
I think the biggest problem that night was the fact that you approached him near the bathroom.
No, I didn't.
No,
that
near
was
the stage.
The first time was by the third time was by the stage. The second time was outside the bathroom, and the first time was like, I guess I should have paid to have it signed because it was a charity event, but I wasn't thinking of that. I wasn't trying to get something to sell, and I would have paid $100 to have him sign it for charity. I wasn't thinking. I didn't know I could do that.
Oh, that would have worked.
Maybe, yeah.
But then the girls, they just fucking...
That's what
whatever they wanted, Derek Jeter.
Yeah, that's Derek Jeter's line of people that he can get laid with.
Yeah.
And you didn't fit into that criteria.
Well, yes, I did. He just didn't want to. I would have fucked him for an autograph.
Boy has needs.
Yeah, sure, why not?
And then Steven, just so you know, me and Jimmy were at the Brooklyn Diner and Randy Johnson walked by. So he ran after Randy Johnson with his camera. I had the camera.
Oh, yeah.
And Randy, right on the streets of New York, denied him a photograph.
And he wondered why all the Yankee fans... But I asked him for a picture with him. It wasn't of him. Like, I'm not paparazzi. I'm like, can I get a picture with you? He's like, no, thank you.
He said no. Who says no? Thank you.
He ran across the street like fucking Jerry Lewis did in The King of Comedy when Masha was chasing him,
and then
looking over his shoulder.
Who just blew me off this weekend? This big, tall, fucking ugly basketball player.
Chris Bosh.
Chris Bosh, that giant creep in his awful pituitary gland voice. Fuck him.
What happened?
At Fashion Week.
Is he on a New York team?
No, he's on Miami.
He's with the Heat.
But he happened to be in the hotel. Nobody was bothered. He was like with a publicist or whatever.
Sorry.
Fucking.
Wait a minute, is that how he talks?
Yeah, he's horrendous. He sounds like Brock Peters when he's crying in The Incident. If anybody saw that,
Did you tell him that's how he said it?
No, I just stood there like
you go back, you leave, and then walk back. You tell him that's...
Yeah, by the way, that's you, shithead. You ever see The Incident? Of course he didn't. Why would he? He doesn't know Martin Sheen or Tony Masanti's work.
Now, Steven, you don't follow the Pats until what? Baseball's over, or are you a football fan?
I started getting into it about 3 years ago.
That's it?
Yeah, because it just was always baseball. But being all that stuff they did, it just kept seeping in, you know. And I started watching it, and so I got
all these years.
So I watched it yesterday. Yeah,
all these years you never watched football.
I never watched football, and in the '80s I never watched basketball.
So all those great Celtics teams?
All those teams. I just knew that they were winning and stuff, but I wouldn't watch the game. It didn't interest me.
All these years, I assumed you were just a big Boston sports fan across the board.
Just baseball
just Red
and
Sox.
hockey during the Bobby Orr days.
Oh, wow, yeah.
I was in that store where I got this coffee. Remember last time I was here, I went in there and they told me about the Stanley Cup and everything.
Did you go see it?
Nothing. Yeah, I did.
Oh, good.
I did. But this time I was in there and nothing happened.
Nothing going on.
You had your hopes up for a bon pan.
I don't know if I should go back and talk to the management.
You need something going on all the time, man.
I was here 3 months ago.
In the end, it's just a store, unless the Stanley Cup is hanging out.
No, but you kind of look forward to it. Like maybe that's the place where magic happens. And,
that's
no
how
magic.
it was in my head. I was in there like, nothing.
Yeah, who's here?
People in line.
What's the event?
What's the event?
Yeah, just coffee and a croissant.
Someone and ask them the event.
Yeah, what's going on? Come on, tell me. Give me the skinny.
So you're not Bruins, really? I mean, they obviously, won, but
just watched that playoffs this year. Just let me watch this, and I got sucked in and watched that. But just baseball. What are you?
I used to be a big basketball fan. Was my main one, but I don't follow the Knicks that much anymore. I'm starting to take a peek again. Love hockey and love football. And I used to be a big time Mets fan. I haven't been to a game in years.
Oh, you don't follow it much either?
Nope, not really. Just from a distance, really. But I'm all about the Jets and the Islanders, you know. And even though they've had some bad years, I still am all in there. Yeah.
Mixed martial arts, I watch a lot.
Oh yeah, and UFC. You're getting into the UFC?
Yeah, I love it.
UFC is getting good.
I used to fight.
A little too violent.
I don't follow it.
Yeah, it's just guys.
Boxing? No.
Guys beating the shit out of each other.
The match was the other night, right?
Yeah.
What happened?
Boy.
Controversial ending.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
A decision people didn't like?
No, it was they had a headbutt, and then when they were going to hug to make up or whatever, the Floyd Mayweather just kind of popped them as they were coming out of the hug clinch. And technically it was legal, but it was kind of a shitty, unsportsmanlike thing.
Who headbutted who?
Ortiz headbutted Floyd Mayweather, and Mayweather was not happy about it.
Here's the actual clip if you want to take a look and
Watch
see it, because it's like
they're hugging because you watch him headbutt him. Like
he dove at him like
yeah, it's a
big headbutt.
That's a nasty, dirty fucking headbutt. And I think he just got caught up because you don't think you're going to get away with that.
Now the ref calls time.
He apologized and
then
he said he was sorry.
What is the penalty for that?
Now he's penalizing.
You lose a point.
He goes,
You lose a point.
Headbutt, point, headbutt.
And now watch, they touch gloves.
The ref's supposed to start the fight back up properly, I guess.
So he puts him over in a corner, and I think he's trying to keep them apart. He didn't really start him. They hug, and bam, he backs off and just fucking... Isn't that hilarious?
You know that
I find it hilarious.
But now that I'm looking at it again, the ref put him in separate corners,
Yeah.
and the ref now assuming, okay, now go fight again, and Ortiz went over to
And
touch
gave him a
gloves
little
again.
Yeah.
It's just a weird ending.
Over
in general.
apologetic.
People will be discussing
Was
this
that
for
the
a
end?
while.
Yeah, that was the end. He knocked him out.
Yeah, he knocked
the
him
fuck
out.
That was
knocked him
Championship
out.
fight. Just looks bad for boxing.
Yeah.
It's almost like if they went to see a stand-up show and the comic did like fucking 25 minutes and then unraveled and walked off.
Started throwing glass.
Yeah, fucking don't get me. Just drunk and crying at the audience.
Kicking people's glasses on the table in front of them.
I'd watch that.
Yeah, I would
Stepping on
too.
their chicken wings.
Have you ever had a violent incident or no?
On the stage, no.
No,
Have you
never
ever?
after. No, I had an ashtray thrown at me like early 90s, but
Yeah.
From the audience right to the stage?
yeah, and he apologized after.
Were you smoking? Was it a courtesy?
Hit behind me. Yes, he was trying to help me.
He's trying to help
He
you.
apologized?
Afterwards.
Did he explain why he did that, and then thinking back, he shouldn't have done it? Did he break it down at all? Or
Well-
did he just say, I'm sorry, I threw that?
Well, I was teasing him. He kept talking, whatever. So I kept calling him gay, and he said, that's what you do in 1991 when you're brand new and someone talks. What are you, gay? Talking about dicks. I wasn't very good. And then he picked up an ashtray. He dumped it on the refrigerator. He dumped it and he threw it, but it was plastic and it hit the wall behind me. I just kept doing the show. I goofed on him or whatever. And then after he goes, "Oh, sorry about that, man." I was just
Not like one of those big metal old Storks Club ashtrays?
Yeah.
Where it could have ripped your head off?
No. It wasn't like one of those heavy glass ones that you really want to brain somebody with.
Yeah.
Can you look at a heavy ashtray without wondering what it would feel like hitting someone's skull? I can't.
A murder weapon.
It really is.
When you go in the store and buy it, you look at it, how many people could I kill?
A nice fucking heavy, thick glass ashtray. You can just careen off the back of somebody's head.
I give the guy credit for apologizing, but, I don't know. It's kind of like Steven was saying. What does he just come up and go like, hey, I was a dick?
Yeah, we both knew what happened. He was like, sorry about that. I was like, all right, whatever.
I'm surprised he didn't get removed from the establishment.
It was a gig in Lodi, New Jersey.
Oh, okay.
I've thrown shit into the audience.
Yeah, you should start heaving stuff. But you don't come across as a comic that probably has a lot of controversy going on with the audience. Like, people aren't yelling shit at you.
No.
You don't get heckled a lot.
In the early days, in the club days, I wouldn't get heckled, but just people would talk. They'd just be rude. They'd be rude. And, they're on and on. And I couldn't, like, banter with, they say this, I say. I couldn't do that. Everything I ever said was written in my head before.
Uh-huh.
So I would ignore them. And if they kept doing it, I didn't know what else to do. I would just turn and go, fuck you. and the whole place would laugh because I haven't sworn the entire set. And then it worked every time. But that was my solution.
It never ceases to amaze me, though, when I go to a comedy show and to realize that people think it's a whole nother form of interactive entertainment. Just sit there, enjoy the show, and then they feel like you're doing something wrong, the comic, when you're telling them, hey, I'm doing a show here. How about you shut up? You don't go to fucking Broadway show and start blurting out, hey, sing that song, fucking Phantom.
Yeah, I was going to say, one thing about doing the comedy is to have them feel like you're talking exactly to them. You are, but it's like a conversation. I'm talking to you, and some people get it mixed up. Like, well, I can talk back to him.
Talk back,
and
no.
it's in like the play thing. That's a perfect analogy. If you're watching a play and someone's going over and putting a glass across the table, put it back. Put the glass back. Fuck you. That never happens.
Yeah.
Get the bottle.
It's just really is one form of entertainment, and where again the person that you're chastising for blurting out some drunken babble feels insulted that you are actually telling them in front of a group of people to shut the fuck up. It's stunning.
What's worse than the guy who has to defend his mouthy broad? There's nothing worse than that. It's like, don't fucking try to be a man in front of me when you can't shut your fucking date up. That's the worst. They can't control their date, so they get mad at you for crucifying her. Fucking horrible.
And you are, by the way, a pro at that.
It's honestly, it's just enraging because there's such a lack of there's such a lack of respect what they're doing. It's like we know what they're doing. Sometimes the audience thinks we're being too harsh, but when they're being aggressive and they're trying to derail your set, it's different than when they're just trying to be fun with you.
Yeah.
The only what's the word?
Recourse.
Yeah.
Is to humiliate them.
And boy, does Jimmy do a great job
I was
of
just gonna say, I
humiliating.
bet you do that unbelievable.
I think any comic could, though. Any comedian who really wants to hurt their feelings could. I mean,
I've seen it where the guy, again, his mouthy chick is blurting shit out, so he's got to jump on the bandwagon to defend her, and then by what Jimmy says about the girl, fucks both of them up. Like, you don't want to hear anyone talking about your girl like that.
Good for you.
The best is that stunned silence afterwards.
Yes.
What's better?
The whole crowd.
No, just a fucking office loudmouth. That asshole who's funny around Chubb Insurance. He's fucking hilarious, and he thinks he's going to be funny in front of his date and his friends and impress them like fucking with you.
Chubb Insurance.
Fuck.
And then you bury him, and it's just so satisfying. Such a satisfying feeling. Because he wants to wreck your night.
Oh, yeah,
so he can go out and tell his friends, like, hey, here I fucking shut him up.
Yeah,
he resents you.
You should have been there. Should have seen what I did. Really?
Are you doing any acting? You're a good actor, man.
I'm acting during the day when I walk down the street.
Oh, yeah?
It's just all an act.
No, just stand up right now.
Do you, when I don't act for a while, I kind of want to get something, and then when I'm doing it, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm terrible at this.
This is why I didn't.
This is why I haven't been doing it. You're good at it. You should be doing more.
Thanks. I always feel like when I watch it, I always think it's not as smooth as I wanted. Like, I can tell that I'm like a little nervous. Like, you know what I mean?
What do you do when you're
nervous? When I even
nervous?
saw the Louis thing, I was like, it was all right, but it was like I just was more casual. I can tell I'm not as casual as I really am.
What is your tell? Like, we all have a tell or something when we're nervous. Like, what is your tell?
It just looked slightly off. Like if it was really me and the acting was a stencil, it's like off like that. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's just a little, not like what the hell is he doing, but just, and maybe people didn't even notice, but I noticed.
No, I don't think people notice.
You think so?
Yeah, I think it's, but that's a normal reaction. I think we all feel that.
You're so super critical whenever you watch yourself and shit like that.
No, I thought you were great on Louis.
How do you
I thought it came across casual.
How do you get comfortable in front of a camera? It's so hard to be. Acting is fucking hard, man.
Yeah.
It's really hard to be completely relaxed and comfortable and fluid.
And the oddest part of it is you're doing it every day. You when you go through life, that's what you want it to look like when you're acting.
Yeah.
So you're practicing
all the time
on how to act great. I'm the greatest actor in the world. when a camera isn't rolling. I'm so natural.
As soon as that camera light goes on, you go.
You're just like, I don't know what to do. What do you do with the hands? Your facial expression. Like sometimes I'll watch a really good actor, and there'll be in a scene where not only is he delivering his lines authentically, but like there's maybe a smirk of the mouth or kind of an eyebrow raise or just some quick little facial expression that's like, did he think about that? Was it written in that he was supposed to do that? Is it something that just happens like in natural life? But to sit there and think about it is almost like thinking about every aspect of a golf swing. Mm-hmm. You can't do that. You got to just know what all the pieces are put together, and then you have a nice natural golf swing.
When I talk, you talk naturally. You trip on your words sometimes when you act. I feel like I can't get all the words out.
It's fucking weird. It's like you said, they're doing it all the time, and then the camera's there, and then you have trouble doing it.
It's fucked.
It's really weird. And I don't try to act like another guy. I'm just trying, to, just act like you.
Right.
How would I say this? Can you imagine have trouble? I'm having trouble saying it how I would say it.
You would say it, yeah. I guess that's why people are always doing things like, we want a Stephen Wright type. Not Steve. We need a Stephen Wright type of person. It's like, well, I'm the guy.
But like I'm sitting here, sometimes I'll catch myself like, all right, in real life, I'm talking right now. My stomach does not look good in my UFC shirt. My right hand is hanging off my chair. My left hand is on, and I'm not moving that much. And I'm watching Steven listen, and I'm watching, he's not moving. No one moves when they listen. You're just kind of still and you listen. But it's like if I had to listen on camera, my eyes are open wide. Like, listening. I hear you.
You're nodding your head. Mr. Faversham.
Oh, look, I forget that the camera's capturing my image. I act like it's fucking Polaroids and I have to act out each moment. It's so fucking hard, man.
To get... you say about Polaroids?
I'm acting the way I forget that a motion picture camera picks up subtleties. I'm acting like it's Polaroid photos being taken.
One picture at a time.
It's
great.
It's so difficult to relax, and you seem like maybe because you know yourself, obviously, but you seem to me like you're never nervous. I've never seen anything you've done where I think like, wow,
he's chill.
Yeah, man, you
Stephen
always
Wright's
look
always
comfortable.
chill.
You're good at hiding it.
Sometimes I'm all right, and sometimes I'm nervous, but you can't tell I am. Like, I mean, people think I'm just completely like, I mean, I'm relaxed right now, but sometimes I can be like this, and there's a car accident in my head. Yeah. And from the outside, you don't see that.
Are you?
I don't know why that is.
You must be a good poker player.
Oh, fuck,
He
man.
has no tells, this guy.
Yeah, you can't tell if he has 3 aces or there's been a death in the family.
There it is. Bravo.
Are you a yeller at all? Because again, I've never seen you get angry. I mean, but they always say, well, quiet, steady guys. Do you yell in your personal life at all?
Yeah, like something goes wrong, like it's spilled some coffee on the kitchen table. I'm like, oh Jesus, fuck.
So it comes out at weird.
Yeah, or if something in the sports game, bottom of the ninth, guy hits a thing. I mean, I won't just go, oh, amazing. Yeah, but no, people don't see it because they normally see him just trying to do my acts and stuff.
But the difference is you recover quickly.
Oh, that goes right back?
Yeah, a lot of us, we lose our fucking minds, and then for me, it takes forever to get back to some kind of normalcy. It looks like it would drop right back to normal.
Yeah, it goes pretty quick.
Pretty quickly?
His anger comes out like a laughing box. It just pops out real quick. You live to be 110 that way because you're not fucking constantly straining yourself, screaming at people. When did I get angry?
How about you? What about you?
It's nonstop.
What, the anger?
It's constant. It's like a fucking, it's like a security blanket. I don't know. I'm afraid without it, I'll be like, as they say, the hole in the donut. What annoyed
Jimmy holds a grudge like the JDL.
Dude, it eats away at Jimmy.
I was walking,
even as a kid, like in junior high, like.
Yeah, I think so. It's just I don't know. I don't handle it well. I was walking yesterday, right? I'm walking from the Comedy Cellar back to my car, and I see a cab stopped in the middle of the street, and he was letting people out, and there's a green light, and this scumbag didn't pull over to let people pass. Like, you could have just pulled over and let them out. Mm-hmm. But I'm walking by, and the rage is building up. And I'm like, I'm not even driving. What the fuck do I care for? Why am I angry about this?
Yeah.
But I really am getting viciously angry at that piece of shit. And I know technically I'm right. Like, he probably should be killed in some sort of tribal thing.
Should be killed. This is real, Steve.
But it's so rude what he's doing. But why do I let Kenny told me, he's like, why do you allow it to affect you? And I don't know. I admire that. I wish I wasn't like that.
I get pissed when I'm walking and I see somebody doing a fucked up driving thing, because I drive around in Manhattan so much that it pisses me off to look and go, I would be so pissed if I was behind that guy right now.
Yeah.
I'd be so mad. And I look at him like, yeah, you fucking asshole.
Even though you're not behind.
Even though
the
I'm
guy.
just walking.
Wow.
I am actually a pedestrian that day. And there are
amazing.
people like there are people that they stand off the sidewalk in the crosswalk, knowing that people can squeak by and make the left turn or something like that. But they'll just stand there like waiting for the green, you can cross thing. And it infuriates me. I want to walk up to him and go, do you know you're standing in an active lane of traffic? Get on the sidewalk. How about I drive on this fucking sidewalk then? And just mow you down. Yeah, things like that annoy me, especially driving things.
Are you a beeper?
Road rage.
When you drive?
No, very rarely.
Very rarely. Like, if somebody's kind of just sitting at the green, you'll just kind of like, come on. Like, you won't get...
If it has to go a certain length, not immediately.
That's
Not
true.
immediately.
Jimmy is amazing.
No, he's right. Steven's right. That's the way to do it.
Jimmy is immediate.
You mean like when Ali used to say he can shut the light off and be in the bed before the work? It's like that with the traffic light with you.
That's
like
Norton.
Before the red is completely to the human, like they have a Nova special on seeing the red go down. You're already beeping.
Oh yeah, Jimmy's bad.
I give a
That's
second
coming for me too, man. He's bad
because I'm 5'6". If I was 6'8", literally, my response time now is horrible, but I also know I can get the shit beat out of me pretty easily.
Yeah.
If I was a little bit bigger, here's how it would go, and I want the tink. Tink is the light change.
Yeah.
Tink honk! And it's irrational. It's stupid.
It's irrational, then why?
I don't know. Knowledge is no defense, as they say.
I will beep very quickly if I've been behind someone that's driving slow or like an asshole, and they're stopping and fucking up, and it's like the second light and the first light they screwed up at and didn't go fast enough, and I gave him a little time.
Yeah, you have a clipboard.
I mark it down and go, okay, the blue Chevy. I'm beeping him, but the guy in the white Ford, I'm gonna give him a little break. And arrows, no mercy. The second that fucking arrow turns, and I could be 4 or 5 cars back, because I don't want to be the guy that's stuck now waiting for the next arrow because some idiot that's at the lead. If you're at the lead, you got to pay attention, especially at an arrow. You know how valuable an arrow is?
I hear you.
Jesus.
You know what the worst?
But go ahead.
No, go.
No, it's just he's dying over there, Stephen Wright. He just doesn't understand this.
It's the anger I feel. This is the worst. When someone's going slow, when they're fucked up, and you beep at them, and then you see it, and you see them like they put their hand up, like, what
are you beeping at?
What's the hurry?
We're all in this together.
Have you ever been at the first in line at the light and it turns green and someone beeped at you? Has that ever happened?
All the time.
Really?
And whoever I'm with, I'll go, you know what? They're right.
No.
Absolutely.
Do you really?
Fuck yeah.
Wow.
I've been lollygagging in the left lane and gotten honked at, and I move over and I'll tell someone I'm with, boy, I fucking deserve that, didn't I?
Yeah.
But you still gotta go, fuck your mother.
I get annoyed, but I know I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
I'm so paranoid of being the guy. I never want to be the guy. So I'm constantly looking at lights, making sure if I'm the first one on the light, I'm looking at it like a fucking Top Fuel dragster at the Christmas tree, just waiting. Green button, and I go.
Yeah, but I've been fucked up before, so I have to realize that we have. Can you sit there, and we're gonna put Tony Bennett here because he's coming in now.
You know Tony
stay
Bennett?
with us? Stay.
Yeah, I can. Of course. Can I? Wait a minute. You just asked me if I could move so Tony Bennett could sit in here. And I'm not on acid. Okay. Yes. Of
Okay.
course.
Yeah. Because
He wants you to stay.
He's gonna come in and be like, "Yeah, those fucking people at the lights. I hate
Oh,
when
a
it's
couple
green.
minutes?
Couple more minutes.
Oh, they said Roland is getting him now.
Well, that's what he says, and then he texts
Yeah, but the
me
guy's
telling me.
85 years old. It's going to take him a little time to get down the hall.
Nah, he's pretty spry. I've seen him walking down the street.
Yeah, we've seen him
We've
walk.
seen him
You're right.
run to the other side of the street when we were walking.
This guy's avoided us for years, Stephen Wright, and we don't know why.
This is his first time in here.
Yeah, we used to broadcast on the streets of New York from one studio to the other, and we would always just see him every day. And we would try to get him on mic, and he would and freak out and like cross the street when he shouldn't be crossing the street. And
How would you see him every day? Where was
I don't
he?
know, man. I guess that was his routine.
Yeah.
Whatever he was doing.
It's like, where's Tony going every day? That's the same place.
Yeah, he lives or works in Midtown.
He's
So
probably
it's
going
hard.
running or something.
Was
He's
he
always
an
like a
iron worker?
sweatsuit or something. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
up there on a fucking I-beam.
Gym every morning.
Oh, he's going to the gym. Thanks,
His gym
Kenny.
was on West 56th Street.
Jeez, really?
Wow, amazing.
Guy that's still working out at that age, right?
How creepy is that he just walked in and knew that?
I know.
Kenny
Yeah,
just
how do you
knew
know that?
where he was going.
How do you know where his gym
He
was?
would do 200 sit-ups.
It's just creepy that he walked in the studio.
No, he lived in the area, probably around Central Park somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And that Radu gym on West 56th Street was his gym.
What's that? His dossier
Kenny?
you have in your hand?
Use that one. Here's one. Because Steven's going to be moving over there. And Steve, I understand that he doesn't like talking into something right after someone else. I respect
Oh,
that.
yeah, I would too,
I'm
yeah.
kind of like that too. Like, I don't like to fucking talking on mic right after somebody else
Kenny
does
has
something.
really bad breath, is what Jimmy's saying.
No, not at all.
Kenny's
No,
fresh and
Literally,
clean.
I don't like
clean.
talking into a mic after anybody else does for a second. So it's like as a courtesy if someone's going to move over there.
That
You
is
don't want
true.
someone blabbing into it right before.
Oh, now see,
you
this is
telling
the
me I
guy you
should
don't
move
want
now?
talking.
No.
What are we doing
They're
now?
walking now.
They're walking now. Okay.
All right, so
boy.
we'll move Stephen.
Is Roland walking him up?
Let me do this because
Roland's probably taking longer to walk than Tony
Yeah.
is.
Tony Bennett's walking down the hall, so why don't we take this opportunity to say Stephen Wright's going to be at the Calvin Theater, Northampton, Massachusetts on Friday. And a bunch of other dates here, so go to StephenWright.com. Atlantic City in November, very cool.
November 4th.
November 4th, and then the Pabst Theater in Milwaukee on October 6th.
What do you
Stephen
do?
Wright-
Just 90 minutes by yourself?
Yeah.
Go up and do an hour?
Well, I do try it. I say 90 minutes worth of stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sometimes it's 78 minutes.
Sure.
That's great, man.
Because the laughs are shorter.
Yeah. Can somebody help Steven fix his chair? This poor bastard. He's trying to. It's like a fucking. It's a ladder chair.
Who the fuck was in that chair last? Aw.
Yeah. It's no. That's not comfortable for a guest. Thank you.
Jesus Christ. This place.
Wow, this is very exciting to have.
I know,
this
Tony
legend coming
Tony
in here.
Bennett.
Yeah.
I guess he's got duets too.
Yeah, I've met him.
Yeah.
He's coming out tomorrow.
Yeah, we played one of the tracks with Amy Winehouse. You ever get nervous when you meet someone famous, Stephen Wright?
Sometimes, yeah.
Like who?
What?
Who got to you?
Oh, Johnny Carson, Bob Dylan.
Big one.
Bob Dylan's a huge one.
That's a biggie too. Look at Tony
Tony
Bennett, all
Bennett,
class,
everyone.
all class. Mr. Bennett, look at this guy just dressed to the nines.
Hi, Tony.
What a gentleman. Good morning, Mr. Bennett.
How are you? See you.
Welcome to the show, sir.
Pleasure.
Tony,
Jim.
Tony looks great.
Yeah, you look great.
Thanks so much.
Like $1 million bucks.
Do you know Stephen Wright, great comedian?
Hey,
Funny
Tony.
guy.
Nice to meet you. Pleasure
Nice
to meet
you.
And that's Anthony and Opie.
Hey, Tony.
Young Sam.
Pleasure to meet
Jimmy
you, sir.
Norton, comedian
Nice
extraordinaire.
intimate room here, huh?
Also,
Yeah.
yeah, this is nice. Kind of small. We would have liked a bigger studio at some point in our careers, thinking we've been doing this for now almost, 18 years together.
I like that it's intimate.
You like the intimacy of it all?
I do. Years ago, I started out, all entertainment was intimate,
Sure.
Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis and Frank Sinatra, all the great artists that when they first started out, we only worked in nightclubs that had only 750 seats. It was Liberace who said, I'd like to play Madison Square Garden. And they said, are you crazy? And he tried it, and it worked. And every business executive ever since said,
Yeah.
wow, what a business. Let's go into big stadiums.
Right.
And the whole music world changed, and entertainment changed in the big stadiums.
Wow,
Did you guys
man, I
know
can
about
imagine.
Liberace back then? Like, would you guys talk among yourselves and go, I think...
No, he
Turn it off.
You guys knew.
knew what?
That he was gay, gay.
What?
He
You're
still doesn't.
mumbling.
Did you know he was gay back then or no?
What's? You're mumbling. What are you saying?
Did you know Liberace was gay back in those days? Or was
Everybody knew he
They,
was
they
gay.
did know, because the public
But he
people...
was he was a great piano player. A lot of people didn't realize that.
Yeah.
He was like highly
Oh, yeah.
competent.
But
Yeah.
people didn't know in the public. A lot of people had no idea. They just thought he was flamboyant. And I guess it was something people in show business all knew from being around him.
I don't think it was show business. I think he was ahead of time. You know, now it's, you know, accepted.
Right.
Someone is that way.
Yeah.
In those days, it was like, wow, that's different.
Your first hit was 1951. Like, it's amazing to me, that longevity. Like, that was like 10 years before the Beatles, 12 years before the Beatles. Like, you've been famous for a long...
Since the 50s.
Wow. How much has Vegas changed?
Completely.
Yeah.
It was much. It was great originally. The underworld built it with the Mormons, and the Mormons owned the land, and the underworld came in. And it was by the underworld, I mean Jewish and Italian
businessmen.
You know, and they invented this tremendous idea, and it worked.
Right. Did you like the way the quote the underworld, let's just say, the way they took care of talent compared to...
Absolutely, much better than the big corporations.
They are, right?
Yeah, the big corporations are big, but they're uncreative. Everything has to pay for itself. Like even the dining rooms, the rooms have to be filled up and all that. Whereas the underworld was just pretty relaxed about, hey, we're making a lot of money, you know, so let's just let everybody have a good time.
Yeah. So do you miss those days?
Telephones were free. All lunches were free. It was a very relaxed kind of thing out there.
I bet you got a lot more personal like service as far as I guess now it's got to go through channels and management and board of directors and stuff, where it probably in the old days it was, you know, one guy saying, yeah, sure, make sure Tony's got that.
Well, you know, you're absolutely right. I mean, I remember very clearly I was playing in a big nightclub there, and I wasn't doing business. It was before my big record of San Francisco, and I felt so bad that I wasn't doing business. And I went to the big boys that own the nightclub, and I said, I feel very bad. You don't have to pay me this week. They said, get out of here. They said, don't worry about it. We come in, we're listening to you anyway. You know, there's just a few people. And then all of a sudden my record hit of San Francisco, and it got packed and everything like that. But I mean, they were very nice about, you know, come on, just go and entertain. Don't worry about it.
Now, we may someday ask you for a favor. This day may never come.
Was
Jimmy goes, huh?
the new understand
It's
Didn't understand
bad Godfather reference.
It's actually a good one, man.
The music business back then too. It's like, has that changed for the better or the worse? Because it seems like artists are kind of harder to screw over now than they were back then. Like, I think record companies took advantage of a lot of artists. Isn't it harder to do now, do you think? Like, is it better for the artist now or no?
Well, it's better financially. You're playing big stadiums and everything, but it's not as creative. The original music of the 50s and before the 50s was a tremendous era. When you get to the 20s, 30s, and 40s, way before my time, but you had Irving Berlin, who was Mr. America. You had George Gershwin. You had Cole Porter, who was better than anybody. You had they came out of silent films, and when talkies came in, you had Fred Astaire introducing all these great songs written by those great men, and Broadway. And there was a higher level of great popular music that will never go away. The corporation will say, well, that's old music. This is new. We're going to sell you something new. But it's not as good as those songs like Night and Day, or They Can't Take That Away From Me, or Let's Change Partners and Dance. Those songs will last forever. They're part of... We've actually fed that music to everybody. I perform all over the world, in Asia, in Japan, in China, Australia, in Europe. And everyone in the world loves the music from the United States. They love those songs. So that's what we've contributed to the world. No other country's ever done that. No, I mean, what's the number one song in Germany? What's the number one song in Norway? Right?
Yeah.
But in our country, we just gave the greatest popular music to the world. and people love us for that.
Now, are you also, because I get teased a lot, but I'm a legitimate Lady Gaga fan. Like, I like her, and I don't like her to be ironic. I really think she's good, and then people have said that you like her as well.
I think she's fantastic.
Oh, good.
I met a lot of performers in my life, and there's something about her that's very, very intellectual and very spontaneous and very talented. She sings beautiful. She plays great piano. She knows how to dance. But more than that, she reinvents herself almost on a nightly basis. I've never seen that. Usually if someone is good, you say, boy, she's good, or he's good, and they're good, and that's who they are. She keeps changing herself all the time, and she's very creative.
And you did this, the CD coming out now. It's called Duets 2, and it's available tomorrow. Excuse me. It's in storage. You can get it on iTunes. And we played the single before, a great thing you did with Amy Winehouse, which
Body and Soul.
She has such a great old school. She had a great old school.
It's not old
sound.
It's great. See, when you say old, I'm telling you that music is not old. It's great, and it's always going to be good.
Yeah,
In
Jimmy.
other words, if you hear Nat King Cole today,
Right.
or Frank Sinatra, they've been gone for 22 years now.
Yeah.
Nat King Cole over here.
Now, 50 years from now, you listen to that record, it's not going to sound old because they did it right.
I should say, yeah, maybe old school is the wrong way to say it.
It is a wrong way to say it.
It's more, I should say, a great classic or vintage sound. Like, you don't hear that in a lot of modern performers,
That's
that type
right.
of, like, Billie Holiday type of a
She has an
sound.
old soul.
Yeah, maybe that's
Like
what
an
it
old
is.
soul, possibly, right?
Yeah,
Well,
I mean that in a complimentary way.
It's much more intellectual music. Everybody knew how to read music in those days. You know, there was an army of musicians that all lost their jobs and had to become go into mathematical jobs of some kind. You know, insurance salesman or something like that. When it changed, it was a major change in music, and for the worst actually, because the music was at a very high level. You know, the great bands of Duke Ellington and Count Basie and Stan Kenton and Woody Herman. They had tremendous musicians that all really knew how to read music like the back of their hand, you know, and they just understood it. And now it's, I asked Jimmy Durante many years ago, about 47 years ago, I said, what do you think of rock and roll? He said, well, they play 3 chords and 2 of them are wrong.
Are you, did you reach out to all these artists and say that you wanted to play with them? And the response has got to be, it's got to make you feel good that everybody in the business wants to work with you. Everybody wants to.
It's a wonderful honor. My son was responsible for creating this album, and he reached out to all of them, and they said, yes, let's do it. We did the first album, a duets album, and it sold millions of records. And as a result, Sony Columbia just said, come on, you have to do another album like this. And then the second album is very promising. It's not even out yet, and it's already #1 on Amazon, and it's #1 in Spain and the Netherlands and all over Europe. And it's just on pre-orders. Wow. That's without people even hearing the record. So there's something very promising about it. I'm thrilled.
You've been performing obviously for many years. You still have such a passion for these songs, singing them. Are there ever nights where you're like, oh, you know, I'm gonna do San Francisco again, or
No.
do you have that strong a passion for these songs?
Well, you know, I'm surrounded by just 4 great musicians, great jazz artists, and every time we perform, they're so creative that they change it every night. It's never the same show. It might be the same repertoire, but believe me, every night it feels like a different, like we're just starting out for the first time. And they're very creative jazz artists that improvise every show, no matter where we're at.
And what do you do to care for your voice? Because you've been blessed over the years that you still have your set of pipes, and you know, other artists over the years have lost the ability to hit some of the notes. And what do you attribute that to?
Well, good training. You know, after the Second World War, I came out and joined the American Theater Wing, and because it was the good war, as Studs Terkel in Chicago called it, we were just given the best teachers in New York City. And the American Theater Wing was so good, it became the Actors Studio.
Oh,
and
okay,
all those
sure,
great
yeah.
teachers really taught us well about how to preserve your voice and the repetition of taking care of it. And it works.
Because it's obviously worked because, you're one of the few artists that just sound amazing
Well, thank
so many
you.
years later.
Oh,
yeah,
you can't even tell.
I know.
Thank you very much.
How do you stay young, Tony?
Well, I don't know about staying young. I just accept my age. I don't regret it.
Yeah, but you're still performing on
I
it.
always say life is a gift, and just enjoy every moment. We're all going through it.
You work out and
no
eat.
one's gonna beat it.
Right.
No matter
Gonna get
how
us
you
all.
feel now. Once you get old, it's not like the end of the world. It's
Right.
you're still alive.
But there's things you're doing. You're working out and eating right and all that.
Oh yeah, I play tennis.
Yeah.
3 times a week I exercise and eat good foods, and I have a wonderful wife who takes care of me. And everything's great.
I hate going to the gym. Like, I mean, I know this looks like it was actually built in a gym.
I could see that.
But even Tony knows I'm in awful shape.
Tony's in better shape than you, Jimmy.
He totally is.
It's really hard to motivate yourself to go out and be healthy. It's like you've reached such a level of success. To motivate yourself to stay healthy and to keep producing, I think is even more impressive because you're already there.
Thank you.
Like, you can't get any more famous than you are, and you still continue to put out music.
Produce.
Well, you're only as good as your next show.
Yeah.
Not the last one. It's the next one.
Are you still doing a lot of live shows every year? Do you still love going out and doing gigs?
That's what I do.
Yeah, you do. You stay
and
on the
I
road.
like it too. But I don't like working big stadiums. I like working nice, intimate. Like my idea of a great place is Carnegie Hall. You have beautiful
a nice
seats.
little small
it's
place like
civilized
Carnegie.
For the people. It's
Yeah.
20,
It's a tiny little place,
It's small,
right?
but it's 2,700 seats.
Right,
I'm sorry.
right. No,
I
no,
hate to be
that's-
trampled by
it just
2,700.
it just goes to show how huge Tony Bennett is.
Yeah.
When like people
Carnegie
would
Hall's an
die
intimate
to play
space.
Carnegie Hall, and it's like, yeah, a little room, Carnegie Hall. That's
Hey, we unfortunately we got to wrap up with
Okay.
Mr. Bennett, but we
Tony's
do want to
very
promote
busy.
duets too. You got
That's
everyone:
very nice. Thank
Katie
you.
Lang, Michael Bublé, Carrie Underwood, Willie Nelson, John Mayer, Nora Jones, of course, Amy Winehouse. Lady Gaga is on the album.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because we don't have her track here, unfortunately. Sheryl Crow, Faith Hill, the list goes on and on.
Mariah Carey. It's a tremendous list of people. And the Amy Winehouse, I think the proceeds from that are going to like the Amy Winehouse Foundation, which is
That's
really nice.
exactly right.
And she was
So-
getting her shit together when you guys got together, right? She looked pretty healthy. Everyone is saying
She was healthy the day that we recorded. Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's just a shame.
nice downer note there,
Yes,
Ope.
Well,
Thanks.
I mean, yeah, I'm sorry. It's.
I have one more question, and it's not even that. Did you really perform at the opening of the Triborough Bridge?
Yep.
It is
With
true.
Mayor LaGuardia. I was a very little baby. I was a little,
LaGuardia, yeah, little
5
kid.
or 6 or 7 years old. And we marched along, singing along together. Everybody in Queens. It was the first time that we walked over the Triborough Bridge into Manhattan.
Oh wow, man! And you were there, and now how much does it cost?
And I was just going to say, when you opened that bridge, did you ever think it would cost $300 to drive across it?
Yeah, they said it was going to be free.
Oh, they,
Yeah, well, see what happened.
they do.
certainly did.
Well, you're
That's
a legend, and we're very happy.
In my own mind.
Other people too, I think. Tony, thanks so much for
Okay,
coming in, man.
thank you
You've
very
been
much.
fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Tony
Have a
Bennett.
good day. Great Tony.
That looks
Duets 2
fantastic.
is out.
And
soon
Stephen Wright will
now,
stay.
right? Stephen Wright will stay. We'll continue
Yes,
to stay.
please.
Sirius XM, the virus.
Ladies and gentlemen, fresh from their recent string of shows in Vienna, presenting the Seth Rogen Tabernacle Choir.
Virus. Sirius XM. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Wow, man, that was pretty huge. Tony Bennett in our studio, and we're sitting here trying to figure out if he's the biggest guy we've ever talked to. as far as longevity and just overall fame.
And as far as being famous, right. Like he could go anywhere in the world, and people will not go, that's Tony Bennett.
Yeah, Stephen Wright had some great observations about the whole thing. I mean,
yeah, Jimmy did a great job too, talking to him.
Yeah, we just talked to a guy that had his first #1 hit in 1951.
1951.
That's what, 11, 12 years before the Beatles hit.
And I totally fucking bombed in front of Tony Bennett. That's pretty cool.
I mean, in all fairness, it's a great line that kills every time, but Tony wasn't having any of it.
He was not having any of my Godfather jokes.
I don't think he wants to really acknowledge the mafia in
He
that
didn't
way.
say the mafia. He said the underworld.
The underworld.
The
Out there in
underworld.
Vegas. He saw some shit, that Tony Bennett.
And even Jimmy was like, when the underworld was...
You think Tony has seen some shit in Vegas back in the day?
Yeah, like, they dug a few holes. He knows.
He knows where the bodies are buried.
Yeah, I mean, but he's a nice guy. They probably, as an
I got some
entertainer...
lime. Won't be the first. Whole lot dug won't be the last.
You think he's the biggest guy we ever talked to? Tony
Well,
Bennett?
he was in the Flintstones, for Christ's sake, wasn't it? Didn't they parody him in the Flintstones?
Stony Bennett. I believe it was Stony Bennett.
Yeah.
Stony Bennett.
Stephen Wright said, 1951, he started basically as far as the #1 hit.
#1 hit.
And now he's still working with Lady Gaga, the hottest thing in music today.
It's incredible.
It's unbelievable.
Time is always going, and then things happen upon the line of time. But Tony Bennett was like, he is the time.
He's in the
line.
All these things. It's incredible.
It really is incredible. And then he has a Jimmy Durante story.
Yeah.
About the Beatles.
Who has
and
those?
rock and roll?
Who has
Jimmy Durante stories?
And then the
Like
Lady
first-person
Gaga
quote.
story.
And then all the way
And
up
the
to Lady
same
Gaga.
guy.
Yeah,
Same guy.
Same guy.
He was there when they were before the Triborough Bridge was there.
How old was he for that?
10.
He was 10 years
10 years
old.
old when that shitty Triborough opened. Why don't you sabotage it?
Yeah,
Hunk of shit bridge.
What don't you like
Just too
about
expensive.
the trip?
They just raised tolls
They raised
again.
the tolls again for New York.
Fucking thieves.
They went for
$12 to go through the Lincoln Tunnel.
They went for $1.50 if you have Easy Pass, and $4 more if you don't. That's just fucking insane. Who's in charge of this?
By the way, Sam did a
Who's
good job.
keeping tabs on these guys?
I'm sorry, I forgot to mention because Sam did a good job on the prep sheet. Tony's been outspoken about how fond he is of Lady Gaga.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Dumbbell put a U in
Spelling
fond.
error there.
It's a typo.
It's always a typo. Were there any secret things in there that he wasn't sure of? So he put, as far as the internet says,
But then you asked
Tony
her about,
Bennett.
You asked her about Lady Gaga though, so it was useful nonetheless.
The best part of the interview was Jimmy basically trying to talk about Liberace's
That was really funny.
gayness.
Did anyone know he was?
But I thought he would get that. I wasn't. I would say gay. But I thought I was
They
just
were
being
like,
playful.
gay, get it, gay.
You're mumbling.
I thought he was joking with me, and I got it wasn't that Liberace being gay is a shock, but back show business, people didn't talk about that type of stuff publicly.
Yeah.
So to me, it's interesting. Like that, you guys all knew, and it was just never spoken about.
Oh, I'm sure privately they were all making, candelabra jokes.
Yeah, but
yeah, sure.
he just wouldn't go for it.
Just be awful.
It's the reason all the candles are melted.
Sitting there at the Brown Derby, laughing along with fucking Uncle Milty about Liberace.
Yeah, Rock Hudson just quietly goes to the bathroom while they're all joking. Like, come on, guys, don't be so judgmental.
Of course they knew. For some reason, the public didn't know. They weren't educated enough yet, I guess.
Yeah.
And not willing to accept it.
By the way, if you only knew how hard it was, and I really mean this when he goes, he played the piano wonderfully. I've never wanted to say, but he sucked on the organ so badly in my life.
Is that one in your head?
Yeah, because that's an old joke. He was great on the piano, but he sucked on the organ.
my
And
God,
I literally
yeah.
knew he wasn't going for that.
Oh my
But
God!
I thought of it. I'm like, you just can't.
We can't blow up every,
I didn't want to
every
blow.
interview.
That was a good decision.
Yeah, but he sucked on the organ.
Good decision. Great joke.
Dude, that would have been one for the fucking.
But he would have just he would have been like, what?
Ages
He
if
would
he
have just
did
looked
it,
at me.
When he said Nat King Cole, and I went, Nat King Cole, Nat King Cole over here. I saw Jimmy turn away and start like he would not look at me.
He makes eye contact when he talks to you too. Tony Bennett makes eye contact.
Yeah.
Which is good. He's a very aware. you know, his hearing is probably decent.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. That's a good time for my accountant to text me while I'm on the radio.
Why? He doesn't know when you work.
It's got to be a thrill.
Yeah, what was the Nat King Cole thing?
He was talking about like other artists he'd worked with over the years, and he said Nat King Cole, and there's a line from Goodfellas where Pesci is with his chick in the restaurant, and she's talking about how Sammy Davis Jr., she could see how a guy could go for a guy like that, and he goes, "Hey, but next thing you know, I'll be sitting with Nat King Cole over here." It's something like that. So I said that, and I know Jimmy caught it because I saw the corners of his mouth go up, but he's trying to just look at Tony without like laughing in his face at that point.
They had to hate, though, deep down. I would love to have, I don't know if he would admit it, but there had to be some resentment when groups like the Beatles came along. Like, there had to be, because those guys were very good singers, Sinatra, but it kind of wiped them off in a pop culture way.
It pushed their genre to the background.
Pushed them to the background.
I mean, it never went away, but the popularity certainly was hurt by it.
I knew a guy that was in a doo-wop band that was like friends that used to come into the bar my mom would work in and stuff, and still like his band would get together and do some shit and at these little shitholes around Long Island.
That's nice talk.
And it was shitholes around Long Island. And he talked about how he hated the Beatles. Like, oh yeah, they wrecked music. Music was great, and like he thinks to this day people would still be going do up and do ba 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 bang, you know. That shit was part of musical history, but I don't think people are still going to be doing that now.
Yeah.
It wasn't for the Beatles.
I think the Beatles have proven themselves, by the way, at this point in time.
Yeah.
Dude, it's funny.
Jesus.
That's the guy, we always talk about royalty in music, and like McCartney, we saw McCartney. He's a guy that kind of trumps anybody in the room when he's not, like, two of the Rolling Stones were at the show, and I've said this on the air, but all these celebrities were there, and McCartney didn't introduce any of them. He just goes, all non-celebrities clap for all celebrities. Like, he doesn't give a fuck about any of these. Like, they're all beneath him.
He's the biggest in the room, yeah.
But Tony Bennett's a guy that could be not impressed when McCartney came in.
And McCartney would probably be like
fawning over Tony
look at him with reverence.
Fawning.
Yeah.
Because even though he's not an old rock and roll guy like Chuck Berry, but still, he would probably be fawning over Tony Bennett.
Can you believe he's 85?
Fuck.
He looks fucking amazing.
I wanted to say 85 years young. And then just make that face like we all know. How do you do it?
Yeah.
What if I like 100?
Yeah. And how many kids you got? How many?
Oh, yeah, the best
scene in
my favorite
Casino.
scene in fucking Casino during Aces High when he goes, "How many kids?" And who was that? Bobby Vinton or whatever.
Paul Anka. Bobby Vinton. I think it was Bobby Vinton.
Bobby Vinton, I think.
Yeah, Bobby.
And he goes,
Vinton.
"How many kids?" He goes, "We have 8 children." And De Niro puts down his cigarette and then gives that horrible "Who gives a shit" applause.
Who cares thing. But he had to put his cigarette in the ashtray next to his mic, and he's like, looks around like, yeah, right. Fucking brilliant movie. The subtleties in all of Scorsese's movies.
Those movies,
amazing.
His movies and Coppola's movies, like when I'm flicking through the TV, you know, looking at you, and you come on to one of these things, it's like, oh, well, let me just watch this for 5 minutes. And it's 2 hours, 2 hours. And it's like, there's only like 5 of those movies.
Yes.
The Godfathers, Apocalypse Now, Casino, Goodfellas.
Yep.
It's just like, you can't... It's
There
unbelievable.
are
It's
a few movies,
unexplainably
yeah.
why it's unbelievable.
Why am I compelled to not turn this off now? I know every line of dialogue, every scene that's coming up.
I know in Goodfellas, I like when the guy beats the shit out of the kid across the street with the, I love that scene so much that I know that it's 45 minutes into the movie. So when I'm flicking through the TV, I'll see when the movie started, and I'll go maybe watch what I'm really watching, you know, and then I'll come back just to, Karen, go in the house.
Yeah.
You know?
Lay your hands on her again, you fucking dead! And just the way it sounds when he's cracking him with the fucking butt of that gun.
Yeah, the way the guy says, you have a problem.
Yeah.
He doesn't even get to the end.
Yeah.
You got a problem? You want something, fucko?
Yeah, fucko. And he just breaks the bridge of his nose open and keeps hitting him. And the guy's getting lower and lower and lower as he's beating him. It's a fantastic scene.
I think we talked to that guy once.
No, we talked to the guy that actually said, we were doing a call-in thing. We were like, the most famous person that's listening to us right now, please call us. It was when we first got to New York. And we wanted to know like who the most famous person was. And this guy called in and he goes, I'm in the scene where the guy gets the shit beat out of him.
Okay.
By that, he goes, I'm the guy in the background that goes, don't shoot.
Oh, interesting.
And I was like, holy fuck, you were in Goodfellas,
We
dude.
talked to that guy.
That's fucking cool
That's
as
awesome.
shit. I go, you
That's
had a
it.
speaking part.
I knew it was something to do with that.
Don't
scene.
shoot.
Yeah.
His dumb
Love
friends.
it. I love that.
Oh, it's fantastic.
They're a part of the fabric in a weird way. I hate to say it like that because I sound like a fucking Aunt Nancy, but I mean they are part of like Cuckoo's Nest I Can Never Turn Off or any of those movies. I guess
Platoon's another one that I love to watch a lot of. Definitely, yeah.
Can't turn that off either.
Which one?
Platoon.
Don't touch my girl.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
The
Go on,
greatest
turn it off. I
Why
just
would you
gotta hear it.
confront him with that face?
Oh my God, he's got it. Oh my God.
Fucker, you
Turn
want
it to him.
How many
Swear
times?
my fucking mother, if you touch her again, you're dead!
He gives him another.
Don't shoot!
We talked to that guy. We talked to him. Oh, did he beat the piss out of him, man?
Yeah, this fucking matching brown jacket and slacks.
And the way Leota walks back, still all pissed. He's got like
Yeah,
his fucking
still
pissed.
like still
His
pissed.
Jimmy Norton just saw something on the street face that he didn't like.
Yeah, but he did something that Jimmy Norton would have done. He acted like a man. Jimmy Norton would have pretended he didn't know and just fucking.
You alright?
I wish you would have done that to her after she fucking wrecked half the scenes of The Sopranos.
I know there are women like my best friends who would have gotten out of there the minute their boyfriend gave them a gun to hide.
Go to another Dr. Melfi scene, you're fucking dead!
I gotta admit the truth. It turned me on.
Turn me on. Yeah, Steven's actually got to go.
We got to get Steven out of here.
Let's plug
Thank
the
you
game.
so much.
Yeah.
I'm glad
Pleasure,
you're hung, man.
Steven.
Steven,
That
always
was a lot of fun.
Sorry we
Yeah,
interrupted
man.
you with this shit.
Yeah.
Stephen will be the Calvin Theater in Northampton. That is that
Friday.
this Friday?
Yes.
This Friday night. A great comic. And just go to Stephen Wright. It's WRIGHT. Stephen Wright, STEVEN Wright.com. And all of his dates will be there. Atlantic City, Borgata, November 4th, too. That's Grandma.
Oh, that's very cool.
Thank you so
Borgata's
much.
great
Great
round.
seeing you
Steven,
guys.
Absolutely.
anytime, man.
Happy to see you,
Okay,
buddy.
Always
thanks.
love having you
Good
in.
seeing you,
Go Sox, by the way.
Hey.
I'm a Met.
Yikes.
You turn around and shocked. No, I'm
Yeah,
serious.
that's
I'm not a Yankees fan.
See you, buddy.
If anything,
am, but-
Mets, but whatever.
I love
All
Stephen Wright.
Yeah, he's cool.
He's fun to hang, man.
I actually, I hope the Sox at least snag the wild card spot.
Why?
I don't know. I kind of like that whole Sox Yankees bullshit. To tell you the truth, I know it's redundant. It's every year for the most part, but it is kind of one of those big. I like watching a playoff game with the Yankees and the Sox.
Hey, someone's reminding me that Don Rickles, also 85 and also from Queens.
Really?
But Don Rickles looks more 85 than Tony Bennett does. Tony Bennett fucking doesn't have an ounce of fat on him.
You know what's fucked up? Tony Bennett, you ever see a person that's too old to wear suits anymore? They just look like the bags
And there's a
on
little dandruff
bones.
on the shoulders,
Yeah,
and they're
yeah.
a little wrinkly. And
The
they're-
suit doesn't fit right because they don't have shoulders anymore. They got like a
Right, right.
skeleton that they're trying to put a sleeve on. He fucking came in with a tailored fucking designer suit.
No dandruff on
and
the
looked,
shoulders.
if I may use the term from the day, he looked fabulous.
Full head of hair.
Full head of fucking white hair. You know what happened with Tony Bennett, though? Like, years ago, he looked like that. Like, years ago, he had the white kind of hair and everything.
He's one of those guys
So it worked well for him to kind of look older
Right.
years ago, because now you look at him and go, bah, that motherfucker hasn't changed.
He got to an age and then just looks that way
Just stopped,
for the rest
yeah.
of his life.
That's it. Good for him.
But see, Rickles. Yeah.
Good for him.
But Rickles still fucking doing it, huh?
Yeah, Rickles.
We got to get
Yeah,
Rickles
I said that
in
already. What are
here.
you, dumb? When you said that to Leno, I fucking howled.
What are you, dumb?
What are you, dumb? He's fucking the greatest, man.
We got to get him in here somehow.
He only does Letterman. I don't even think he does Howard. I think he just only does Letterman when he's in town.
Really?
Like, yeah, he's one of those guys. He's just got his...
Fucking Pesci beat him over the face with the phone.
I don't know. He was very nice. It was one of my fucking... It's one of those highlights that go in your mental reel.
Oh, yeah.
Was after he saw the bit that I did, and he was the lead guest. It was not this time, but the time before, and I walked off. He goes, "That was good, Jim." And he was just,
Nice.
Like, that's fucking Rickles.
Is that?
Yeah, that was a great one.
That's cool.
That was a great one.
All right. Tomorrow on the show,
What do we have on the program?
we got audio from Bobo's date.
Do we get a tease? Can we get a tease?
Little tease,
Because
actually.
I was actually all
You know what?
weekend. I've been wondering about this.
We might be able to squeeze this in, actually.
And I kind of want to
We can
hear.
go through this shit.
Because I know Sam was on the date. You were the chaperone.
Yeah, I mean, if you just want to do a tease, I'll tell you a track to play.
Hold on, let me see.
I was gonna say to him, "Hey, how do you breathe with your heart when you left it over there in San Francisco?"
We could do this.
San Francisco.
We could do this
thanks.
now.
Is that mine?
Yeah?
Yeah, we could do the whole thing now.
Okay. All right,
It's
let's
just 6
do it.
minutes of clips.
Let's start it then.
What happened was the Bobo dating game turned out to be all right, I guess.
It was great.
By the way, I don't acknowledge Bobo on Twitter, and I can't even tweet that. I can't even tweet that I don't acknowledge him on Twitter, because then I'm acknowledging him on Twitter. But just so you know where I stand, I don't acknowledge Bobo on Twitter.
Even fucking E-Rock blocked him finally.
Yeah, but that's
and I know a lot of people they love fucking with Bobo and all that on Twitter, but just leave my name out of it. I don't want to read all those tweets
Bobo was bothering
anymore.
all of us all weekend because E-Rock kept fucking with him.
Oh, is that what was happening?
Yeah, E-Rock is obsessed with fucking with him.
And
I got upset because he wasn't very appreciative after how the date went.
He wasn't.
He was insulting the show.
Yeah, but that's because E-Rock told him he wasn't going to be allowed back on the show, and that E-Rock was going to delete all the audio clips.
That was after.
Why didn't he like the date?
He didn't get laid.
Why would he?
Exactly. He thought he was going to get some kind of action, right?
Yeah, he thought he would at least get a little something, and then...
And he thought more, though, with victim number one, that he was going to get some action. But, of course, since that's the girl he wanted, we had picked victim number two,
but
who despised...
and in the end, they were the same girl, but he's too stupid to understand that. Neither girl was going to kiss him, hold his hand, fucking yank his pud, make it... Nothing was going to ever happen with either girl.
I think victim number one would have been a little more sympathetic to his retardation than victim number two was.
Victim number two, once she got out of the studio, was very nice to Bobo. She was a fabulous conversationalist.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Was she hot?
Yeah, she was a lot.
And now victim number one was allowed to tag along, I heard?
Yeah, we put her at because some of the other guys wanted to go.
Oh, that's
so I said,
they liked victim number one.
The vultures wanted it.
They all thought they had a shot.
What did she look like? Let me see victim number one.
Wait, Sam, who thought they had a shot that they went on the date?
Paul. He was working on her.
Paul was working it? Good for Paul, though. She was definitely cute.
But Danny and Travis also came along. I think they wanted to just see the date happen.
Yeah. Maybe undermine anything that was going on.
I had them sit at a different table as to keep the
That's
romance.
Good. Keep the romantic thing going. I understand.
And we got photos on our Facebook page, Opie and Anthony. Is it Opie and Anthony on Facebook?
Yes.
And boy, how comfortable Bobo looked in those pictures of him with the girl. Yeah.
And how many times is one guy going to fall for the same fucking bit? You've been banned from the show bit.
Thousands.
Holy
Every
shit.
time.
Yeah,
I had to hold him.
What?
I told him on Friday when he came back in tears because once again somebody told him he was banned. I don't know who told him. I said, Bobo.
Why is he being to come back on the
Bobo.
show? Shut
Bobo,
up.
I usually don't take these calls and you're on hold all morning, but I got to ask you, Bobo.
Yeah.
Why do you, Bobo, fall for the same fucking bit so many times?
There have been times I've never been sure if things are pranks or not, but I guess realized that this was a prank.
Bobo, I told you
No,
how
why
many
do you
times?
fall for the exact same bit numerous of times? I don't even know the number at this point. I would guess 20 times. 20 times we've told you you've been banned from the show, and every fucking time you
end
buy
up in
into
tears.
It.
I don't know. I guess that scared part of me too much overwhelmed me.
I guess
I was sending him private messages so nobody could see. It was private on Twitter that said, Bobo, just stop this. E-Rock was fucking with you.
Yeah.
You're not banned. You never are banned. You always come back when we need you.
I hate the show. I hate you guys.
By the way, victim number one, her consolation prize, invitation to the next compound party.
She was very excited about that.
She was very excited
asked me if you
about
were
that.
being serious.
I was being serious, absolutely.
I
So she's going to get an invite to the next compound party.
I was told, though, she was pissed that she lost this contest.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, she wanted the money.
Who won?
The blonde did.
Is the brunette look like a goer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, the next compound party will be the big Halloween bash.
Oh, those are the best.
If you remember last year, yes, we are having a compound Halloween party.
Sure.
Look in your email for your evites. They'll be going out soon. But
I won't look. I don't want to be disappointed anymore.
Oh, Opie, you're always on every invitation list.
I won't be looking anymore.
You are on every invitation list.
Again.
No, I swear.
See, I told you they fucking hate each other.
Shut up! Of course, I won't accept her email, but I will. So you can forward
We'll
off
pass it
an
along.
evite to a girl, because it's always good to have a lovely girl wandering around
yeah.
for to talk and maybe entertain some of the guys. I learned that from one of those old 50s how to throw a party things where you need some girls.
Dude, can we please do that at your Halloween party?
Oh, absolutely.
Can I say we, like I might have an invite.
I don't know if
you of course are invited, Yeenie.
Wait, October 30th.
All these ghost
No,
invites.
it's gonna be the Saturday before Halloween because Halloween is on a Monday, I think.
Oh,
and you can't do a Sunday because I don't like doing the fucking next day work thing. Because you're having a party, and by 8:30 at night, everyone's like, "Hey, I got to go."
It's a bunch of bull turkey.
Exactly. Right. So, it's going to be the Saturday before Halloween. So, mark that down on your calendars. Big compound Halloween party.
Cancel special delivery.
Yeah, please.
Hey,
I mean, literally,
full-time,
just cancel it. Yes.
More
please.
importantly, could we get through the date audio so we can move on from this bit?
I forgot we're in a rush.
So Bobo went on this date that with a girl that that doesn't care about him.
Yes.
No, I mean, I don't think anybody had entered
Bobo,
the
you do
contest.
realize neither girl cared about you, right?
Yeah, I realized it, right? Eventually, I just realized that this was just a goof.
I think eventually we should try to find like someone that would actually go out on a real date with you. But see, we got to take the money out of it because these girls were just looking for the money.
But once we take the money out, then the girls go out too. There's no girls
I'm
left.
thinking, but you never know though. There might be another like fucked up Bobo type person out there.
Yeah, they just wanted the money, right, Bobo?
Yeah, I knew. They just wanted the money.
Dude, I see waterheads that are with each other.
That's true.
There's someone for everyone.
Come on.
I'm thinking we could get a real like female Bobo type for Bobo.
The other sister, I think, was a true story. Two fucking complete morons. And but before you know it, they're fucking.
We just gotta find a female
to marching
idiot.
band music. That fucking dolt.
Yeah.
Giovanni Ribisi tard.
Yeah, the bit is. We don't even want to call it a bit, but this is officially on. We're looking for a female Bobo type that really does want to go out with Bobo.
We got to find a moron that wants to date Bobo.
No money, no shit, nothing.
If you're a girl and
Stupid as
you're
hell.
fucking dumb, dumb as fuck, and please give us a call.
And your genitals are as beat up as Bobo's.
Right. Yeah, maybe you had a clitoral fucking circumcision with a spade shovel.
Yeah. If your pussy looks like you did time in the Sudan.
Yes. One swath with a post hole digger, and you're in.
See, that person wouldn't even be listening right now.
No, of course they
But we
wouldn't
might
be.
find one.
Yes.
We're going to try to find you a real date, Bobo.
Well, I took some advice from a friend of mine and had.
Well, you're still talking on the phone, so obviously it wasn't good advice. Get it?
Well,
Shoot yourself.
I am on the. I was close to the subway, but then I had to get off the next stop. So
Gives a shit.
That's
God,
great.
it's just endless.
You know what I hear is a great thing to visit? The third rail when you're on the subway.
Do you know, it'd be good if you had an ability to differentiate between information, which is mildly interesting, and information that has no redeeming human value whatsoever.
Ah, God.
I would like you once to understand that there is a difference in the interest we have in hearing information.
Yeah.
And I didn't get blown on the date as interesting. I was going to get off the subway, but didn't. Is horrible. And nobody cares.
Not an iota of interest.
None.
There.
I don't know who you would tell that info to usually.
I'd be embarrassed if
A
I
regular
thought
person,
that.
I don't even know who you would make suffer with that info.
It's terrible.
It would be in your head, but you choose not to share it with anybody.
Why?
Now we're babbling too much. We might not be able to play the audio soon.
No.
Well, this is a great tease then.
I knew it was going to be a tease.
Bobo, did you enjoy the date?
Or give me a tease clip.
Yeah, let's have a tease clip.
There's
Shut your
Shut
mouth.
up.
No, what was he gonna, let's hear. What were you going to say, Bobo?
Yeah, sorry, you're right.
What were you going to say?
Jimmy's right.
I was going to say I enjoyed the date, and maybe I could take from what I learned from this date, and hopefully, I could maybe pick up girls based on what I learned from this date. How not to.
Wow.
Wait a minute.
That was okay. That was actually worth
good.
listening to.
All right, hold on. What did you learn from the date, Bobo?
Good question.
Well, I learned for sure not to keep the person interested. Maybe try to make the person laugh. Maybe try not to bump into the person when I'm trying to get to the whatever chair I'm sitting at the table.
Wait, what happened, Sam? Sam was on the game. What happened?
Bobo heard us laughing while they were walking because Troy also came and he was videoing some stuff. But we were laughing, and Bobo picked up on the fact that, like, when he walked, he was consistently walking in front of her. They'd get to an escalator where it was just room for one person, and instead of being chivalrous, he actually stepped in front of her to make sure he went first. We get to Dave and Buster's, and he sat down at the table before she even got to the table, let alone pulled out her chair.
Oh, he could have been romantic.
He
yeah.
heard me just guffaw laughing when he sat down at the table, and he realized what I was laughing at. So he jumped up out of his seat and actually pushed her out of the way, and then pulled her chair out. But she was pushed.
She was pushed so he could do the right thing.
That's hilarious.
But Bobo, the good news is that the girl that you wanted to win, Courtney, just got invited to the compound party. So I guess when you're there, maybe you could hit on her.
True.
Yeah, there's been I saw some Twitter chatter, on Twitter about this dolt actually attending my Halloween party.
Yeah.
No.
What?
This doesn't happen. I'm sorry, Bobo. You won't be getting an invite.
Oh.
I'm fine with that.
But Pat from Lunaki goes and Big A goes.
And the girl Bobo who wanted a date with Bobo is going to be there.
She's going to go.
The girl wants to date Bobo, and she's going to be at Ant's
house. Pat from Monarchy is great. Fucking Big A, great, fun people. What do I need? Fucking this guy just lurching around my house like a ghoul.
Hello, Anthony. Where's the soda pop?
But people would like to see Bobo at the compound.
Not me, and I own the place. So fuck. Owner reserves the right.
She's a right. I'm just kidding. She's cute. She's very cute.
What is it, Bobo?
Oh, look at that laugh. That mouth open. Yeah.
Oh. Stephen S. from Bayshore just made me dry heave.
Oh,
and it takes a lot. It really does.
Yeah.
I got a strong will. He writes, where can you find a girl who will be willing to... I just updated, fuck. Okay. Who will be willing to suck the cream out of Bobo's nose boils?
Oh, Jesus. Oh.
Bobo, you have nose boils?
Do you have nose boils, Bobo?
No.
Yeah,
No.
right.
All right, what clip are we playing as a tease? And then we'll have the rest of the audio from the big Bobo date
I think
tomorrow.
the perfect tease clip would be his Chip impression. He started randomly doing Chip at the table. I think we were referring to the waiters wearing the same clothes.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, Daniel Chip Curlin came out.
Well, that's his attempt at making people laugh.
Right.
Making his date laugh.
Now,
some humor.
keep in mind, we found out earlier and was told to Bobo that his date didn't listen to the show.
Right. So she doesn't know what the fuck.
So it's a Chip impression with the context of who Chip is being completely removed.
So why was she here? She doesn't listen to the show.
Her uncle listens.
Uncle pimped her out.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yay.
Her uncle is a big fan, and he was very proud to have her on there. And
she's kind of
win
cute,
the
right?
contest.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind giving her the old.
They both had very different looks.
That's a kiss and a hysterectomy, by the way. Sorry.
But they were both cute. They both had very
both
different
good
looks.
looking. Yeah.
Well, here's Bobo doing his Chip impression.
I hate myself.
Jim, you look good.
I saw my picture with Tony Bennett. I literally should be killed by Al Qaeda. Fat pig.
Every day we can
Ugly
guarantee
fat
that Jimmy's
pig.
going to look down at his,
and
at his stomach. And
Yeah, you
just-
should have seen me in the hotel.
He squeezes it and he yells at it.
You should have seen me eating fucking chocolate-covered almonds after Leno. Congratulating himself, piggy boy. Yeah, good job, fat pig.
They are delicious.
They're fucking raw.
Dark chocolate?
Refreshing?
Holy fuck
Dark
yeah.
chocolate
No,
covered
regular
almonds?
chocolate almonds.
Yeah.
I ate those Luna bars.
Which ones did you get? What, the one with the
For a
chocolate?
lunatic.
The chocolate powder or the chocolate?
They're just chocolate around the fucking delicious almond.
Delish.
I just kept eating them.
Yeah, but you spend enough time on the elliptical that you could do that sometimes.
I just looked at my Tony Bennett picture. Fat blubber neck.
Really?
Yeah, blubber neck fucking McGillicuddy.
I noticed you had a big smile.
Yeah, I know. I should have had a big fucking fist crashing into my mouth last night when I was eating pretzels and fucking smokehouse almonds last night at 1 in the morning. Wonder why I can't sleep on a salt rush.
But pretzels aren't pretzels aren't that bad.
Carbs are terrible.
They're not
Fat
that bad.
pig before bed. Have some more comfort food, tits.
Your nickname's just Tits now?
Oh, fucking shit.
Shit.
Fuck, Jimmy, you rule.
God damn it.
I want to know about Uncle Paul tomorrow.
Sure, what do you want to know?
Well, Opie found out Uncle Paul likes to drink sometimes and gets revealing.
Oh, yeah.
I want to
I
save it
don't
for
like
tomorrow.
that days.
I want to save it for tomorrow, though. I'm hearing things about Uncle Paul. He's a big drinker, and he's not as vague.
Well,
when
he's a lightweight.
when he's drunk.
He drinks a lot, but he's a lightweight.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can't handle this shit.
I used to babysit you. I'd poke my you-know-what through the crib and you'd grab it. He was a little blue-eyed Gregorio.
Can you molest someone else today? Why does it always have to be me?
You was the cutest one.
Can we take turns being molested by Uncle Paul?
Always.
Why is it always me? Why is it always me?
Uncle Paul likes you.
But it has to be me every
Really
time.
does.
What about Travis or Sam or Anthony? Young Anthony.
I had
with his
told
doe
you,
eyes.
Him and his brother would play the game. the
flip?
peenie flip. I said, go ahead, flip your peenie.
Yeah, that's right. I remember hearing about the peenie
Sure.
flip.
And his mother would take pictures. Take pictures when he was in the tub.
It's horrible.
Yeah, and then the court said she had to leave, so she went with a Jewish fella.
Is that what happened?
Oh, God.
Here's the other thing. Bobo doesn't laugh at anything. So
No.
why is he even a fan of the show?
He's basically...
Do you ever laugh?
Yeah, I do. All right. I was just trying to be not to interrupt you guys while you were talking.
I don't understand why you and Starker Patty listen to this radio show.
Yeah,
Because
they
neither
never
one
laugh.
will ever laugh, and when they're here, they just stare at you. When amazing shit's going on the show, and they just stare. It's like, how do they ever become fans?
I have no idea.
Have you never heard me when I'm at home? I'm laughing at home.
Give us a laugh. How does Bobo laugh? Because I don't know.
God. Sounds like a Primatine Mist commercial.
Yeah, exactly. Quick, blow out the candle.
Now we can't play the teaser clip now. So.
Why now he's just laughing.
All
He
right,
won't stop
enough.
laughing now.
Stop laughing.
That's funny. You
Fucking hyena idiot.
Play a little tease.
All right,
one
here's
little tease.
Bobo doing his chip impression to impress his date that has doesn't know anything about the show. Yes.
Everybody's like wearing the same thing. It's like we're all just gonna wear the same thing or something. Can't identify. Makes it hard to find a missing person. Like you say to describe the person. It's like saying no. They all like wear this. It's like wearing like a shiny shoe. And the officers like saying no. They're like everybody. We're all wearing those shiny suits and stuff.
What? What? What are you talking about?
Oh no, that was a Chip.
What? Chip?
Never mind. That's a character Jim Norton does.
It's
oh, what a bomb!
And it always works when you have to explain it after.
Oh, what a bomb-a-rooney.
I do laugh, all right.
Just confusion on her face. Like,
oh, and he just kept going and going with it. He wouldn't shut up and stop.
Stupid delivery.
Bobo, why would
That
you?
was very stupid.
Why would you do a show reference for someone that has never heard the show? This is basic shit.
Yeah.
No, well, I thought it was funny. Didn't quite work out so well.
something you don't know about Bobo is he likes to talk about the show when he's out on dates.
Is it just constant, like, talking about the show?
Jimmy just looked at his gut again.
I did. I lifted. I'm fucking so filled with physical self. I was on the Stairmaster yesterday and the elliptical.
But
good for you.
You had a lot of treating to do because you've been very successful lately. So you
All
had
I've been doing is eating treats.
You had to treat yourself. You were on Leno twice,
Yeah.
G4.
You're a good boy. You treat yourself
There's
when
a lot
you're a
of
good
treats
boy.
that you have to do now.
You got very indulgent.
I'm so fucking.
How many treats did you give yourself?
I ate a lot of sushi because my two favorite.
Did you
sushi
go to,
places, Mizawa twice?
There's another place you like out there now?
Yes.
Not as good as Mizawa.
It's where I see a lot of. It's where I saw DiCaprio once. Didn't get. I never got a picture there. I saw Venus. Fucking. What was it? No, Serena Williams was there when we were there.
Was it down the hill?
No.
To the left?
No.
Is it close? It's not close to Hollywood Hills? Sunset Boulevard?
No. It's not far, but it's not there.
Down Hollywood Way.
Wait, what else did I have? I had a bunch of treats. I didn't have any desserts. Are you window updating?
Always.
It's a fucking.
I want to shut the fucking thing off.
All right, listen, we're out of time.
Don't power off! Don't unplug your machine installing one of two updates.
People want to know why you're eating pretzels at 1 a.m., but you keep late hours. 1 a.m.'s not that late for Jim Norton.
Yeah, I was.
Jim Norton.
I was writing down some material, and I was having some pretzel treats. And I decided to have some smokehouse almonds. And I had some water.
So you just choose not to sleep because the water's going to keep you up.
The water, to
you
pee.
pee a lot.
Yeah.
All right. Bobo.
Yeah.
Bobo, thank you, sir.
Yeah, Bobo.
All right, and Anthony, I got a message for you. I'll try to earn my way to the compound someday.
No, there's no earning your way. There's no message for me. There's no earning way. Don't fucking include me in any tweets. I don't want to see
you gotta Twitter him,
my
though, 'cause you don't
fucking
Twitter him.
name
He's
on there
mad.
or
He's hurt.
nothing. Just don't, okay?
He's hurt that you don't include him, Bobo. That's the bottom line.
You send tweets to Opie and to E-Rock, never to Anthony.
Why E-Rock is really angry. Why are you angry
Why
at a
are
guy
you
that has
angry,
half a
E-Rock?
brain? I don't understand the people that are mad at the guy that has half a brain. I
You
don't
say that
get
while
it.
E-Rock's yelling in a mirror.
Why are you so angry at Bobo?
Because he just assumes that if you mention anything, he has to be a part of it, and why aren't you giving that to him?
He only has an 80%
don't.
brain.
This isn't bullshit retard cover over this stuff. This is just him being an asshole.
Ooh.
He just assumes he gets everything that this show has.
Eric's upset because sometimes Bobo says, "Don't you know who I am?"
That too.
Oh, really?
To
Yeah,
people
sometimes Bobo
in the
has a little,
hallway,
ego.
downstairs.
Didn't he Saturday or something? People coming up to him. I think somebody said. I was reading. Somebody said at a bar or something that Bobo was hanging out at. A bunch of people were coming up to him like he was a celebrity.
So he's famous. So he's got an ego. Of
Bobo,
course.
are you famous?
Maybe moderately, actually.
Moderately.
He used to go to comedy shows and hand out headshots that he printed out himself.
Eric's jealous that he doesn't get recognized like Bobo gets recognized.
Ah,
That Bobo
you know?
is a celebrity because of all the things he's done, and that E-Rock is just not that
Do
recognized.
you think the two dunderheads are competing?
I love Dunderhead.
It
One of
really
my
is
favorite ones.
It's a
too.
gem.
I love Dunderheads.
I want to create a character. That guy Chris, who got mad, yelled "dumb lunkhead," also had a character he would do called Machine Gun Chickie.
What did Machine Gun Chickie do?
I don't know, but it was terrible. I used to.
Horrid name.
I was young. I thought it was funny when I would always say "Machine Gun Chick Ass" because I hated Machine Gun Chickie.
You were retarded. Right.
So Bobo annoys you?
Well, just now he's like, well, I'll earn my way to an invite to the compound. When
right.
Anthony flat out said, "You're not coming to this
I
thing."
don't need him. I know it would just be so fucking
doesn't understand 'cause
uncomfortable.
He's retarded.
He's bad
That's
to the
not an
compound.
excuse.
I mean, that's
Yeah, he was
Retardation,
once.
unfortunately, is an excuse.
That's because Keith the cop thought it would be funny to call him, tell him to get on the train, go to the train station near my house, and then Keith picked him up, blindfolded him,
put a bag on his
and
head.
put a bag on his head, and drove him to my house so he wouldn't know where I lived, and then like let him loose.
It was funny.
Oh, it was funny as fuck.
He's harmless.
When I had to drain my pool because he was naked in it.
What about when he was running around your backyard nude?
Yeah.
Was he really?
Yes.
It was the greatest night of my life.
I'm
It
so
was
upset it was
horrid.
That's kind of funny.
Times when we touch.
Bobo, you remember when you were naked at Anthony's house?
Yeah, I remember
You
that.
stop
I don't
grumbling.
I don't remember that day.
I'll help you toad
I
it.
remember that day.
So you were naked, Bobo?
Yeah, that was time a long time ago because I.
All right.
Hey, Bobo, what are you doing with that story? I aims to bore you with it. He's terrible.
Yeah, boy, I'm not hear boring stories like this.
What's wrong with it? Ain't got no point to it.
He ain't queer funny or ha-ha funny.
All right.
Let's go home.
Yeah, we're done.
Exactly.
Bobo, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, later, Bobo.
Or have your
All right,
brother
I'll
do it.
speak to you guys later.
Maybe.
Twitter, Anthony, please.
Listening.
Yeah, you got to send him a tweet if you want to go to the party.
Listening.
Yeah, beg.
I'm not gonna bother you. I'm not gonna bother you on Twitter.
Oh, shut up. Just do it.
No, it's fine.
Oh, UN General Assembly.
Yep.
Ah.
President's in town.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Roland's just trying to say Ahmadinejad outside. I wish we had fucking had a recorder going for that one. Ahmadinejad. That's mine. Oh, is that Anthony's? Or they gave it to me? Roland gave it to me.
Who wants my Star Wars?
I do.
Does Anthony have his?
Oh, everybody does. There's 4 people raising their hands.
What?
Now you got to pick.
Those are mine.
What's my choices?
Don't touch my shit.
Paul,
I'll kill you.
E-Rock, Sam, and Travis.
E-Rock, definitely not.
They should earn
Okay.
it. How about they earn it tomorrow?
It's between Travis and Paul.
Why not me? Wait, he just gave it to Paul. That means he didn't really want it. I wanted it.
I was giving it to Paul. It's between Travis and Paul.
How come not me?
The honesty.
Well, Paul wasn't reading my mind properly today, so I give it to Travis.
Yeah.
I was trying to do a Tony Bennett bit, but he wasn't reading my mind properly.
Ah, you're right. You know what? That cost him.
The whole bit was to play 4 seconds of Tony Bennett and go, okay, that's enough. But
Oh, yeah, he
it didn't
fucked
really
up
happen.
that.
That's right. He sabotaged you, and you don't like it.
What are you doing with your Star Wars?
I'll watch it. I want to see the first 3. I've never seen them. I'm not giving. If I don't like it, I'll give it a try.
Wow, I might have some Star Wars fans in my family.
Take it back from Travis.
Sometimes when we touch.
Family's more important than coworkers.
We're practically family.
Blood
We spend
is-
so much time together.
Blood is
thicker than something. Ooh, I like the smell of a
Your
good...
family's gonna get pissed at you. They're gonna be like, "You serious?"
You know what's sad is I would give it back to him right now.
You should.
No, enjoy it, Travis.
He's not gonna watch it.
You enjoy.
Enjoy it. Thanks, Opie.
Forget the family. It's all about you.
Exactly. Yeah. Be selfish.
Mike's still on. I yank it out of your hands to look like the asshole that I am.
Mics are still on. Turn the mics off.
No, don't turn them off. Leave them on.
Oh.
Come on, we need that Opie radio.
That Opie rage.
Opie rage.
Let's go home, James.
Bye, Opie. Bye, Jim. I guess what we'll do now is see. Sometimes they haven't done this in a while, but sometimes they just end the show. But they don't end the show; they just leave. I mean, it's not the after show yet. So, what's that? E-Rock, you're gonna leave?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom.
Bye, Sam.
You have to go take a piss. I mean, wait, you're gonna leave me in the studio alone like it's a bit? I'll just take the show over. This doesn't matter. Or what I'll do is, because I'm smarter than you, is I'll turn the mics off and make you look like an asshole for not being on your position. Stupid. All right. I'm sorry for saying such hurtful words. Paul, you lost.
Yes, I did.
I'll talk to you about that on the after show coming up next.
The Virus, Sirius XM. And now, the Opie and Anthony Show continues. This is After O&A Live. Here's your host, Sam Roberts.
After Opie and Anthony Live. What's that noise? Are you still doing this? Roland. For the entire commercial break. For no reason. Like, Roland is just an obnoxious guy. Our talent booker. And for no reason, while E-Rock was in the producer's studio, there's a pane of soundproof glass that separates our studio from the studio that E-Rock sits in. Roland was sitting next to the window and pounding on the window as hard as he could over and over again for the entire commercial break. Why? Why were you doing that?
I'm hungry and I don't know.
Eric, was that annoying?
You just see him flailing against the glass there, but you don't know
You can't
why
hear it
he's
in there?
fucking do it. It's very faint.
Because it's resonating against the walls in here. Like, I could hear it on this wall that's farther away from the window.
Yeah, sometimes Roland just does things because he's a dick for no reason.
He was swearing that it was going to annoy you, but you couldn't even hear him.
I was watching him just move his arms back and forth, back and forth. And Sal, the intern, is in here, and he goes, "Is he going to keep doing that?" I go, "Guess so." And then Roland's doing double fisting on the windows.
Oh, even Sal, the intern, thinks you're a psychopath already. So it's the second week.
Oh, Sal.
If you're just, this is the after show, of course. I mean, you might have gotten confused because Opie and Anthony decided to leave the show without actually turning the mics off once again today. But that was still O&A. This is now after Opie and Anthony Live. I'm Sam Roberts. And I mean, if you're just tuning in now and you missed any of the show, I mean, you missed a major bit. You missed the Opie Star Wars Blu-ray giveaway. Which,
what
I mean, was
happened?
just...
I missed it. I was downstairs waiting for guests.
He said... he said... who wants this Star Wars Blu-ray? I don't think I'm going to watch it. Because he's got a kid. He's got too much stuff to do. And I raised my hand.
Who?
Simultaneously, Travis raised his hand. And then in the other room, Paul and the Sex Bagel raised their hands. The first one out of the gate was Eric. The second one out of the gate, meaning out of the competition. That's wrong. Out of the competition was Eric. The second one out of the competition, for some reason, was me. Now, that leads me to believe, Eric, I mean, it's been no secret
That's
that
fixed.
you and I have hung out with Opie, like probably more than anybody else has.
Yeah.
Like, he treats his friends poorly.
Fair assessment.
I think that is what we learned from this, because immediately the first two he can eliminate are the two people that he has actually hung out with on a social basis.
That talks to him when the mics are off.
Right,
Yeah.
like the people who actually like call him and everything. But so Paul and Travis are left, and then Paul, I think he would have given it to you because
It seemed like it was going that way.
because this is what I know. Like, he sees you as like the go-getter young. Like, he used to see me. Like
Yeah.
before, like when I was just coming in
When you
for
still had
free,
hopes and dreams.
and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get on this show. Like, that's when he was like, yeah, there's, and now it's like, you know, it's like a puppy. Like, I've grown into a full-size dog, and I'm not the fun puppy
Like
anymore.
Marley and me.
Exactly. Like, he's ready to put me down because, you know, it's a shame, but it's time.
Yeah.
That's right. That's exactly right. Whereas you're the puppy.
Yeah.
You're the hungry little dog who just needs Opie to feed him.
I just want to be pet.
Right. You just want it to be pet. You'll go cuddle up on Jim's leg, cuddle up on Ant's leg, jump in Opie's lap, whatever it takes. You just need some affection.
God, that stinks.
Well, that's Roland for you.
I'm hungry.
What was breakfast this morning, Roland?
Not a goddamn thing.
What did you have for dinner last night?
Dinner. Beef ribs.
Beef, a lot of them?
No, only 5.
Okay.
The baby back.
But then he said what cost you was you fucking up today on the board.
I totally did.
Now
that was my first shot too.
I was going to say something.
Who got the Blu-rays?
So it was Anthony and Jim took the Blu-rays, and then he gave it to Travis.
Oh.
You're not happy about that? Well, I am going to turn this thing around in a minute because I figured out a plan. But you, I thought, were the phone screener.
Yes, amongst other things.
So how could you fuck up on the board?
Eric had to shit. So
you lost the Star Wars Blu-ray.
Because Eric had to shit.
Because Eric had to shit.
Yes.
Eric.
I had a potty emergency.
Your potty emergency.
They were over an hour and a half. They still hadn't taken a break.
But they were winding down. You knew they were going to break soon.
It seemed like it. And here's what I told Paul, and Paul can attest to this. It seems like they were winding down, and Paul goes, because he knows how to run the Profit and Delete and all that stuff, and he goes, just go, I'll run the board. I go, yeah, but my luck, the second that I go, and this was maybe 15 minutes before I left, I said, my luck, they're going to want to play something going into break, and I'm not going to be there, and there's going to be a problem. And then right at that point, it's like I couldn't wait anymore, and it seemed like, all right, they're going to break. I said, Paul, can you take this? Yeah, no problem. I run out. And then come back to find out that Paul screwed up something on Tony Bennett.
They didn't mention your name for an hour and a half until the minute you left that studio for 3 minutes.
That's always my luck.
How come you had to shit so bad?
I don't know. It just kind of hit me.
What was breakfast? Did you have something early?
No,
this
I
morning?
didn't have anything before.
Okay, well then what was dinner?
What was dinner? Dinner was. Oh, I only had one thing yesterday. It was in 2 meals though, but we had cheeseburger from Houlihan's.
Cow.
I never ate the whole thing, and then I had it later.
Wow.
So all you ate yesterday was one cheeseburger?
It was a cheeseburger from Houlihan's.
They're big, though.
How big?
They're like 5 patties.
No, they're
You
not.
ate 5 patties with cheese?
No, I don't know where Roland's
No
going
wonder
to
you had
eat.
to shit.
That's his special.
Eric did confess to me when he came back that he just made it to the bathroom. So if he had
Yeah, as
stayed
soon as
here
as soon as the lid went down, I was like, "Oh, thank God."
Was it solid or was it drippy?
It was both.
Did you ever call
It
it drippy when you were a kid?
No.
Paul?
No.
I did.
No, Drippy was not.
It's called the Houlihan special.
It looked like Alpo.
Yeah.
It just would come out in the sludge.
Are you sure you're not sleep eating and having cans of Alpo at
I'm
night?
positive.
All right. Well, listen, I have figured out, and you're taking this in stride, it seems, even though E-Rock's Alpo shits, whoa, that chair has wheels, E-Rock's Alpo shits cost you a Star Wars Blu-ray. And not just the one of the
box set.
2 trilogies.
Oh, no.
Both trilogies.
The entire saga.
Plus 2 bonus discs. And you can't get those bonus discs unless you get both trilogies.
Oh, I had no idea about the bonus discs.
That's right. I saw it in Walmart yesterday. And it has it's $80 and has
For now.
90 minutes of Star Wars spoofs.
Really?
I don't know where they got all those Star Wars spoofs
Is the
from.
Christmas special on there?
No, the Christmas special is not on there. Lucasfilm does not acknowledge the Christmas special. But E-Rock's doggy shits cost you that Blu-ray. Do you have a Blu-ray player?
Of course I do.
Okay.
PS3 is a Blu-ray player.
Listen, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to offer Travis the chance to flip this Blu-ray right now.
To do the right thing.
Because I'm saying this right here, and I'm saying it on the air. Everybody's going to hear it right here on After Opie and Anthony Live. If Travis comes down to this studio and gives me the Star Wars Blu-ray Saga, the whole box set that Opie just gave him, I'll give him $15 today. Cash. Cash.
Now, wait a second.
15.
You said to make it right, and you're going to give him $15 cash.
Cash.
But
in hand, I'll show you the 15. I know you probably don't believe me. I'll show you the 15. See, it's 10 and a 5.
Okay.
Cash. Roland,
Okay.
you see it. How much is this?
It's $5.
And
there's a 10.
$15 right now for the Blu-ray.
Now,
Travis, come on down and make your 15.
hold on. I got to ask.
Okay.
This is to make it right for me, so the Blu-rays would go to me.
We'll figure out what happens with that after that. I mean, that.
I could email the guy and I get another Blu-ray for myself and just let it sit on my desk.
Well, I'm going to tell you this. If you do that, the offer goes to you. 15. I mean, think about it this way.
40.
Travis walked into the building today.
Let's make a deal.
Oh, I was like, what is that noise? A bed? Travis walked into this building with X amount of dollars in his pocket. Knowing this place, probably zero.
Yeah.
Right?
Definitely.
He was sure he was given a Blu-ray, but what's a Blu-ray worth? Nothing. I mean, it's a movie. You can't go to the grocery store and give people a Blu-ray for a bag of tomatoes. It can't happen. Nobody will accept it. Not on this country, not in any country. But if Travis walks in here right now and hands over that Blu-ray box set, he will have $15 that he didn't walk out in. And Paul, he got that box set for free. That's 100% profit. Where in business can you find a deal where you can make 100% profit? That is the deal I'm offering. It's a limited time basis. $15 for the Star Wars Blu-ray collection thing.
I don't see him coming down the hall.
I don't see
understand.
him moving at all.
Yeah, I don't understand why. I thought we made this clear. I see he waved. I see him down the hall. He waved for a second. I don't know if that means hold on a sec. Leave the deal on the table because Travis, $15 with your name on it in exchange for the Star Wars Blu-ray collection that Opie just gave you.
Not to outdo you, Sam.
Yeah.
But I'm willing to offer $20.
You don't have $20. Let me see the 20. Let me see the 20.
I do have $20.
Travis, he's going to rip you off. Don't do it. Let me see the 20.
Travis knows I'm good for it. I have $1 in my wallet.
Okay.
No, that's all I have.
No
$1
deal.
in my
No deal.
wallet.
Because, Paul, what you don't understand is here's a 5 and here's the 10. $15 in cash to Travis right now. Not I'll give you 20 later. You know, that doesn't work. That doesn't work.
Okay.
15 in hand for that Star Wars Blu-ray collection. And I'm assuming he'll be coming down the hall. He's not. Eric, wait a minute. What do you got in your... How much money is that?
I am willing to make a cash offer for Travis's Star Wars Blu-ray set.
Of how much?
Well, Paul has, I believe he said $1.
Yes, I do. $1.
I'm willing to up the ante.
Well, 15 right
and
now.
I am going with 6.
Well, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
You're offering less than I offered.
How about this?
I think he'll go for it, though. I have $6 right here waiting.
I got a better idea. I'll
Yeah.
offer 0, bitch slap him, take it back, as I got it for him, so now I'm taking it back.
You go. All right, go grab it. Go grab it from him.
Eric's banking on Travis liking him more, which just isn't.
I'm banking in that he'll want to undercut Sam on
Oh,
this.
that's a good point, actually.
I don't care if it goes to me or you.
You're banking.
All right, then we can combine ours and make it $7.
Let's make it 7 and we
We're
can
in.
share.
You
We're
guys
in,
don't understand something. You're still dealing with $8 that goes unaccounted for. He might like you more than he likes me, but he doesn't like you more than $8. $8?
$8.
I said 15. a cheapo like you guys.
Well, you're throwing out this price of $8 when clearly Eric and I already discussed it.
We have
$7.
another
What's 8 plus
potential
7?
investor.
We only have $7 between us.
All right, and what do you do? What do you get when you add 8?
Well, then you get $15.
Well, now you know where the 8 comes from.
Well, Paul,
mathematician.
Paul, we're in luck.
Hold on.
Because we have another person who wants to go in on the Star Wars Blu-ray set.
Okay, who's that?
And that would be Sal the intern.
Oh, you motherfucker.
So to our $7, we will add $18 additional.
Wow.
Bringing it to $25.
Wait. So who gets the? But that's 3 of you. So who gets the discs?
I would give it to Sal the intern since he doesn't make any money here.
Well, you would also say that because you only put in $1, so it doesn't matter.
Yes.
You might as well take your dollar
He
out.
said
and
he'll
make
just take it on the weekend, and then we can split the week with it.
Oh,
sort of
cool.
like Radioactive Man #1.
Okay.
Yeah, but then it's going to end up getting ripped up or something. It's going to be worthless in the end. Sharing doesn't work. Well, I'm assuming Travis.
$25 is on the table.
15 is on the table. That's 25 combined. It doesn't count. 15 is on the table. I'm assuming Travis is in a meeting right now. So he'll probably come back a little later, I would think. I mean, I'm looking, and yes, I think he must be in a meeting. So a little later in the show, he'll come to collect the 15. Oh, is the meeting over? Because I see him walking. All right, let me get the 15 out. Let me get this 15
Hold
out.
on, I gotta
right
go
now.
grab that 25 from
No. If that's a combined effort, that doesn't count.
Sure it does.
Okay, is he holding the DVD? There's a Blu-ray disc. He does not appear to be. No, that's his phone. You're not holding the Blu-ray set. Did you not hear the offer that was on the table?
I heard the offer.
Here it is. I don't know if you believed it or not, but how much money is this?
That looks like $15. Is that real money?
That's a 10 and a 5. And that's yours in exchange for the Blu-ray. So if you could just hand it over.
And is that including shipping?
Well, you don't have to ship it to me. You just hand it to me. I'm here.
It's all the way back in the office, though.
I'll go get it. What's that, Paul?
Oh, this is $24.
All right, let's combine it then. And you give that to me. And then we'll make it...
now it's 25.
Now, we all like Star Wars, right?
Yes.
How many people do we have here?
1, 2, 3, 4. Sal, you
4.
5.
Eric?
Yeah, 9.
I see what you did there. So how about we all just take our favorite movie?
All right, only thing is...
share.
Because we're all going to fight over Empire.
I
'cause we all
consider...
know.
Well,
I'll take episode 3.
I could... What?
Eric's got episode
Eric,
3.
your favorite Star Wars movie is episode 3?
Isn't that the one he tried to put the Backstreet Boys into?
What?
I don't know anything about that,
Yeah, no,
Paul.
that's absolutely true.
That's some Backstreet Boy trivia that you know from joining the fan club.
That's some
but
George Lucas trivia.
I consider the original trilogy to be one movie, so I will take that.
Okay.
So that's fair, right?
This is one story?
That's kind of one
Okay.
story. Yeah, I consider that. And then Eric can have episode 3, and then you two... Sal gets nothing, and he lost his $18. And then you and...
If you say no to this whole deal, I just made $24.
Cool. All right, no deal.
Okay.
Wait, so how does Travis get $24?
No, I just made $24.
Oh, good for you, Paul. Well, then let's give a round of applause. Paul wins. Let's make a deal.
Wait a minute.
Congratulations.
And Paul, you can come over and we'll watch Star Wars.
Oh, sweet.
And but snacks are on Paul, am I right? He's got the 24.
I got 24 for it.
Well, you got 25
Well, I do have
technically.
25.
You made 24. All right, well, I guess I'll just steal it from you later. I'll try to. Paul,
I mean, maybe I'll be interested in the offer later.
yeah, I mean,
Maybe if I get hungry, I don't have any cash on me.
that's what I'm banking on. Do you have cash on you?
I have $2. That's not going to
That's
buy me
not
lunch.
going to buy you lunch, no.
No.
And I'm going to try to undercut you if that's the case.
Oh, undercut.
That's right. That's right. I'm going to try to offer it to you for cheaper. So Tony Bennett was in today.
Yes.
Big thrill for everybody. But for me, what was the most thrilling thing was him just giving Ant and Jim nothing in the beginning of the interview on what they were going for. Like, Jim, you have to listen to this interview. The great Tony Bennett was in here, and the replay obviously starts at 3 Eastern. But Jim started the interview trying to ask Tony Bennett if Liberace was gay. Tony Bennett had no idea what he was saying, and Jim had to ask him about half a dozen times.
What I couldn't see him. Was it he could actually not hear him, or was he just kind of fucking with him a little bit?
If Roland's around, Roland can come back in here. I miss him. But, yeah, no, he couldn't hear him. Jim thought he was joking around at first, but Tony Bennett couldn't hear him at all. And because Jim was kind of being like, people know he was And Tony Bennett was like, "What, a piano player?" And I was like, "No." But it was hilarious. What I found interesting too, though. Do you think, Eric? You've been here a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Was that the biggest celebrity we've had up here?
They asked that during the break. I've been trying to dig through and see, but he's definitely up there.
Yeah. I feel like there's been bigger than Tony Bennett. But I can't place my finger on who it would be. That's why I wanted Roland to come in, because he's booked everybody, and maybe it's just because Tony Bennett hasn't affected us because we're younger, but who, other than Tony Bennett, has been at least big-ish? Like, who would even be competition?
I'm pulling up a list right now. I'm looking.
You don't remember?
No, not off the top of my head. As far as music goes?
Anyone. I mean, just guests. They said guests.
Well, I mean, it's hard to compare, like, Hollywood actors and stuff to famous, legendary musicians. Like, we've had Ron Howard on, who's huge, but he's not bigger than a Tony Bennett.
Yeah, Ron Howard isn't bigger than Tony Bennett, is he?
Let's see what.
Oh, he was Opie.
Opie is
How
the
many
only
years ago,
Opie.
You know.
Let's see.
Yeah, but I mean, he's not as iconic as Tony Bennett is.
There's a long list of people that we've had.
Did
but
we ever? We did
none
that
that are standing out more than Tony.
We
Bennett.
did that A-listers special, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't anybody on that special bigger than Tony Bennett.
Than Tony Bennett.
Yeah.
Not that I'm seeing off top here. I mean, that's a huge get.
Do you agree with, because I feel, what I disagree with though is I think Paul McCartney is way bigger than Tony Bennett. Like, I think if Paul McCartney was in here,
Yeah, but I
it
think
would be a way bigger deal.
They're talking in
than
the
Tony Bennett.
mindset of, Tony Bennett was big before the Beatles were even out, so he's kind of, more of a legendary status than Paul McCartney has.
Yeah, but that's just time put in. That's time served. That doesn't count. I think that Paul McCartney is more of an icon than Tony Bennett is. I mean, I mean, maybe Paul McCartney would be excited to meet Tony Bennett because they're in the same industry, but I think Paul McCartney's bigger.
I'm just going based on music right now and athletes, and I'm not seeing anybody that comes up that's bigger than Tony Bennett.
Well, Dennis Rodman would be bigger than Tony Bennett if we ever had him in here, don't
No,
you? You
I
don't think that's
so,
the case?
no.
Oh. I mean, do you remember when he dyed his hair all crazy colors?
Yeah, it was like 3 or 4 colors.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So even what about the piercings?
No.
Okay.
Still
So
matter.
still not Dennis Rodman.
Let me throw this out there and see. Carlin. You think Carlin?
This is something great brought to the table. Is George Carlin bigger than Tony Bennett? Because it's hard, especially, I mean, George Carlin's not living anymore, but when he was living, he would have had to have been the greatest living comic. And even now, I would put him in, I think everybody would put him in the top whatever of all time. Maybe top 3, top 1.
It's always 1 and 2 is him and Pryor.
Right.
Yeah.
So I don't know many people. I mean, Tony Bennett affected more people than George Carlin. But that's because Tony Bennett was more of a mainstream performer than George Carlin. I guess if they were walking down the street, would it be a bigger... It's hard for us, I think, too. It's hard for me anyway, because we used to see Tony Bennett in his dumb tracksuit walking down 57th Street every day. And I mean, like, I remember when Obama, when that election was going on, I went out with a couple of the interns to interview people at polling places, and we went up to the polling place right around the XM studio, and Tony Bennett went in to vote and granted us a dumb interview afterwards. So it's like, he seems too accessible. Like, I've had way too many interactions with Tony Bennett for him to be this big of a deal. But I guess you forget how massive he is.
What about Joe Frazier?
Joe
You think
Frazier.
he'd be up there? I mean, he's worldwide known.
Yeah, Joe Frazier is, but he's not like Ali.
Yeah, I was
You
just
know what
gonna
I
say,
mean?
if
Like
it was
maybe
Ali, maybe.
Ali's probably bigger than Tony Bennett, but I don't know if Joe Frazier is.
I'm still looking through the guest list here of everyone we had.
And we usually don't take phone calls, Paul, but we'll go to Greg. Greg, you're on the after show.
Jim, I think it's Malcolm McDowell's bigger.
Malcolm McDowell. Well,
And Bob that they had Brian Johnson in there. That was huge.
What'd you say?
And
Brian
we had
Johnson.
Brian Johnson in there too.
Well, that was a big segment.
Yeah.
But I don't know if Malcolm McDowell is a bigger get than
Tony
Bennett, especially because he did a few iconic movies, but then he's done a lot of shitty movies since then.
He's such a cult guy, though. You know what I mean?
He's very culty.
There is a very huge cult
Whereas
following behind him.
Tony Bennett is not culty at all. He's very iconic, which is different. Yeah, I can't say Malcolm McDowell is bigger than Tony Bennett. He's huge, but I can't say he's bigger.
So I guess along those lines, like Ozzy wouldn't be bigger than Tony Bennett.
I feel like I think Paul McCartney's bigger than Tony Bennett.
Tom Jones, maybe?
No.
He's too kitschy, I think.
Okay.
Like, Tony Bennett still has some... Like, Tony Bennett's not going to make fun of himself on The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Yeah.
Whereas Tom Jones is lucky to do that.
Yeah, all right.
Good I would put Tom Jones above Wayne Newton, who we also had in studio. But I don't think I would put either of them above... what's his name? Yeah... I think they might be right.
I'm not, yeah.
Because Ozzy is...
Like I said, you have Ron Howard, who is, legendary as well, but not at that peak of a Tony Bennett.
Okay, I'm just getting a text, and this could be right. This text, and this is coming from the source. He knows the show. Loverboy is bigger than Tony Bennett. That's sent in by Anthony Cumia. So, yeah, all right, Loverboy is a little bigger, but let's be honest, Loverboy was an after-show guest.
Yeah, I was going to say, did Loverboy just do the shit hour?
If we're talking about the biggest guest in after-show history, it's going to be Loverboy. But if you're talking about O&A history, O&A never managed to get Loverboy. Did they? No.
You're asking
they
me
didn't.
Like I've been here
they played clips from the after-show, but they never got Loverboy in studio. Everybody's going... Somebody said Stone Cold Steve Austin on... Well, actually, our new intern, Sal, he wrote it up as the phone screener. And he wrote, Stone Claude Steve Austin.
Way to go, Sal.
Tony.
Yeah, what about Sugar Ray Leonard?
That's it. Again, I don't think... Well, Sugar Ray Leonard, I don't think is bigger than Joe Frazier.
No. I would definitely
And
say
since
not.
Joe Frazier is not bigger than Tony Bennett, how could Sugar Ray Leonard be bigger than Tony Bennett? It doesn't happen.
It doesn't.
So I guess... Other than after-show guests, there's been a few after-show guests that are bigger than Tony Bennett. I would say the Russian Dolls and Loverboy are both bigger than Tony Bennett. Eric, is that right?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think the Russian Dolls are bigger than Tony Bennett?
I don't even think the show's still on.
Yeah, but it was big when it was on for like a couple
For the few
episodes.
weeks that it was on.
Yeah, that was a big show. So I would say the Russian Dolls are a little bigger, and Loverboy obviously is bigger. So, but that's the after-show caliber of guests. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the guys who come by O&A, not the A-listers who show up on After Opie and Anthony Live. You know what I mean? Like, not every show gets the Russian Dolls and the Mob Wives.
Still going through this list here. I'm not seeing anybody that stands out more than Tony Bennett.
I don't think there is, but Eric, I'm stuck with something here.
Okay.
Paul tried to undercut me and get that Star Wars Blu-ray.
That is correct.
But he also wants to plug something that's for a good cause.
I think that may cost you some money.
Oh, wait. Hotline.
Just leave it alone.
After O&A.
Hey, Sam, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I need to plug something.
It's never an interruption.
Does everybody know that you got T-shirts now?
Don't plug the T-shirts. What the? Kenny, we gotta go. There's another guest here. The great Ron Bennington has arrived
I like the nickname.
in studio,
I hope it really catches on.
and we now have a bigger guest than Tony Bennett, and that's Ron Bennington.
How was it meeting Tony Bennett?
It was great having him in studio, and even Stephen Wright was in here at the same time, and he was just talking about how surreal it was. It was amazing.
Well, he's surreal. That's the weird thing to say. It's surreal. I see Tony in this neighborhood all the time. He lives...
We were just talking about how it's like we have trouble seeing him as like the massive star that he is because we see him walking around in his tracksuit.
He's always working out. He works out quite a bit.
Well, he's in great shape for 85.
Is he 85?
Yeah.
85 years young.
Years young.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was great. I don't know if you heard it, but we were talking about it. Jim, one of the first questions was asking him did all of you in the industry know Liberace was gay? But he kind of mumbled the gay thing. So Tony Bennett goes, knew he was what? And Jim goes, like, and Tony goes, no, what? And Jim goes, whoa, gay. Well, you're mumbling. What are you saying? Ask him like 4 times. And then there was another moment when they were talking about the old days of Las Vegas.
Yeah.
And Ant goes, Tony was talking about, the way they would treat them or whatever. And Ant goes, and then you may have to come back and do a favor for me. And blah, blah, doing a Godfather line. And Tony looked at him like, what are you talking about? And he was like, Godfather line. But yeah, apparently in the industry, they did know that Liberace was gay.
Well, I'm glad that broke today because it's important. But there's always been gay people around.
Yeah, of course.
And they were always accepted by show business people. Like, show business people are just like, yes, we need gay people. Someone has to make these costumes and these sets. So they were always well respected.
Yeah.
But then, and the fact that it didn't get out is that those guys knew this is a career owner and I'm not going to hurt this guy. They were almost like circus people where they're like, bring us the outsiders.
And it took like 40 years before you could even tell the public. 40 or 50 years before you could tell anyone. Like, for whatever reason, Hollywood would be like, yeah, we need you. You're on board. We get it. But the general public said, no!
Well, there's a little thing called the Bible.
Is that what it was?
Really kind of slows down critical thinking.
And Hollywood said goodbye to the Bible a long time ago.
Well, Hollywood, and I think this is to their credit, says nothing comes before the show and the ratings. And
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They put business first.
Yeah, but they also put art first. So they're like, look, we get it. You farmers are going to have a problem with this. Still, it becomes that thing of like when you're a carny, you give people an experience. It may not be the experience they think they're getting.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
But they don't leave there with nothing. They leave learning a fucking lesson. So isn't it kind of funny that women were like swooning around Liberace at one time?
Yeah.
I mean, just how... Now, you act like that's the end of it, but remember when American Idol came out in like the second season? The gay guy?
Clay Aiken.
And these women followed him around. They called themselves Claymates. And everyone's like...
Everybody knew.
Dude,
what are you doing?
Yeah, but they wouldn't. They held to it.
It was the same thing with NSYNC. When everybody was like, Lance Bass, he's my favorite. All the girls...
When are the other 4 going to come out?
I don't know. Especially that JT. I mean, everybody knows.
Everyone in that band blew fucking Lance Bass.
I mean, Joey Fatone was in here. It was obvious to everybody in the room.
That he was gay?
Yeah. Obvious.
I didn't know this. See, I didn't know this.
Yeah, everybody. We were talking about whether or not we've ever had a celebrity on the show bigger than Tony Bennett, too.
No.
And yeah, we can't... Nobody.
Tony Bennett is...
The closest we got was Anthony texting in when Loverboy was in here.
That was huge.
Yeah.
But Tony Bennett, the thing is... Here's the weird thing about Tony Bennett. He also was never like part of any kind of Rat Packer scene. He just went around doing the Tony Bennett thing. Didn't feel like he needed to do comedy and act. He just like, let me sing my fucking songs. He's also a terrific artist.
Yeah.
Great painter.
Oh, yeah, he's doing that.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any of his
He's
paintings,
always
but-
done it. He's always painted. Tony Bennett, when he's in a New York restaurant, he only goes in by himself.
Uh-huh.
And doesn't like to eat with other people. And he sketches.
He doesn't bring his wife or anything?
No.
He's there by himself just sketching?
Yes. He doesn't like the idea of somebody being there when he eats.
That's amazing.
No more like when you take a shit, you like to do it alone.
Yeah, no, please, let me have my time.
Just you and your wrestling dolls and you're working everything out.
Yeah, well, I got to occupy myself somehow.
What's with Triple H attacking the MMA? Why didn't he do that on your show?
I
And
wish he
that
had.
You could have blown up with that.
Yeah, I don't know. He said that the
Were you
UFC...
Did everyone know that Pat Patterson was gay?
Yeah.
Did anyone bring that up?
Everybody knew that, right?
But there's another great example. Everyone in wrestling knew it.
Yeah.
They took care of it.
Yeah, whatever. Just, we need you.
I always wondered, would I have the courage if I worked with someone that was gay? Would I have the courage
I don't know
to accept them?
I don't know if it happens in radio where...
I don't think it does. It's never happened before in radio.
It's like everybody kind of knows, and inside the industry, it's confirmed, but you don't want to say it.
Although, to be confirmed, don't you have to actually do it?
I guess so. Does that not...
I don't think it does.
But we're starting to get very specific.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, All right, let's say Dave. Now, we know he masturbates to Angelina Jolie.
Sure.
Doesn't mean he's fucked Angelina Jolie.
That's correct.
So in his mind, he could act like, that's my girlfriend.
Right.
It's not.
That could be the best point I've ever heard.
Because the
Thank you.
experience
It really could.
hasn't happened.
You've got to do it.
Right.
Just like, haven't you guys had murder fucking fantasies before?
Absolutely. Doesn't make
But
you a murderer.
They can't take you into court.
Yeah.
And, believe me, he sat there and thought about choking out. I'll just use the name Rob Cross. I'll just throw that out there.
I saw The Town, and all I was doing was saying, I bet me and my buddies could pull a bank robbery off. We could do, but
Every man fantasizes about a bank robbery
Right.
in his life.
but I'm not a bank robber.
And by the way, you and your friends couldn't pull it off. You guys could not fucking rob a Circle K or a Wawa.
We'd have wrestling masks on instead of the presidents or
It's
whatever.
actually a pretty good premise.
Yeah.
It's a good bit.
Face paint on and stuff.
That would actually be good. There's some guy, apparently he got too into the Dexter thing.
Uh-huh.
And he's going around places pretending that he's Dexter. And what always kills me is that the entertainment business will go, look, we know this. This is just entertainment. Why are you making a big deal out of it? But if you watched any of the Emmys last night, and why wouldn't you? The Eagles game was on. The people from Modern Family believe that people watch their show and become more accepting.
Yeah.
Yet, if you say, yeah, but then we watched Helter Skelter and the kids went out and fucking Columbine, no. That never happens.
They like when they can cash in on it, but then when it's time to
Yes.
move, look, it's just a TV show. What are you, nuts?
Yeah.
Come on.
And the movies, everyone does the rap songs. Everybody fucking will want all the positive.
Yeah.
They want all the credit for We Are the World. They
Yes,
want
yeah.
none of the blame for Fuck the Police.
No. Well, I mean, I think people maybe are positively influenced by music and movies and television, but never on the negative side.
Never on the negative side.
It just doesn't happen.
I used to really love the Police until NWA fucking turned me around.
Fuck those guys. Well, listen, Ron and Fez is coming up next. Anything big planned for the show today?
We are. We've got Liberace's ex-wife to claim that he's 100% straight.
Okay, good. We'll have a little counterpoint here on
And
the
then we've got
virus.
Stephen Wright's ex-wife to say that he's gay.
Stephen Wright, I didn't see you guys get the scoops. This is like that Triple H thing. We should have had that today.
We should have been all over that.
But Paul, you wanted to talk about your friend's thing real quick.
Yeah. A friend of mine is doing a Light the Night walk. It's at a bar. It's basically you go, you pay $20. You got free buffet and soft drinks. There are drink specials, 50-50 raffle, Chinese auction. It's out on Long Island at a bar called Novell. It's this Saturday, September 24th from 4 to 7 p.m. It's at 11 Montauk Highway in Blue Point, New York.
Sounds exciting.
Yes. It's a cancer benefit.
Now, with the soft drinks, how soft are they? I mean, are they softer than
Barely
other
I have very sensitive teeth,
Am I
so it's
even
important.
Am I even drinking this?
Yeah.
It's like air. It's so soft.
It's amazing. Well, if you care about helping cancer and you live on Long Island, make sure you check that out.
I'll be drinking in a corner there.
And Paul will be
That
there.
doesn't
so
make you a
can
bad
meet-
person,
No.
dude.
You can
Seriously,
meet
you're a
Paul.
good
Actually,
guy.
Ron, I like to believe it makes me a better person.
I don't know if that's true.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're better for sitting there.
That's like that whole, it doesn't influence you negatively,
Right.
but it does positively.
I
Thinking,
worry
it
about
doesn't
the
work.
young people going, wait, I can sit in a corner and drink.
Yeah.
No, I don't have to try anything.
I'm not a bad person. I'm
No,
a better person.
I'm a better person now.
Well, stay tuned. Ron and Fez are coming up next. This has been After Opie and Anthony Live.
Opie and Anthony Show is now over. For real this time. Check out the O&A Show on Facebook at facebook.com/Opie and Anthony. And catch Opie and Anthony live Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern. Ron and Fez are next.
Hey!
On the virus.